Let's go.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters Tuesday be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research.
Good morning, my friends. It's your old pal Peace Love Music here, getting the daily DeOrganized live stream started up. It is Tuesday, the 30th of December. We have the news coming at you at 8:30. A little bit of a slower day going on. However, we do have our 200 STX giveaway still going for the month of December. And today, actually pin this thread before I say it. I'm going to pin the live stream every day, Monday through Friday. We stream live. You have an opportunity. We pin the live stream post at the top of the profile. It's at DeOrganized BTC. And all you have to do is go in there and answer today's question. Today's question is, what's one thing you want to do better in crypto next year? And that's in the replies underneath the thread, not in the live chat, because we can't track that after the live stream ends. So that's why we have to do it in a live chat. We in the replies under the pin post. We love it when you guys say hi in the live chat, by the way. It's always appreciated. It actually makes my day when we get some people saying hi, letting us know what they're doing in the live chat, what's going on in the day. If you have anything going on in the day, by the way, anything that we don't know about, let us know. We'll let our audience know about it. Try to get some eyeballs on whatever it is that you're doing. That's what we are here for, to amplify the message of the ecosystem, the Bitcoin builders, especially our beloved stacks, the leading L2 in Bitcoin. That post is pinned. Actually, I just gotta grab. I want to put the question in the comments there so you guys have it. Usually, someone answers before I get it in there. So let's see. Waiting to see if I can get it in there before anybody answers. Beat you. Look at you, Dee. Dee almost always gets his answer in before I even had a chance. So you guys, today and tomorrow, last days to enter. Lots of people have contributed, have participated, have given us daily answers, and I love it. It's really important that that our show is important to you. Like if you're not tuning in and you're not paying attention to what we're doing, then we're not sure why we're here, but we are sure why we're here. We're here because there's a lot going on in the crypto space. Even when it's slow, there's a lot going on, a lot to know about. And our job is to try to aggregate all the news we can, figure out the most important stuff, and get that to you on the daily basis. And then also provide you with a community outlet as well. You know, we are of the community, we're by the community, and we are for the community. And that's the community that supports building on Bitcoin and the Bitcoin ethos. Dee saying hi in the live chat to give me a chance to post a question before he answered. Thank you, sir. We have a tremendous community, guys like Dee. If you're a tester, you want to just poke around, you like playing with stuff, there's lots of opportunity for that. There's so many things going on, and you just got to find your niche. And it doesn't have to be you don't have to be an expert on anything to get started, by the way. Nobody starts out as an expert. You have to put a lot of work in to become an expert. So with that being said, this is in the show, this is just a good morning. But I do want to remind everybody that you are worthy. You're worthy of good things. Good things are coming to you. We'll see you at 8 for the Whatever Morning Space with Pinta and the Good Vibe Tribe. Get your vibes right for the day. We'll be back with the news at 8:30. And much love. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. We're going to leave you with Rafa's latest segment on Capsule, Rune's Capsule. You should definitely check it out. Some very interesting things happening with what Roth is building out there. We're excited about it. Huge supporter of what Roth is doing. And that should take us to the news. So we'll catch you all later. Peace out.
You hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, perfect. How you doing?
Pretty well.
That's
How about
nice.
you?
Doing great, thanks, dude.
Nice. Yeah. So for today, I just wanted to sort of demo X402 with you, perhaps, like do a short session of max 30 minutes. And
All right.
I could also demo deploying a meme coin using X402. Actually, I have tested it yesterday, but I haven't retested it today. So I'm fingers crossed it's going to work because I was busy with other stuff. But this it's exciting times to have you on Stacks build this new protocol for agent-to-agent payment. So
Thanks, man.
I know you've done this demo several places, but I think that having another conversation that's recorded that other people can see again, perhaps can entice and invite people to understand how it works. It's, from my understanding, it's pretty simple, but it's always great for new developers to fumble or to see this demo and come and build mainnet with us, with the rest of us.
Yeah, sure. So I have some slides here. So I don't know what you think, but it would be great. Like I will talk a little bit more on the slides that what is X402, how it works, all that stuff. And if we can demo what you did with the meme coins, that would be amazing. So
Yeah, absolutely.
all right,
do it.
sounds like a plan for me. So
Yeah. I'm recording it, and if that's okay with you, I'll ask DeOrg Media to stream it on their channel this week.
Yeah, that's awesome. Just give me 1 second, please, because I need to change my browser because this one doesn't have access to my audio, and so I mean to my share screen. So let me change my my browser really quick. All right, I will be back in a minute.
Yep.
All right, perfect. So I'm here now. Okay, so here are the slides. Okay, perfect. So you want to start now, or do you want to have like a little conversation first?
Yeah,
Or...
let's do it. Perhaps I can interrupt you at some point and ask
Oh.
you questions. Let's just do it however you want.
All right, yeah, sure. So first,
Happy holidays, everyone.
happy holidays, everyone. I want to talk a little bit more about X402 on Stacks. What is X402? Great demo from Rafa on what he's building with X402. So let's start first with what is X402. I like to call this as an HTTP beacon payment. Obviously, X402 is not exclusive for the Bitcoin, but on Stacks, I do like to call it an HTTP payment, Bitcoin payments. All right. So what is the problem? So online payments has this legacy infrastructure where you need to pay with cards or you need to sign off to get service, and that's normal like a few years ago. But now with agents, that's something that it's not really really cool, right? Because your agent, it's not going to have a credit card, or your agent won't go to a website to sign up, It's going to be really hard for that agent. So it's legacy infrastructure for payments. Another thing is that payments require to have some trust. Like, for example, you need to go and create, let's say you want to receive a payment, you need to go and create a Stripe account. And if Stripe, for any reason, they say you cannot use their account anymore, you're going to get blocked, you're going to lose your funds, right? That's something that happens in some of my friends, not only here in Mexico, but in other parts of the world, where basically their Stripe accounts get blocked and they basically have their business stop, right? So that's something that also we need to take care of. It's pretty expensive. If with the traditional rails, with the legacy infrastructure we have, if we wanna send maybe like a cent or something like that, it's going to be more expensive to use a Stripe than the actual payment you're doing. So our current infrastructure, our current payment rails are not made for agents. It's made for humans in high volume, but not for an agent who needs to create a decision, to make a decision really fast. So that's the problem, right? Agents need to pay for their services. If we wanna have a great architecture from agents, we're gonna have many different agents specialized in some different fields. But if we wanna do that, those agents will need to get paid, and they cannot get paid with a credit card, with Stripe, with PayPal. That's going to be really hard. So that's when X402 comes. It's something that we always had on the internet. On the internet, we have many different status code. So for example, if you go to a website and you get everything right, you're gonna get a 200. Or if you cannot find the website you were looking for, you're gonna get 404. The one with the dinosaur game, that's 404, which represents that the result wasn't found. On the internet, we also have 402, which represents payment required. But with the legacy infrastructure that we had, it wasn't possible for us to pay for those resources because it was more expensive. But now with crypto, we can now handle payments, because pretty much sending money on the crypto, on stacks, on other networks is pretty much free, right? You have to pay not even a cent to move some money. So that when X402 comes from, it's basically taking that 402, but now for crypto payments. It's a standard way to move money on the internet. Another thing is that this is going to happen immediately, instead of, like, for example, if you're using a Stripe and you get paid for something, maybe, depending on your country, depending on your business, maybe next day you're going to get paid. With X402, you're going to get paid in the same moment you receive the money, right? There's no central entity like this is crypto. It's not like you need to trust a Stripe or someone else to transact your payment. Basically, you can do it permissionless. The fees are small, right? Super small. And the important thing here with X402 is that we are on top of something that have always exists, right? We're not creating something like totally new that a lot of people need to get access to or something like that. We are basically using the HTTP protocol that we used to have. That's X402. So how the flow works, you're gonna hit an endpoint. Let's say you wanna get some data. This endpoint creates a little story about one of the topics you sent on the request. So let's say if you want to process this request, but obviously since you're going to be calling some LLMs and other Gen AI services, you need to pay for those services. So you want to get paid for that service, and it's not going to be free, right? So what do? You add the X402 SDK to your backend, and with that, you're gonna receive an X402 payment required HTTP code. All right, but with that, as we can see here, we're gonna receive some information on how to make the payment. In this case, we're gonna receive how much we need to pay for that resource. We receive also the wallet address that we need to send the money to, and also the network, right? In this case, it's mainnet. So this is basically the flow. So you have your API, a client, that's an agent or someone who wants to use your resource, is going to hit your endpoint. The backend is going to respond back with X402, but also with the payment details, your wallet address, and all that information that we just saw. So you're going to set that information. The client will take that information and it's going to retry the request, but with the signature. So the client has a wallet, the client is going to create a signature. It's going to sign a signature, and that signature is going to be sent back to the backend, and the backend will send that signature to the facilitator. The facilitator will settle the payment, and once the payment was settled, it's going to go back to your API so you can send the resource that the client was looking for. So that's basically how X402 works, and it's pretty simple to get started with this. All right. So for this, let's see Rafa demo. This is pretty great. He has something really amazing that he has been working on. So Rafa, you wanna demo?
Absolutely. Before I demo deploying a meme coin using X402, perhaps a few questions on your presentation.
Yeah, sure thing.
You said that HTTP. There's a few things I think that perhaps it's worth highlighting. One of them just randomly comes to mind is you said that this is built on legacy, something that already works with the internet, HTTP, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's almost very special to see like Web 2 and Web 3 that are converging in a harmonious way, and it's true it's disrupting things like Stripe that enable a lot already, but perhaps in a different vertical, like for agents that don't have bank accounts, that they cannot open these things. They cannot. It's also cheaper, as you said. It settles right away, right?
Mm-hmm.
Settlement is, you don't need to wait for a third party to settle the payment. Like the payment is settled on chain, which makes it almost decentralized, right? It almost comes back to the initial Web 2 vision of a decentralized internet, right? The HTTP protocol itself is like, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's almost like the email of the way the servers, like the internet nodes are communicating with each other. Like it's also decentralized, isn't it? Right?
Yeah, it is. I mean, like obviously you can get blocked, for example, in Venezuela. So some traffic is blocked there. But yeah, actually that's the idea, right? Like a decentralized network.
And this is very exciting, right? To see these things to merge, like Web 2 and Web 3 is almost merging under the hood, like through these agentic networks of payment, right?
That is why I'm super excited. Super excited about X402, because I think it's if you want to onboard someone to Web3, it's kind of hard, right? Because there's a lot of possibilities. Like for example, the demo that Rafa has, he's gonna deploy a meme coin using X402, which is pretty great. But for I mean, like Web3 developers, we understand like we need to create a contract code, we need to have a wallet, we understand like the basic things. We need to do that flow. But for new developers, like for Web2 developers, this is going to be like super there's a lot of information they need to know at the beginning, right? But if they're using HTTP with API requests like they used to do on Web2, I think that's going to be something really easy for them to be on board to Web3. So that's why I'm really excited about X402, because I think it's going to be an easy onboarding for many developers.
Yeah, I have other questions, but I can try and do the demo right now. So let me share my screen.
Yeah, it would be really amazing. This demo is pretty cool. I really like it.
Yeah, I've amended stuff and then I didn't have time to verify. So live demo, we'll see if everything works. I think that's the correct screen. Okay. So can you see my screen? Probably yes. So essentially, this is what corresponds to the client in your demo. You had a slide where a client is going to consume an API call. So just to perhaps I can show you how it works otherwise, like for users who are like humans, they are going to essentially use a UI instead, right? So if I were to deploy a meme coin, typically, there's a ticker, there's a name, there's a description, there's a logo that you can upload. then you can decide whether, once the bonding curve graduates, it's going to go into a Uniswap V2 contract, so you can decide which venue you want it to graduate to. Factory fund is an option without any fees. Velar is another option, a VC-backed crypto company. And then what we have in Fact Fund is a pre-launch mechanism, which is something that happens before the bonding curve, where you have to have a community signal from your community. Like, people are going to buy, so to speak, seats on that meme coin, and the seats are vesting over time. So there's a 4-week vesting schedule, which prevents you from sniping a large amount all by yourself, because like there's 20 seats, and then dumping right away, right? Pump and dump sort of thing. So this is removing that risk. Obviously, this is still a meme coin. There's lots of volatility, and you are essentially buying a meme coin backed by a community. There's 2 options here. The popular one is 20 seats. You could choose 200 seats if you have a large community. Actually, no one has graduated from this pre-launch 200 seats. There was a few attempts, and the cool thing in this phase is that you can pre-buy a bunch of seats, but if it never goes to the bonding curve, you can get a full refund. So it's a way also to, yes, it's a way to filter out for meme coins that don't have a community signal. And here the user has to sort of, there's a service fee for this deployment, which is around $11. And it includes a meme creator bonus after that is also vested. There's a 9-month after the token bonds and goes to the AMM. Then 9 months after that, you can claim back a bonus for having the idea, essentially, and having paid that $10. But the good news is, like, machines are not going to use this, right?
Yeah.
They're not going to click and do these things. But this works, and it's pretty quick. Once you create it, then we verify that the code is deployed and deployed correctly, and then you are essentially off to the pre-launch first. So you need to essentially here sell these 20 seats, which are going to vest over 4 weeks, in exchange for also a percentage of the bonding curve fees. So during the bonding curve phase, you get 0.8% that is being redistributed or airdropped to these seat holders, the community that has essentially signaled that, okay, this is a community-backed meme coin. And I think there's even here, for some reason it's a little, let's see, it's a little clogged here, but you vest these tokens over time, and also you get fee airdrop. But let's go to the demo. So instead of doing this, so I have here an example of code that allows me to consume that HTTP endpoint that is going to leverage Tony's facilitator. And well, sort of the same information is being provided by the agent. So we need to define the ticker or symbol. So I've already deployed this one, so perhaps we need another one if you have an idea. The name, the description, you want a logo, things that you can change after the fact.
Yeah.
Target AMM is the option. It corresponds to the option here that I shared earlier, right? Do you want it to go to factory or Velar? And there's going to be a third option that is going to integrate in the future as well, like other venues, like we like also Bitflow. And then the last option here, let's see, board members. I don't know if you see my code here is also saying, okay, I want
Board members.
Yeah, I want 20 seats instead of 200 seats. So I suggest, I don't know, let's create a symbol together.
Yeah, sure. Like maybe.
Yeah, hopefully this will work, because I haven't tested it So it's a live test. I've tested it, but I've made amends, so I haven't retested it.
Something like
It's a meme coin,
Oh.
okay? No financial device. You have that community-backed signal, so if nobody buys it, it's fine, right? But once you have like, also the cool thing with the community signal is you can verify the holders or the buyers. You can verify, okay, in the case of, I don't know, B blocks, you can look up who pre-bought, and then if they are all the same person, you can know, okay, this is not really a community backed signal. It's all the same wallet, right? But if these are like people who are who have a reputation on chain and definitely are different wallets, then this gives you an indicator that okay, these 20 seats were sold to different community members who are okay to vest over 4 weeks, right? In exchange for fee airdrops. Okay.
that's it.
Yeah. Any idea for a symbol? Like it's going to be silly, right?
Yeah, it's live test X402 or something like that, or maybe like hope it works.
Say again.
Hope it works. Like.
But for a symbol, like it has to be shorter, right? So
yeah.
TX402.
Yeah, sounds great.
Then I don't know. We can just say TX402 meme coin. This is an AI also suggesting me, right? It's on the pilot or something. All right, and I'll just keep the rest and whatever. All right, now this is where either I look ridiculous because I didn't prepare well, or this works correctly. All right, so essentially the agent is simply going to call this endpoint, and what Tony just described is going to happen under the hood, which is, it's going to get a payment request, I guess, and then it's going to, this code has a wallet and is able to pay the 1 STX required to deploy this suite of contract that back the meme coin, which includes, as I said, a bonus, a bonding curve, a pool when it graduates, and a pre-launch contract. All right, let's do it.
Let's do it.
It seems to be working, huh?
Yeah, deploying meme coins, huh? It looks like.
If it doesn't work, I'll create a little video showing that it does. But the fact that it's, oh shoot.
Damn.
Okay, so there's a bug somewhere. Let me check.
What's okay? Okay.
I see some transactions. That's the weird thing. Huh. Oh, that's the one that worked. Sorry. So Never 504 bad response. Okay, so this is maybe I'm not reading the thing properly.
Maybe. Does it have enough STX to pay for the transaction?
I think so, yes.
All right.
We can double check that. Let's see. So this is a Stacks Explorer that I like, built by the Staxer team. Oh, you're right. It does not. 2 minutes ago, it actually paid.
Yeah, it did pay for that.
So it's actually me. It's not you. It's in my changes. I probably did something that. So I would have to debug this. So I suggest that I create a video and
sure thing
to attach it to this. But the X402 did work because I'm paying, 1 stacks to essentially the backend here, and this backend is supposed to now deploy this contract, and actually it did.
It did.
It did deploy the contract, so some things have worked. There's something I need to debug, but so as you can see here, the pre-launch contract is being deployed. The token itself, the bonus is the creator bonus after the 9-month vesting. After the token bonds, the creator is able to get that little bonus, meme coins. The pool and the DEX, everything deployed, but perhaps I think because I've changed how the chain hooks are deployed, but let's see. So I will debug this, but there's something that obviously, so if I go here and if I go to, I don't know, if I paste the DEX contract here, so this is the, as you see, it says verification pending. So I had some something that I need to debug, but it's almost there. And maybe I can finish. Doesn't matter. I can. So essentially, what it has here is this is the pre-launch mechanism where it's selling 20 seats. And you see very so yeah, go ahead.
Hey Rafa, what's up?
Hey Bolu.
Hey,
How are you doing?
Actually, we started like 30 minutes earlier, so
Yes.
welcome. It's my fault. I didn't update the calendar invite. Anyways, yeah, so this is the pre-launch phase where people are pre-buying. Once they pre-buy, they can get a refund. Yeah, so it almost worked. It's just yeah, that was my demo today, half baked. But yeah, let me just run this and make sure that it works for anyone who wants to leverage that endpoint. The main difference is that, again, the agent is not going to go through an UI, and it's just going to, call this endpoint API. It's called AIBTC memes / deploy x402, and then it's going to just provide the the inputs for creating the meme coin, the symbol, the name, description, etc. And then normally everything happens. Almost, we're almost there. Bear with me. And it's leveraging Tony's X402. The client is paying, as you saw, it paid 1 STX to the deployer. So here I received 1 STX, and then the deployer went on to deploy these things. The FACFun code here is just need a little ironing, and everything should work smoothly. And people should be able to, instead of verification pending here, you'll be able to pre-buy a first seat, which grants you 10 million tokens vesting over 4 weeks. And then once the 20 seats are sort of bought by the community, then it transitions into the bonding curve itself. So the bonding curve looks more like something like this, where you can, in this case, it's the STX asset. In the new case now, the new tokens are paired with the SBTC token, so making them less volatile. Yeah, so that's pretty much my demo today. But bear with me as I run out these things out.
Yeah, one of the reasons why I asked Rafa for this demo is because I really think that sometimes in other networks, some developers on X402, they decide to use the round token, and the way they do it is by launching a meme coin for their community. So maybe I'm really good at, I don't know, I have a great UGC content creator on Twitter or on TikTok. It's an agent. Maybe instead of get paid to create UGC using USDCX or another token, I would decide to launch my own token, right? That's something that many developers do on X402. So that's why I found out this was pretty helpful for stacks to have like a way to deploy to launch meme coins for agents, because maybe it will happen, right? It will happen in the future. Some X402 developers might be launching their own token so they can support their community. So thanks, Rafa. It was pretty amazing. I really like it.
Yeah. So it's totally my fault if at the end there was a little hiccup, but I'll iron it. And yeah, I'm curious to see whether this is going to be leveraged by agents. It's still a meme coins, but it's true that we saw this in other ecosystems. How did you like? Yeah, maybe a question before, but I'm going to cut it soon now, but because I also have to go. But like, what other use case do you see being? I saw like I think Sedar from AIBTC shared like a list of major X402 users, and they are mostly signaling, like giving like trading data. Essentially, like it's a way to hit an API and get trading data and being able to copy trade, or getting essentially alpha signal. And there was another use case I forgot, but there were many of them who were doing this. So I'm curious, like, how do you see, like, what use cases do you see, especially leveraging, X402 stacks? And I'm also curious to see, like, to have these ideas myself to, understand whether, I'm building the right things.
Sure. So I think one of the things I'm really bullish on was what I was talking at the beginning of the talk about, like having DeFi on X402 endpoints. Because right now, if you want to if you're developing something and you want to have exposure to DeFi as a Web2 developer, it's really hard. You need to create a lot of things. But I really think that X402 with DeFi will be something big next year. That's one of the things. Obviously, this is more like a prediction. Nobody's doing it right now, but I think this will be great. Like, where basically it was run by Claudius or something like that was the name of the agent, but basically it was an agent which has the goal to run the vending machine, and it was tricked by Anthropic employees. So it was kind of fun, but basically the way they fixed the agent was by adding another CEO agent. So with that CEO agent, the first agent who was running the vending machine got better, because they have like some basic things to follow. So I think that's something that I want to see. It's like agents who can cooperate between each other. Like, hey, I have this one and not another one, like a specific task for that. That would be amazing to have. And the last thing I would really like to see, it's more like content generation with like UGC or something like that, but pay with crypto. Because I think this is something important, right? There's a lot of platforms doing this on Web2, but you need to pay for subscriptions. It is really expensive, and sometimes you just need a couple of assets to make some tests before like launching a whole campaign, and it's going to be really expensive. So those are the basic things I want to see really soon. But I think there's a lot of options for X402 next year.
Yeah, I think that's also what I see, like the ability to, as you said, like agentic collaboration and at cheap costs, and the ability to reorganize these almost modules together, almost breaking the model that we've been accustomed to, which is like a team builds an app and then gains users, and then concentrically is going to expand the use case and the features. Here, I think the model, it's completely breaking this, and it's like different agents having their own service that can be combined together or even work together. Like there's a CEO agent, and then there's you said a vending machine. I'm not entirely sure the use case here, but I definitely also see DeFi use cases on Stacks. I'm currently very focused on what actually Zest is providing and how to abstract the risk management for users, like so that they're comfortable in, taking leverage on their position while, delegating to perhaps an agent, even perhaps just a bot, like not even like an LLM, not even AI, but just like predetermined rules that can risk manage their position on their behalf, like a bot, like a little bit like almost like Bitflow is doing something like this with DCAing. Like you set a bunch of rules and then you can sleep well at night. You know that it's going to do this and nothing other than this. But I can see that is going to be a huge use case on Stacks as Bitcoin DeFi pans out and grows over in TVL and acquiring users in a seamless and frictionless way.
Yeah, totally. And the agentic economy, I mean, I think it's going to be really great. Like, think of this, like instead of having a marketing team, maybe you have
Yes.
a marketing agent, and that agent goes and finds the best agent for Twitter, the best agent for Instagram, the
Yes.
best agent for TikTok. They pay for their services. They goes and create some images with an agent who's pretty great at creating images for social media, another for creating UGC. So I think that's the future I want to see next year, like collaboration between agents and getting paid for those services, like basically like an economy of agents.
Man, this has been a blast. I think we're seeing the beginning of an exponential here, and I'm just grateful that you're here amongst us on Stacks, and beyond that, like amongst that generation of like seeing that wave of Web 2 and Web 3 merging together and building new things in new ways. And
Yeah.
This is very exciting for the builders, I think, and also for the users.
Yeah, totally, man.
Cool. Any questions, Bulu?
Yes, sorry. I cannot concentrate. I'm currently on the call. But yeah,
No problem. But it's good to have you.
Are you guys like trying to connect different AI agents and stuff with X402?
How to connect them is the question?
Yeah, I was just asking.
That's
Oh,
the
okay.
media of how they will connect, right? Instead of using a UI, for example, this silly example, to deploy a meme coin, they can just call an API endpoint to a FactFund backend, which will deploy on their behalf and leveraging the X402 for payment. That's pretty much how it works. And it settles on Stacks. There's no need to wait for a third party to settle you or to be censored by it, etc. I mean, this has been a blast. I do have to move now because I have something, but I appreciate your time and very excited about the future. And thanks, Polu, as well for coming.
No, thank you guys. Have a good one.
Cheers, fellas.
See you. All right, Rafa. So I think you have something
Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stand. From the underworld, the game has arrived, bringing the game to satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovate in the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad. Keeps flowing and Hunters tools they be showing. The AI guild keeps them in clips that be glowing. Insisting on the daily they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana and Stacks another L2. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stand. From the underworld the game has arrived, bringing the game to satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovate in the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxis look bad. And Hunters tools they be showing. The AI guild keeps them in clips that be glowing. Insisting on the daily they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana and Stacks another L2. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stand. From the underworld the game has arrived, bringing the game to satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovate in the chain. Letting the community know be showing. The AI guild keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks another L2. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stand. From the underworld, the game has arrived. Bringing the game to satisfy the hype. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip. Innovate in the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. Deleting L2 is making maxis look bad. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. Deleting L2 is making maxis look bad. Keeps flowing and hunters tools they be showing. The AI guild keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks another L2. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stand. From the underworld, the game has arrived. Bringing the game to satisfy the hype. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip. Innovate in the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. Deleting L2 is making maxis look bad. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. Deleting L2 is making maxis look bad. And hunters tools they be showing. The AI guild keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks another L2. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stand. From the underworld, the game has arrived. Bringing the game to satisfy the hype. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip. Solana, and stacks another L2. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game has arrived. Bringing the game to satisfy the hype. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip. Innovate in the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxes look bad. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxes look bad.
Every post is a signal. Give it fuel. BoostEx, the social value layer.
Let's go.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters Tuesday be showing. The AI gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks another L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improving.
Good morning, my friends. It's your old pal Peace Love Music with another episode of the Let's Go Good Morning Show, brought to you live by DeOrganized Media in partnership with our amazing friends at Bitcoin Live Decentralized Broadcasting. It is Tuesday, the 30th of December. We have 2 days left in 2025. What a year has been. Very interesting. And I want to help everybody here. I think it's important. I want you guys to, you don't have to say it out loud. It's good for you if you do. But just hear what I'm saying. Apply it to yourself. I am not here to be ruled by fear and doubt. I am guided from within. I honor my humanity and the divine spark within me. I reclaim my power from anything that ever made me feel small. I claim my inner authority. I stand fully in who I am, and I step into this day awake, aware, and alive. Join me. Welcome, my friends. It's a great day, and I'm glad you're all here with me to enjoy it. There's lots going on, lots to talk about. Let me get my news ready for you. Friendly reminder, this is a news show. We're providing news and information, some education, some entertainment, but never financial advice. Always do your own research. Never invest money you cannot afford to lose. And you are capable of doing your own research and actually finding wins, avoiding losses. You can do that. And I feel like you will do that. But I do need to bring on, get the financial information here. What's going on in the markets today? Doing things a little bit differently, so my model. Yeah, I like doing things differently from time to time anyway, shaking it up. It gets boring, it gets stale. So we're doing things a little bit differently. Bitcoin coming in at 87,954 this morning, just under 88K. Staying flat, or just actually up about 1% from where it was yesterday. Not bad. Ethereum also relatively flat, up 2%, but still just under $3,000. Market's a little bit mixed / flat. Slightly red, slightly green in places. What is Stacks at right now? $2557.2557 for Stacks. The top 3 gainers in the last 24 hours are Canton, Midnight, and Zcash. Zcash making another run. Lots of interest in those privacy coins, guys. And I do think that that means that there is definitely demand for Bitcoin privacy, Bitcoin transactional privacy. And I wonder if that's a thing that could be coming to the leading Bitcoin L2 on Stacks in 2026. I believe it will be, actually, something that they're working on. So excited about that. Fair and Greed at 29, dropped down from 30 to 29. But I'm starting to feel, I know that there's some concerns, and we'll talk about it, structural concerns in the financial markets. Some things that are maybe a little scary, although I think that they're lagging indicators to some degree. I think we've known about a lot of these things, and I think that they're going to get rectified and or more likely or more accurately Band-Aid patched. And so the full repercussions won't be felt in the short term to the extent that people might be thinking they will be. Although, what do I know? Not financial advice. I'm just some guy on the internet. I don't really know. But we do have some interesting news stories today. What is that? Okay. So, banks tap Fed. This is the biggest one. Banks tap Fed liquidity tool amid year-end pressures. And this is a story from yesterday afternoon. Although we had heard the rumblings about this yesterday morning before our live show. And it actually has been culminating over the last few days, starting on Friday morning. U.S. banks turned to the Federal Reserve's standing liquidity facilities as year-end balance sheet pressures tighten short-term funding markets. Short-term funding markets. While not signaling systemic distress, the activity highlights how regulatory constraints, reserve management, and quarter-end dynamics continue to stress liquidity plumbing. For markets, this matters because risk assets, including crypto, tend to respond positively when central bank backstops remain accessible. The takeaway isn't crisis, but confirmation that liquidity remains managed, not abundant, and that macro conditions heading into 2026 will still be shaped by policy tools rather than organic easing. So the policy tools are what we're going to keep paying attention to. It's basically things are staying the same or in the same trend, let's say. More to come from that. More to come from that. Why is everything? I tried to do this a new way, and I'm not sure if it's the best way. But we'll see. We'll see. Crypto cues to watch heading into 2026. Looking beyond short-term price action, which is what we always look beyond short-term price action, this piece outlines the structural signals shaping crypto into 2026. Liquidity cycles, institutional participation, regulatory clarity, and the maturation of on-chain financial infrastructure. Rather than calling tops or bottoms, the focus is on regime shifts, how capital allocators are positioning for longer time horizons. The article frames crypto less as a speculative trade and more as an emerging financial layer, suggesting that future upside will increasingly depend on real adoption, capital efficiency, and macro alignment rather than hype cycles alone. All right. This one here, we got Bitcoin 2026 bull case. Traders see strong signals for six-figure BTC price, which is not new. So we had that most of the year last year, at least half of the year. On-chain data shows Bitcoin long-term holders have largely stopped distributing coins, reducing sell side pressure at current price levels. At the same time, large Ethereum holders are increasing accumulation, signaling confidence across major assets rather than rotation into speculation, which could actually mean why there's not a strong alt season yet. Historically, this combination, reduced Bitcoin supply and whale accumulation, has preceded periods of market stabilization or expansion. The data suggests smart money is positioning for continuation, not capitulation. We've already had capitulation, guys. That's how we got where we are. Reinforcing broader bullish narratives without relying on short-term momentum. We're not in a bad spot, in my opinion. We are not in a bad spot. Oh, did I read the wrong one? I think I read the wrong one. This was actually about long-term holders halting the sell-off. So let me go back to this one here. I think I read the wrong one. Traders and analysts are outlining a renewed Bitcoin bull thesis for 2026, pointing to tightening supply dynamics. Post-halving effects, they're similar stories. Post-halving effects, improving liquidity conditions, and growing institutional exposure. The argument isn't based on hype, but on convergence. Macro easing over time, reduced sell pressure, and Bitcoin's role as a neutral collateral asset. While price targets vary, the common theme is that Bitcoin's market structure looks stronger than in prior cycles, with deeper liquidity and more patient capital supporting higher long-term valuations. Things are looking okay. And this is an interesting one here. Again, back to the privacy coin motif. Cypherpunk Technologies announced a strategic purchase of Zcash, highlighting continued interest in privacy-focused digital assets. While smaller in scale compared to Bitcoin or Ethereum flows, the move is notable as regulatory conversations increasingly focus on transparency versus financial privacy. The acquisition reflects a belief that privacy technologies will remain relevant in a digitized financial system, especially as surveillance concerns grow. This story fits the broader theme of targeted, thesis-driven accumulation rather than broad speculative exposure. It's a good news for the Zcash holders, those that are holding through this run. Friendly reminder, it's nobody ever went broke taking profits, so don't mug yourself with conviction. You know, it's always never a bad idea to take a little bit off the table when you've had some wins. And I'll just I'll leave it at that, because I don't want people to make some of the mistakes I've made. Would just hold forever, which is kind of defeats the purpose of buying it to begin with, I would say. So that is the news. That's what I got for you guys. I do want to give you guys a friendly reminder. Do this. Bitflow is the top decentralized exchange on Stacks. They allow you to trade native USDC, runes, STX, SBDC, and now even USDC, I think, right? Is it USDC on here yet? Say AEUSDC. When are we getting USDC on Bitflow, guys? That's what I need to know. I know we have the AEUSDC. I want the Circle USDC on there pretty soon, but you do have stablecoin options on there now. It's definitely a good time to be swapping and trading. You get points earned with every swap, every trade, and when you provide yield. And now they have their HODLMM coming, so it's a great time to be paying attention to what's going on in BitFlow. And with that, I'll bring on, I think 300 is still sick. So it's just going to be me and GP today. Just me, GP, and the elf on the mic. How you doing today, brother?
Let's go. Good morning, Peace. How you doing this morning?
I'm doing all right, man. Doing all right. How are you?
Feeling bullish. Manifesting big green candles.
Cautiously optimistic is a term I like to use.
I like the terminology. Cautiously optimistic. Going into 2026, we got a lot of stuff shipping for stacks. Time to get bullish. Q1 one of 2026 is going to be a good one. Expecting some updates from the Zest. Got Stacks Markets V2 going live soon. Stacking DAO keeps hitting new all-time highs as far as TVL and the native stacking pool. People are learning about Bitcoin DeFi. Masari and Pantera Capital making some posts and bullish outlooks on our ecosystem as well. Feeling good, man. Feeling like all the pieces are aligning.
Nice. I'm feeling pretty good too. We've been cranking. We both know it. It's been a long year for us. Went by very fast because we're busy and we're having a good time, right? I mean, I'm having a great time, but there's a lot of work involved, and we've been cranking, we've been producing, and I'm feeling it. Can't even keep my hair from getting all frizzy. That's how tired I am.
Oh, dude,
it's all like
I'm like this, really.
Come on, hair. What are you doing to me? Don't you know it's time to go on?
I'm working it.
Hey.
No, I can relate, man. We've been shipping all of 2025, so I get it. Getting into the last couple days of the year, might be, a little slow. People still kind of on holiday, right? Still busy with their families and getting together for New Year's. So, really excited though. Really, really blessed to be here at the right moment, right? It's such a historical time for Bitcoin. Yesterday, Alex Miller, I don't know if it was yesterday or a few days before, but Alex Miller made a post about, bringing the Bitcoin back on chain, right?
A blog post or on X?
It was in the forum, Stacks forum.
Yeah. I should call it the forum. I call it the blog. I can't get it off I can't. I'm just like an old person. I keep calling the PlayStation 5 the Nintendo. That's how I am. It's like it sucks because I used to laugh at that too when I was like, why can't you get it right? Like I've told you this 18 times. You know what it is.
That new PlayStation Wii.
My aunt used to call it the Nintendo back when, because that was the big system.
The Nintendo.
Nintendo.
Not the
Nintendo. Play that Nintendo. It's like, yeah, we are actually playing it. But anyway, yeah, I can't. So the blog, the forum post, and the Stacks forum is where it's at. By the way, that's a great place to get. We need more people getting involved. I think it's a good place to start. Like congregating there on some issues. So when there's something going on, like Zenitron posted he's proposing a SIP for his NFTs, and that's got a blog post there. Would be great for people, even if you just have questions, go read the blog post. You put it into ChatGPT. Sometimes it's a little technical and dense, some of that stuff, which can be intimidating to people. Throw it into ChatGPT, have a conversation about it, and then join the conversation in the blog post. Ask questions that you still don't understand after ChatGPT has explained it to you, and or bring some insights that you might have that haven't been considered yet. That's how we actually make the ecosystem stronger. And you get visibility by being participatory in those things. But Alex Miller had made a post, I think it was actually about a week and a half ago, about like the year end. It was shortly after the town hall. and there's a ton of stuff coming in Stacks. So many things. I had made let me actually see if I can get my post about it, because I think it might help us. Well, what are your takeaways on it, GP?
I feel like, this is a really good narrative to push, right? Bring all the Bitcoin back on chain. This is about bringing the economic activity back to Bitcoin. So I think that, Stacks delivers the rails for us to do that. We can put our Bitcoin to work and earn a base yield just for coming over and, interacting with the network, and that base yield speaks volumes. I think that we kind of cater to Bitcoiners and try to push that decentralized ethos forward. So I think it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer why everybody is starting to like speculate and see, right? We've got all these ETPs and ETFs and paper Bitcoin. That's all. It's all noise whenever it comes to it. You hold the underlying asset, which is BTC, and put it to work on Stacks. It's that simple.
Well, and it's novel now too. You couldn't put this all to work on Stacks the same a year ago. SBTC had just launched. It was still capped. The DeFi protocols hadn't really built out. The yield mechanisms that are now have emerged and been functional for several months now. But yes, the point is Bitcoin needs to be more than just a store of value, and Stacks is. The last several years, Stacks has been putting out things to make that a reality, and so for 2026, really a lot of what's happened in 2020, making Bitcoin capital secure on the L1 with tiered risk participation between self-custodial BTC on Stacks and Bitcoin on the L1. And then phase 2 is to make it sticky so that you don't really have to you don't have to get rid of your Bitcoin. You hold your Bitcoin, you put your Bitcoin to work while you're still custodying it, and the rails work, so it's a lot of the frictions being abstracted away on Stacks. You're not worrying about 10-minute transaction times. We've got 5-second transaction times. You're not talking about $6 to send and receive Bitcoin. You're talking about a penny or fractions of a penny for a transaction. And then you still have trust minimized DeFi and Bitcoin grade security and safety all on Stacks. So that's what's happening, and that's been being built on Stacks for the last year, and that's the direction we're heading in. And honestly, people just don't really realize, if you haven't been in this ecosystem for the last year, you don't probably quite understand exactly what's going on here.
Right. It's a lot to digest as soon as you get into the ecosystem. This is real Bitcoin DeFi. With secured by Bitcoin with 100% Bitcoin finality. So I feel like you have a chance to be early to something and be a trailblazer and build here on Bitcoin via Stacks. Beforehand, to participate in DeFi, people had to leave the Bitcoin ecosystem, right, to start to earn yield. And now what Stacks is providing is a real way to put your bags to work to earn that base APY, and now we're not only hedging against inflation, but we're also packing our bags and stacking our sats just for doing that, and taking our Bitcoin and putting it into the Stacks ecosystem. So I feel like it is novel. I feel like it's so early that it hurts, right? This is the early stages of what it looks like for the financial layer of Bitcoin. So it's really cool to be here to witness all of the things that have been built in the last year. And I know that there are a lot of things like planned for 2026 that are also going to, appeal to different types of users. Some what was it? Zcash that ran? It was privacy. Privacy was a narrative.
Up again today.
Yeah. So it's
Zcash had a huge run. It went up to like 700 and something. It went all the way back down to like 300. And part of that was actually driven by there was an announcement by Gemini. Gemini is actually making a Zcash treasury. And that was a few weeks. So it had run up to like 700. They announced that they were accumulating for their treasury, which was part of the reason why it ran up to 700. And then it corrected back to like 300, which was still like a 2 or 3x from where it had been. And then it's still kind of like, I think it's up over $500 today. So it's
insane.
Coming back to, and the tech is, I don't remember whether Zcash is the same transaction time as Bitcoin. It is secure. It is private. I had held some as speculatory years ago just because I liked the idea, the concept of it. I don't own any of it now, so I'm not shilling. I'm not trying to pump my bags, but I do think holding some and having some is worth considering. I don't think it's a bad project at all. I'm just not sure that long term solutions in the market.
More solutions, better too. I keep rugging. My computer's chugging along. It's like,
it was me. I think I froze for a minute because everything went silent. The music stopped. It's everybody's.
It's at the end of the year.
All the kids have been home all across the world for the last week, so the internet's getting tired.
Oh, the internet's getting tired is the funniest statement I've heard this week. The kids are home. They're on their tablets. They're on multiple devices right now. They're on their phones, tablets, and on the TV, watching all of the Wi-Fi, just eating up the bandwidth. The internet is tired.
The internet is tired. The bandwidth is just getting limited. We're getting to the limits of the bandwidth, it seems. But no, that's fine. And yeah, there are definitely. I'm curious to know what they're going to work on for privacy. I know they're working on privacy solutions for Stacks right now, and I don't know the technical details. I'm not in the conversations, and I don't know the tech enough to know whether it's a novel solution, how interesting it'll be. I know a lot of people are focused on ZK technology, the zero knowledge proofs technology, ZK rollups, and all of that stuff. But I don't think that applies to Stacks. So I think it'll be a different approach than that. But I really don't know. Do you know anything about it?
I do not. I am looking forward to updates and posts from the main Stacks handles, right? Like the Stacks org account and all that, just like you. So it's interesting to me that we've kind of took this direction and started to run in that direction. So it's like I said, it's appealing to a different user base that wants their transactions that they want to earn they want to put their Bitcoin to work, but they also want to keep it private, right? They don't want to disclose to everybody else, their positions or anything like that. It's interesting, and whenever you get into the, thinking about trading and speculative assets, built in the Stacks ecosystem, it gets even more interesting, right? So I think that, there's a lot of different ways to speculate already, and there are more coming. So I think that a combination between privacy and giving people a place to speculate will be interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, speculation is great. It makes the world go round. It's how you get funded for projects that haven't proven themselves yet. It's how you get from concept to working product. It's people investing speculatively. But for the average schlub like me, I call myself a schlub, not anybody else. Just for the average guy out there, right? That's I've been speculating on Bitcoin for a long time. I haven't had a ton of capital to put in there. I'm not super flush. I don't want people to get the wrong idea. I'm not sitting on a ton of Bitcoin, but I've had conviction on Bitcoin for a long time. So when I buy it, I don't sell it. And so that's speculation with conviction versus speculation with trying to catch lightning, right? But investing in Bitcoin over time is not trying to catch lightning in a bottle. It's learning about something and realizing that this is a technology, and it's still a very new technology. There's still a lot of functionality being developed right now. There's still time to be early in Bitcoin. You're not early cycle 1 or cycle 2 early, but you're still early versus mass global adoption. But your time is running out. Your opportunity is running out. So, and one thing I've done over the last few years that I wish I didn't do the same as I have is I did speculate on other assets that I was hoping would be the next improved use case. I still see it as there's two main assets. There's Bitcoin and there's Ethereum. I do think that Stacks is the leading L2 for a good reason. I am very, very bullish on Stacks, but it is an altcoin still. Solana might be a cemented use case, although I'm not 100% certain that it does a whole lot different than Ethereum, short of cutting corners on security and decentralization and being very VC oriented, which I think is more dangerous than anything else. And you also got like Binance, BNB, Binance Smart Chain. They're huge. Base is an Ethereum play, so that's just cementing Ethereum. There's a number of others that I speculated as being like a runner-up to Solana or runner-up to Ethereum, to name a few: Cosmos, Avalanche, Cardano. Back in the day, I accumulated, not a huge amount, but I accumulated a significant amount of Cardano back in the day, which is less than what I probably would sell it at a loss today, from what I paid for it on average. I probably could harvest some tax losses if I needed to. I don't have enough gains to worry about it this year. But the point being that if instead of putting that money into Cardano, when I was speculating on Cardano or Cosmos or Algorand or Avalanche, which I still have bags in all of those, that are almost all of them are actually probably in the red from what I've actually averaged in on. If I had actually just put all that money into Bitcoin, I'd be doing way better right now.
Yeah, I feel like that's the story for a lot of traders in the game right now. I've seen it spoken on across the timeline. It hasn't been a traditional cycle, so to speak. People are still speculating that it may still be. It might be a little bit late. Usually Bitcoin makes a new all-time high after the halving, and then you start to see your alts like ETH and your big blue chip altcoins run, and that capital start to rotate. People take profits from Bitcoin and then put it into alts, and you have that whole capital rotation, and it hasn't happened yet. So people are speculating, that hey, this isn't a traditional cycle. This is and that the 4-year cycle is broken. What is your take on the 4-year cycle? And do we still see that same type of capital rotation?
So first, I just want to shout out our brother. Still not feeling well. actually sounded worse this morning. I don't know if you got a chance to hear him on the morning, the whatever morning space, but sounded horrible. Sounds like his throat's just like swollen twice up. Yeah, so feel better, brother. We miss you. But I'm sorry, what was the question again?
Yeah, so like,
what's
your opinion on the 4-year cycle?
Oh, the 4-year cycle. So I have experienced as a Bitcoin holder the last 3 cycles. And they are always different. We got Tinderly joining us too.
Tinderly.
I think we got him. What's up, Tinderly?
Good morning.
Good morning, brother. We're just so every cycle is different. It never goes exactly the same. There's still going to be some kind of built-in mathematical 4-year cycle because of the halving, because that does create an automatic supply shock. The available Bitcoin coming into the market from mining is cut in half every 4 years. That's why we have a 4-year cycle. So it's loosely based on the concept of a 4-year global financial cycle, which is also a thing, but it never looks exactly the same. And you also have like the law of diminishing returns. The cycle's never going to be for Bitcoin, it's never going to be as volatile this time as it was the last time, as it was the time before. So you're never going to see as much of you shouldn't see as much of an increase and or as severe a correction this time as you did last time. And that does hold true. Like I think it went from 100x to a 20x to a 6.5x or something like that. I don't know what we're at now. And if you're going from the cycle bottom to the cycle top, something like that, 6.5x from, well, maybe we came close to a 10x. I think it was like a 20x from the time before, because it had gone to like just around $3,000, went up to like 69K. So from the bottom to the top, you're going to get a diminishing return. So you're not going to probably get a 20x cycle to cycle on Bitcoin again. But I don't think that this cycle is necessarily over. I think the cycles can get, like this cycle started different. We had a new all-time high on Bitcoin before the halving, which was technically part of last cycle. But how does that changes a lot of how you might look at it and calculate the cycle. Because are we going by that 75K or whatever it went up to in early 24? You know, is that really is that the cycle top peak for the prior cycle? And then are we, you know, it's just, we can consider these things, but we can't really base we can just be aware of them. They're not going to be, right. You can't base your stuff on that. I'll be right back.
Yeah, handle the business. Tenderly, good morning, dude. Are you with us?
Yes, sir. I am with the whole crew, sir.
Let's go. Good morning, man. So you got a little stream that you're going to be doing after this with Bolu.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The morning show, yes, for sure, sir. Just trying to get to collab with other people, ecosystem, especially my brothers, to and you know, get to also showcase what we have as talents, and you know, people from the Stacks ecosystem are doing a lot of work in Stacks. And I know I'm not like big, but I am, you know, on my way to be one of the biggest crypto streamers. And with the help of DeOrganized, I know that we're gonna have more getting. What's that, sir?
Oh, is that Jesus? Jesus popping in and say, "What's up?"
Oh, I didn't see it. Yeah, I just saw it now.
Yeah, no, you're well on your way, Tenderly. You're handling the business right and finding new ways to provide value, and you know you always make great content. So I really love to see you and Balu getting together to talk a bit. about what he's been working on. He is part of the Stacks AI Guild, so has been shipping with the Stacks AI Guild for some time now. So I'm really interested in tuning in and seeing what he's been working on. There's a few different things that he's been shipping. He's actually been working on a website for the Stacking DAO Pokemon tournament that we host weekly on Thursdays. To make it more streamlined and easier, and it's looking clean.
That is nice.
Yeah, and he's also been working on. So this is interesting. I'll pull it up and we'll take a look at it. But I'm interested in hearing his take on this. Like it's a Stacks mentor. So Stacks AI. You come in and you can create an account. Track your Stacks journey. Sign in to save your progress, earn achievements, and continue learning where you left off. So you go in here and if you wanted to,
The
sign up.
It's really nice.
It is nice. It's clean. Let me just sign in real quick. Put a password together and create an account here on Stacks AI Mentor. And you can go in here and you can see the architect here, a comprehensive discourse on the Stacks paradigm. Herein lies the knowledge to navigate decentralized finance, comprehend Bitcoin's programmable layer, and master the elegant position of clarity. So you click here and take a look at all of the info that he has. This is a really interesting way to approach teaching people about Bitcoin, DeFi, and the economic layer of Bitcoin on Stacks. So you can get into the Stacks architecture, get into the Clarity coding language, which is Clarity is the code that the developers use here in the Stacks ecosystem to build on Bitcoin. Got all the main DeFi protocols, NFT collections, meme coins, dual stacking, SBTC integration, and wallets. So just about all the bases that you need. Getting into the ecosystem, it has these different little tests that you can learn about. So jump into here and it has a base prompt that it prompts AI, this large language model. And it asks it to explain the Stacks blockchain architecture, including the Nakamoto upgraded completed in 2024. Cover the proof of transfer, that is the POX consensus, how SBT enables two-way BTC transfers between L1 and Stacks L2 with withdrawal limits of 150 TC a day, and the upcoming Satoshi upgrades roadmap, including fee option and self-minting SBTC, and Clarity 4 with WebAssembly support. So really cool, and then it'll give you this whole breakdown of all that information. And I think this is a really cool way to approach teaching people about Stacks ecosystem. Got your own little architect here that'll tell you and fill you in just about everything that you need to know.
This is absolutely awesome. This is awesome.
Yeah.
I haven't got a little bit of I did a video today too. Just try to do some acting and stuff. Let me get up.
Yeah, dude. I'll go to your page.
Because I want short film like Q1. It might be just like a 4 videos, 4 minutes film. Something.
Yeah, this is fly, dude. I really like the approach. I think it's really cool to see the way that you have incorporated kind of your art into sharing some of the stories and what's going on in our ecosystem. So like I think that it's unique. I haven't seen anybody kind of tackle creating content surrounding Stacks that way. So it's really cool. I'll pull it up. We'll watch this little video that you put together, man. This is dope. Here, let me get this, and I'll throw it up on the live stream.
Nice.
Let's see. Oh, we got Peace back. What up, Peace?
What up, guys? Sorry, I had
Yes, sir.
to attend to some stuff. What do we
Gotta
got
handle
here?
the business. No worries, dude. Let's watch this video, Tenderly.
I laugh. I smile. I make people laugh. But what happens to me? Does anyone care? Does anyone care? It's true.
Yo, does anyone care? Let's go. This looks great, dude. Like I said, I like the format that you're using. Making people laugh is often the way that you get them to get involved in the community, right? It's a good icebreaker, and so I think this is brilliant. This is cool. I like it, and I like that you're exploring this type of content. Does anyone care? It's good. Got me to laugh.
Yes, sir. I haven't. There's a line of video for this DEX coming. I wanted like whole Christmas holiday. It's gonna be funny, but don't
More
worry,
laughs.
you get to see it. So yes, sir. So let's just have a new year come up, and we do great things.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I mean, going into the transition from 2025 to 2026, a lot of times at the end of the year, people are with their families, they're not as active, and stuff like that. So just stacking up the content going into 2026 is smart. I'm excited to hear that. See what you got to say about Boost Decks. Got some funnies coming. Let's go. That'll be fun.
Oops.
Oh, Hana? Is that Hana?
He just made a comment too. I don't know if he's
Is that the Brody?
I found a way to push our AI songs, digital stores with okay.
looks like we're gonna have to make more songs then.
Yeah, we're cooking with hot grease. You know how all of 2025, and we are still in
Batman.
right? Yo, Hana.
What up?
Sensei,
I'm Batman.
Hajime.
I'm Batman.
He's he's Batman? I thought he said I'm dead man. I can't even.
Are you a dead
I'm
man?
Bat. I'm Batman.
Batman?
He's back, man. He's back, man.
Yeah, miss you guys.
How you doing?
Hope you G, hope you're well, and miss you guys, and yeah, I'm sounding like Batman here.
So
And,
your volume is a
yeah,
little bit low.
you know how it is. The volume is low. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
a little low, but I think it's because your throat's a little
Yeah.
closed on you.
How about
That's all.
now?
Yeah,
How
that's
about
still
now?
good. Still good.
Oh, straight. So yeah, even though I'm sounding like Batman, I just say let me go and hang out with the G's. I was just watching on YouTube. Yeah, I see you cooking with hot grease. There's a Santa there. Now we have Oga the actor. He's now doing some Bollywood type of thing. Yeah, good to see you, G's. G's.
Yes. Let's go. Let's go. Hajime.
Hajime.
So
So
there's
do we-
this one called Jamster, where you can upload your music at zero cost, and then you take your royalties after you get a low sum, maybe if you get some streams. So yeah, I was looking for a way to distribute our music without being charged a lot of things. So this one can distribute at zero cost. So
Oh,
yeah,
Jumpster?
cook guys, cook. So yeah, I guys, let me show you something that I did, which is crazy. Now the algorithm now favors new channels. I created an album it's called I'm a Piano type of vibe. What I did is I created
some tracks there, and they were getting a lot of views. I didn't promote them. I think they were self-promoted, so you can check that link. The album is already now on Spotify. You can check the link, and also let me show you how the YouTube is growing.
Let's go.
I'm on it already.
Amphiano?
Yeah, I got it right here.
Ah,
Let's let's get
Piano.
A Mafiano.
a Mafiano.
It's
Which
called
is-
Amapiano.
Amapiano.
It's piano,
Amapiano.
which is one of the hottest
Yeah, it's-
trending music in Africa right now. I think Tindali can testify about it. Some sweet.
DJ Free.
Umntwana wami umoya ungihlalela
Sick.
ibheka emini yabonga ngokuphila amadlozi bethu nisibophelele ngempela izwa amalakho ngasemfuleni.
Ngisifaka intanzi emanzini nyamnyama, kodwa ngikwazi ukuthi izinyawo zami sihamba kahle. Abantu abangibaleka, abambheka ngemehlweni, bawo ungibheke ngokuhlonipha, hayi ngokukhala.
Ivula isandla samanzi esilulelayo ukuthi bafike lapha abazange bakwazi
Music that you can play whilst you're
abantu
driving, night
abangishiyile
driving.
emoyeni wethu bawo wenza kube lula ukuba
Ngisifaka intanzi emanzini amnyama, kodwa ngikwazi ukuthi izinyawo zami zihamba kahle. Abantu abangibaleka.
This is dope.
Chuni.
This is
Chuni.
all AI, right?
Yeah, Chuni is sick. Trust me. Chuni is sick.
Toonie?
So you've been playing with tuning more.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Toonie, not Tony from X402. Toonie, T-U-N-E.
Shout out to Tony.
Shout out to Tony.
Yeah. Chuni AI. So I've been playing around with the Chuni AI. So this is the channel.
Oh, it's got visuals too?
Check the views, bro. I just uploaded them all in one day and check the number of people who are watching it. And I know it's gonna blow if I keep uploading. I didn't even promote them.
How are you getting the visuals?
Oh, I made the visuals with Flow. Flow and the CapCut. You can do it in that tool that you were using. Is it ClipArt? The one that you normally use when you're keeping score? What's the name?
GP? What's the,
GP is vibing.
Oh, yeah.
So my favorite one is the one called Sound of Vibe. The one that's between Sound of Vibe.
This one's an hour long. Oh, this has a bunch of songs on it.
So what I did, so one was it go and they have what hours I made a playlist of all the songs together, and then I loaded there. If you see that it's now 56 minutes. So when people watch that, the watch hours are going to be added, and probably maybe monetization soon, because if I have like 1,000 people play this, I think the watch hours will be reached in no time. So that's the trick. So I see that now a lot of AI channels are blowing up. I've been seeing a rock band, a country musician artist that was created by AI. It's doing amazing even on Billboard, which is something crazy with AI. They made it with Suno. So I'm just experimenting to see how we can go about this, catching the next wave.
Awesome, man. That's what happens when we give them a couple days off. Crazy.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I missed you guys, so I was like, let me drop the alpha for the guys. Maybe they would like to play around with Tuni, and last time GP was cooking with hard grease with Tuni.
Yeah, dude. Got some songs for the Gigaverse, right? And actually ended up making some content that may be suited for crypto nuts. You know, some background music. So very, very powerful tools. These AI tools, like we spoke about this a long time ago, how the space would move from a place where that it was going to move to a place that caters towards content creators. These tools continue to empower users, and anybody with an idea nowadays can kind of plan things out and start to create. It's insane how powerful these tools are. You don't have to have a music degree. You don't have to know how mixing and mastering works, any of that. You just go in there, you have your premise, your idea for these songs and what style songs you want to make, and boom, Suno, Tuni, these tools one-shot songs.
Yeah, and also I'm loving how now is lent a couple of artists' voices. So now it's getting way better and better as we keep on feeding the AI. So yeah, what have you been talking about, guys? Sorry to come through and disturb with the music thing.
No, we
you're
were
good,
just having
dude.
we were just kind of doing our thing. We didn't have a guest today. And things have been a little slow, so we weren't really talking about a whole lot. We were talking a little bit about the Alex Miller's forum post. I keep wanting to call a blog post like Nintendo. But we were, Tinderly jumped in. We just been we didn't really, we were just having a little bit of a chat. Nothing big today.
Yeah, shoot the breeze, man.
You came in clutch with some extra content, actually.
Facts, dude.
End of the year chat.
That's it. Not a whole lot going on. We don't have any guests lined up for the week, but that was by design because I'm just, it's a lot to manage that. We do have a few meetings today and tomorrow, but nothing crazy going on. And, we're just rounding, we're just sliding into the new year.
Yeah.
That's it. Sliding into the new year with with grace, with tact. We are activated. We are mobilized.
You're sliding.
And we are getting after it.
You're sliding. You're sliding like the way you slide in Arc Raiders.
Yes, dude. Yes, we have all the movement. We've got the motion, dude. DeOrganized is where it's at.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, so are you playing today, guys? Our creators now it's very addictive. I'm seeing these memes like you start playing 8 a.m. and then you check your watch, it'll be 1 p.m. and then you check watch again. It looks like you've played for more than 24 hours.
Yeah, dude, it is a problem, man. While I'm running around in game and I'm shilling stacks, I'm like, hey, have you heard of the premier Bitcoin stacks?
Have you heard about DeOrganized media? I think we should capture that and also air that.
Got to, man. Whenever I was out at People Art Night here in the Low Country, I was putting my tag. They had this big old art wall, right, where they gave people paint markers and said, "Hey, have at it." And I was like putting DeOrganized at DeOrganized BTC on there. I was putting at GPSC _ STS. There's always a part of me that's like, hey, did you
DeOrganized media?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the breakfast show of Web3 right now.
Facts. It's the Breakfast Club.
Breakfast Club, yeah.
Yeah, dude.
And
that's one of the radio shows that I listen to coming up, man. The Breakfast Club.
Yeah.
The Breakfast Club of Web3.
Yeah. You like the sound of it, right? And also 2026 is looking very promising, and I see that everybody is laced up their chucks and sneakers and ready to get into the marathon. And 2025, I don't want to lie to you, a lot of crazy stuff happened in Web3, even IRL, even world events. It looked like the world was gonna end in 2025. And guys, have you seen the guy from Uganda who was saying that he's the new Noah, and they made people pay money to get into the ark, and he bought himself some Mercedes Benz and stuff?
He's the new Noah.
You can search for Ebo Noah.
What's his
Ebo Noah?
What's his what's his where's his boat?
So you were saying that the world was gonna end in the world was gonna end on Christmas 2025. So people, I think they flocked to get into the boats because they paid some money to get into the boat.
No, dude.
You got those people on the 26th when they're still sitting in this boat.
Brody got a Benz, bro. Brody got a Benz, got a Mac. Now he's a celebrity all the way in Uganda. Because, bro, if you look at his face, it's written scam all over him, bro. But I don't know how he managed to. I don't know how he managed to convince people that he's the new Noah, and then people paid him to get into the ark, secure the places into the ark because the flood was going to come.
This was a TikToker. Ebo Noah. This is the guy.
Yeah. That's the goat right there. That's the goat right there, bro. The celebrity, the man of the moment, Ebo Noah. I blame the people who followed him. I blame the people who followed him.
1.2 million likes.
That's a serious boat.
Yeah,
that is a serious boat.
He had a couple of those.
Well, because
let's do
crazy.
a fit check on this guy, man.
But how did people believe him? How did he convince people? Look at all those people.
You know, people are sheep. People are sheep. If you tell them something in a more convincing way, they are going to listen because people, they're always looking for salvation and also looking for something that's going to help them. So I think he caused a mass panic.
The ark is ready.
He's wearing a flip-flop. Of course he must be being honest. What's he holding here? I can't. It looks like a box.
Probably it's a Bible. It's look like a Bible. It's a Bible.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's a book.
All and right, the staff, and the Noah staff.
The staff.
How did you see this? This is
bro,
crazy, dude.
The internet has been buzzing about this, so I don't know how you missed this.
Look how many people there are piled up to get on the ark. That's insane. In November,
I don't know if the government is going
so in November, Ghanaian TikToker and seer Eba Noah started posting videos claiming he saw a vision of the world ending through a giant flood. Just like Noah in the Bible, he announced his plan to build an ark to save those who wanted to survive the massive flood. Before this video, he posted normal Christian content and the occasional comedy skit. After his vision went viral, Ebo Noah TikTok account grew to over 1 million followers. That's crazy,
bro.
This guy here, he's got the game plan.
Yeah,
Guys, I got the down low. I had a vision. Christmas 2026. It's going down. If you want to place in my boat, send me some Bitcoin. We'll get you a place on the boat. What the hell?
Peace, love, boats. It'll be the new game.
Peace, love, motorboat.
Yeah,
Peace, love, motorboat. That's a.
So, I think this guy now is now rich because TikTok also is paying him because of his videos, because people would like to see what he's talking about. So he flexed, he finessed people. I applaud him because he's a hustler. Is chasing his bag. So I blame the people who gave him the money and who followed him. So yeah, they're the shit.
This is why Pump Fun wrecks people. Like,
yeah.
I missed that one. Let me do the next one. I missed that one. Let me do the next one. Like people want to believe.
Yeah.
It just
so hopefully nobody's going to go and make a Noah coin, bruh. A Noah coin on Pump Fun.
You know they will.
I'm gonna make an Ebo. Ebo is the ticker.
Yeah. And then the people who are going to buy your token are going to be the ones who enter the arc in 2026, 25 December.
Oh my gosh, this is insane. He showed up in this, like his outfit, man. The fit check, bro.
Yeah,
the
drip check.
The drip.
You know, the drip is the one that sold, I think, his vision when he told me.
That's exactly what it is. They saw this guy in his sackcloth, right, and they're like, "Oh, this guy's legit. He looks biblical."
Like it's wrong. What he did was wrong because he knew he was defrauding people.
Yeah.
But like Hannah said, like, shame on these people. Shame on these people for like what makes you think? Why? Like, I don't understand. I want to have faith in humanity. I really want to have faith that we can transcend. We can elevate, and we can overcome our current situation. And then
I think
shit like this.
Yeah. The problem with people now, people don't want to read the Bible by themselves. They want somebody to read it to them, for them, and then they give them the translation they want. So most of the people don't even know what's written in the Bible, the signs of the end times.
If you believe in the Bible, the reason we have, according to the Bible, the reason we have rainbows, that was a symbol of God's promise that he would never end the world via flood again. So
exactly.
If you don't, how do you believe this then? Like, you don't even know. Like, people will believe whatever their source of authority tells them. And that's the bottom line. We have a long way to go.
Yeah.
2 steps forward, 3 steps back.
Yeah, but even the Bible says that these type of things, they're going to come, and there are going to be people who are going to fool people because of this, and it's not going to stop. Yeah, we're going to have more of these. Crazy though.
Oh man. Well, that's a hilarious, though somewhat tragic story. Although, I mean, at the end of the day, hopefully none of these people got like completely financially wrecked. I just don't understand. Like, how do you? And this guy's got to be in danger because that many people got took. Like,
yeah.
Somebody. somebody's going to try to get back at him at some point. Like, what? You can't get away. So, the closest thing I hold to a religion personally is trying to be honest and true and focus on what is real and true. And that's not to belittle any religious beliefs. I think people should, whatever helps you get through the night, whatever actually works for you, that helps you be a better person and helps you do good, great. And I'm not opposed to any religion. But personally, I just hold a more fundamental than even a religion maybe is just the focus on being honest and true. I try to be honest and true. If I can't be honest about something, I'm going to be quiet about it. I'm never going to lie. I might be a little creative with how I present details, but I'm not going to deliberately mislead. I might avoid some of the less necessary truths of things, but I will always focus on the truth and present honestly what I think is the situation or what I know about something. And I do that because when you lie, when you deceive, you're actually creating a false reality for yourself. So this guy seems to have gotten away with something, but at some point it's not gonna work out. They know the end of the story individually. He will. There's going to be some negative consequences to doing this that probably outweigh owning what did he get, a BMW? Mercedes?
He got a Benz.
So I mean, that Benz is the joy from having that Benz is fleeting. But this is such a weird story. I can't believe so many people would be taken in such a scenario. But
funny story.
I just don't understand. What's the hook there? Like, he really convinced people that the world was going to end, and they needed to get into the boat.
These people, they are sweet talkers. If you hear them talk, you are going to be convinced. If you are not a person who have studied, they take advantage of people. Like I was saying, that some people, they are just looking for the way out, and they don't even know the Bible itself. So this is the second time this happened. Like there was a few months ago, the one who say that the rapture is going to take place on a certain date, and then the rapture didn't happen this year. And then he also lied again and said God delayed the rapture. It's going to happen a little later. So this guy is going to get away with it, and he's going to say God has delayed the flood. So guys, you need to get ready, and he's going to push up the dates. But what you're saying is everything that you do, there's going to be a consequence. So crazy. Also, have you checked about AJ Anthony Joshua's condition? Like, he had an accident in Nigeria.
Oh, I heard about that briefly this morning. He's okay from what I read. He had minor injuries, but
what happened?
It was a fatal
car accident. Now I kind of believe of that saying that they come in three. Death comes in three ways. Like, you see that there was this Call of Duty creator who also died in a car crash in a Ferrari. A few days later, we see that the other two of AJ people died also, which is crazy, bro. Like, the guy,
Yeah, his friends died.
Kinderly missed the boat. Kinderly, you missed the boat, man. You didn't get on the boat.
Ibo Tindali, what up?
No, Sensei, I had to go off because I went to
Hold on one
charger.
Second. You have a reverb on, and it's not it's not a bad reverb, but I think what kind of controls do you have on the reverb you have or the echo effect? Can you what are the controls?
Okay,
you have
now,
on
sir.
that? It's better. It's better. It just was it sounds like you shortened the delay, or it made the space smaller. It was too big. The room was too big. I don't know what your controls are though. It could be dry and wet, so you want to make it a little more dry versus wet.
Yeah.
I don't know what your control. So what controls are you having on your device for that echo effect?
I don't even know, but the only thing I use because echo, volume, and mutes at this place, so that's the controls I know.
The echo should be on 0.
Yeah.
If there's a reverb, it should be on 0. Dial it way down.
Or very low. Very low.
No.
You don't want the echo up. Is it a knob on the echo or just a button to turn it on and off?
No. There's like a knob I can increase the volume. So I just did.
Yeah. So with the echo. Yeah, that's better. I would keep it towards the low setting. Otherwise, it sounds like you're in like you're giving like a Hitler speech in a large auditorium or something. Like the dictator, he's the dick.
Ooststachen.
Is there a language you can't speak?
No, sir.
Ooststachen.
Progress everywhere is just going better than you know.
You gotta get real guttural with it, like the.
I speak multiple languages.
Yeah, dude. And you can imitate multiple languages pretty good too.
Yo, I got that from my mother. She imitates people when they are not around. She's always comicking people. So I think that's where I got it.
Hey, listen, it's good though. It hit.
It hit different.
Like sometimes, you might be able to get away with a Hitler impersonation better than I can.
Yeah, I know that. Because I totally understand the situation and laws that side, but this side they don't even care about that.
I mean, I'll still
we
do
don't
it.
want you.
But then Blockface will be making short clips about me doing Hitler, and it wouldn't be good.
Oh no! Oh no! How did we get here?
Oh yeah, we don't want DeOrganized to be closed down because we did some Hitler speech or stuff. I think what the world is going to now, it's kind of soft. I don't know if it's the correct way to say, because if you look at comedies back in the days, they didn't have any limitations and no bars. Hosts they just do whatever they want. But now you have to do something and you have to answer for it after you are done, and you get cancelled for small teensy-weensy thing, hand gesture, slip of the tongue.
Right.
Yeah.
So when I was a kid, there used to be a saying. It was "Sticks and stones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me." Like the idea that people are so weak and easily just like devastated by the idea that somebody says something that they don't agree with. That might be offensive. It might be offensive to you. Oh no, you got offended. It's not that. Move on. Why are you giving that? It's crazy that we want to. Free speech means people that are saying things you don't want to hear can still say what you don't want to hear. Short of them actually calling for violence or calling for trying to incite violence or crime, they should be able to say whatever they want. And it is kind of, you're right. We've gotten way too, I think it was done on purpose because it gives more control to the authoritarians. People are getting arrested in the UK for things they say on social media. nuts.
Yeah,
You know,
crazy.
it's crazy.
They say that there is freedom of speech, but after this,
Well, it's not even it's not freedom of speech if there's repercussions for if there's legal repercussions for saying something that is might hurt somebody's feelings, you know. And I'm not saying you should say mean things to people. Like I don't try to make people feel bad. I don't think that that's a good way to be. But I think edgy comedy hits, you know, and it makes people think differently. And sometimes that's the only way to criticize authority is through the comedians, especially when authorities get very, very authoritarian. So
yeah,
I think we're in a very dangerous place where we're concerned about the backlash from doing things that we think are amusing that really aren't hurting anybody. But yeah,
we have someone in Nigeria. We have someone in Nigeria called we have Muscular. Probably you've heard about him. He's the only. He's 1/100%. Yeah, he's 1/100% that actually has sued or been in court cases with, and he finds a way to get out of it. And he speaks the truth. And he also has an organization called Rattles, where it helps poor people and the rest of them. It's only few people that just have this power to get away from when they say stuff.
You know, I think the only way we're going to reverse that is to push that envelope, you know, to be honest. If you're being honest, you shouldn't actually there shouldn't be any repercussions from.
Only South Park can get away with that.
Everybody should be able to get away with that.
Yeah, but now only South Park can get away with that.
The Stacks Pack.
Stacks Pack.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hajime.
Gigolo.
I still can't believe this guy sold ARC rides to people.
It's still insane, dude. Still insane. I wonder how much tickets were.
Yeah, and this is the template by Ponzi, the original Ponzi, where the name Ponzi scheme came from. He sold tickets to an island that was in the air called Poyayes, where people bought tickets to an island beautiful that is so rich. People were able to go to retirement, more like a party system template that he used there.
That's even worse. Because people thought that there was an island in the sky.
Charles Ponzi. You know Charles Ponzi?
I know the idea of a Ponzi scheme. Which is
that's where the name came from. Ponzi scheme. The guy is named Charles Ponzi.
Right, and so generally a Ponzi scheme is it's like a pyramid investment scheme where you sell shares of an investment to people, you promise them unrealistic gains, you get the money in, and then the next group of people you need to bring in more people so that when the people that originally invested want to get some of their return out, you have money to pay them, because you're not actually investing money in anything, you're using the money, which is very, very illegal, very immoral, unethical. But it happens. Bernie Madoff did that. I forget the name of his company, but he had done that with caused some serious effects in the economy at the time, the stock market. But this isn't a Ponzi. It's just a straight out fraud.
Yeah, that's fraud.
This is it's crazy. crazy that would happen like that. That
Yeah,
somebody
people
would
are
be able-
coming up with new ideas how to scam people. Like this side I heard of like, let's say you are into fuel business, and then they hire out offices. So what they do is you go hire an office and then brand it to a fuel seller, like a person who provides fuel, and then you go make your huge payment, and they will say that we give you the supply in this amount of days. So when you come back looking to check your order, there's no office like that. But the day that you came, you saw that there's branding there, offices there, they have everything, receptionists, and everything that looks legit, everything branded, cars and everything. They just hired the office to just do that scam. So people are doing crazy stuff.
That is nuts.
Yeah.
I got too much.
Crazy stuff.
Crazy stuff. So, did we lose Tinderly again? Want to ask him if he has anything coming up. Tinder, guys, you guys should absolutely be following. I think it's at Tinderly on X is his handle.
Yeah.
The dude is cranking, putting out content all the time. Definitely get out and support. We want to absolutely support these young guys that are constantly looking for their ways to contribute and building what their model. I love that he's showing up on the show, and we need to get him in more often. So glad you showed up, my brother. I hope you sound like you're feeling a little bit better. Maybe you needed to get into the show. I hope you get some rest for the rest of the day. And, Gene, what do you got going on?
I've got, later today around 3 p.m. ET, we're getting together in the Stacking DAO Discord for our weekly screen share. There is a pause on the Stack DeFi show, until the first week of the new year. So, but we are still getting together in the Stacking DAO Discord for the weekly screen share. Going to be creating some content, doing some cooking, and then playing some games as well. I'll be sharing my screen, and we're welcome to dive into anything that anybody wants to. We're going to be looking for the alpha and keeping our ear low to the ground. So that's what I got going on today. Just creating some content and doing some cooking.
Right on. Feel that. Hannah,
Yes,
or should I say DJ3? When should we expect you're going to get a Grammy this year for AI music? Is that what's going to happen, I think?
Oh, sorry, I glitched for a bit.
Oh, I said, are you going to get a Grammy for AI music this year? Is that what we're working on?
Oh yeah, we're gonna get a Grammy, and we're gonna do the speech. You guys will be with me on the stage, and then we kind of trash talk to them.
Let's go.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Shilling DeOrganized media all the way.
I'll just be all like live and lit behind you. Yeah, I won't actually say
I'll be the hype man. I'll do my.
He is actually the most lit man ever. If you saw them,
I'll let GPSC talk on my behalf. Yeah, bro. Yeah. So yeah, it was good to be here, guys, and I missed you guys. I think I'm gonna go back to sleep. Probably I'll be okay tomorrow, and Happy New Year. I'm Batman.
GP froze up just as we were gonna. So now, I hope he comes back so he can give us his peace sign. But
Yeah.
Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you guys for joining me today. I love our crew. I love what we're doing. I'm excited about what's coming for 2026. We got 1 day left. And hold on, maybe he can come back in.
Yeah, hopefully he's gonna come back and give us some positive vibes.
There he is. All right. We can do it.
The lag is eating my machine.
Right when you need him.
Our
The
frequencies
internet's tired today. The
Dude,
internet is tired.
It's very tired. It's like
It's almost kids being home.
these kids on their multiple machines, eating up all the bandwidth, not saving any for people.
Come
At a time,
on, kids.
I'm working it.
Soft kids. They're gonna make they're gonna make hard times in the future. I'll tell you.
Uh-oh.
But I am Peace Love Music. We are DeOrganized Media, coming at you live on Bitcoin Live, decentralized broadcasting every Monday through Friday, bringing you the news, the information, the scams, the Tenderly coverage, the music production,
I'm Batman.
AI. We got 300, we got GP, we got the elf on the shelf on the mic. What more do you need? Guys, get out, support your ecosystem. We'll have relevant content throughout the day, so stay tuned. Keep tuning in to see what we got. Lots of stuff going on. I'm going to leave you with a segment I had with Killer Mark from B Pepe and Data Inc. And there'll be more throughout the day. So thank you for tuning in, and you all have a blessed rest of your day. Peace out.
I'm Batman.
Peace.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters Tuesday be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Is making maxes look back.
We have a great treat for you. Our good friend Killer Mark from the Cafe Crew and called 8 is really excited to have him. Friend of the show, a friend of mine. I love the Cafe Crew. I really appreciate it. So, I'm bringing him right now. Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Good morning, good morning. How are you doing today? Can you hear me okay? Because, I don't know, your audio's coming in a little weird for me.
My audio?
Yeah, it just sounds like quiet. Yeah.
Is that a little better?
Yeah, that's way better. Yeah.
I was talking into the side of my microphone.
Yeah, I've been there. Don't worry.
It's only our fourth show today.
I know, you've been going. You don't even know where the microphone is anymore. You're still half awake.
I'm on my second pot of coffee, actually.
Yeah, I drink these things. My coffee spoon just keeps getting bigger every day. I notice I'm like getting a bigger spoon. It's gotten to the point where it's like a ladle now.
You need it, man. You know, and that's the trials and tribulations of being a founder, or in your case, a multi-founder. So, you know, we just gotta take the stimulus as we can.
Yep, honestly, I wish I didn't need it, but man, I'm always going. So it's, but you know,
I got bad news for you. You're still a young man.
I know, that's the problem. I used to be able to, man, you know, when I first started, I would do 2 days on, 1 off. And when I say that, I mean, I would go 48 hours straight. I wouldn't sleep. And then I would take like a full 24 hours and sleep like 18 hours. And I would be so productive.
Your day off isn't really a day off. It's like you're just sleeping.
Literally just sleeping.
Yeah. But it's, you know, you might be a little bit more productive in that kind of.
I was, though. That was the thing. You got into that, you know, flow state, and you have 48 hours of flow state, and you were like, wow, I have done, you know, a month.
And you feel really good after.
Yeah.
You sleep well. That's why you're able to sleep for an 18 hours.
Baby. Yep, exactly. And it was easier because, like, I'd be in college, and there'd be 3 of us together, and we'd be all hyping each other up. And so that helps, too, when you got all the boys with you.
Very cool. Very cool. So, you know, we can actually talk about whatever you want to talk about. This is for you to let us know about anything. But I know Data Ing is kind of your baby right now.
You've been putting a ton of time and effort and resources into that, and very cool stuff going on with it. I am part of the tester group, although I haven't had a chance to really dig into it for a little while. There's just so many things I'm got my hands in. I am in that DM group though, and I know you guys have been doing there's some interesting things going on there. So why don't you tell us tell us what dataing is, what the purpose is, or at least the upfront purpose. And I know that there's a couple of things that you're seeing it. It provides value in a couple of different ways.
Yeah, no, definitely. So, I mean, from a very high level, we're trying to create an AI that is purpose built to find people love and perpetuate love. So it fundamentally is supposed to understand you and then understand who you should meet and why and how you can maintain and improve those relationships in your life that bring value to your life. So it's kind of meant to prevent people from being lonely and sad and find them the people that they should be meeting that are going to make their lives better, but also help them understand those people so that the relationships that they do start can be as, strong and stable as possible. And so it's been a process of, firstly understanding who is someone, how can we understand who someone is from their digital footprint, from what they provide, from what they're willing to share with our AI. And then understanding, okay, based on all of these things, how can we understand who they should be with or who they're going to like or who they might want? And then once you have those two pieces, then you start to figure out, okay, now how do we make this relationship even better, knowing these two people and what they want fundamentally? How can we find things that they're going to enjoy and that are going to improve their lives? So it's like three major pieces there, and so we've been working on each one somewhat independently. It requires a lot of testing because you need just enough people going through it that you have enough of a sample size to understand what works and what doesn't. And it also takes time because relationships are different in the first few weeks than they are in the first month than they are when you're 6 years down the line, and now things are a little different and you're married and you're trying to figure out how to keep the spark alive when you have kids and other things. So there's a lot to it.
There's a lot to it, and people need all the help they can get, and you're sort of leveraging the modern data training capacity, or the way that we can use data in new ways to you're trying to train the AI on the available data and how to interpret it, what it actually means. You got to kind of figure out what people are looking for, and sometimes the data will tell you different people with different data are going to be looking for different things. So there's you're solving a big problem. We're at a point in time where the technology allows for this for the first time ever, really. And
100%.
So very interesting how you're applying it though.
And that's kind of how I got into it. So my last company, which we ended up selling to a crypto company, we did personal data monetization. So we allowed people to take back their data from all these companies that have been accumulating it on them just to, place ads and target them. So everything from, Facebook to Instagram to Twitter to Pinterest to Google and Microsoft and even Apple and these huge companies that when you look at the data they have on you, it is pretty insane. And all that data, is meant to improve your life. They tell you, look, we're collecting this so we can improve your algorithm and show you more of the people you might want to meet or things you might want to do. And over time, they've done less and less of that and more just selling you stuff. And so the idea with that company was, at least give it back to the user, and allow them to monetize it with those same people that these big companies are monetizing it with. And I think that was interesting because it was my first foray into the research world, where you started to fundamentally understand, like, how do big companies make decisions? How do they understand what the average consumer wants and what they're like and how their lives are changing? And you start to realize they really don't know anything about it. They're mostly doing survey research. They're mostly just having bot farms respond to that survey research. So a lot of it is just garbage data. And so what we did was we took it straight from the source. Like, you are the best source of all that data because you can accumulate more of it on yourself than anyone can. But then the hard part is anonymizing it and securing it and making sure that people have full ownership of it, and then still being able to find those people when the opportunity arises that someone wants to work with them. And so it was interesting, and I think it's only going to become more and more of an industry as AI comes. So we are pretty early. Like Kled is doing this in crypto, and they love to say we're the first data monetization platform. It's like, no, dude, I did this 5 years ago. We had 10 times more users. It's been done, but it's been very hard to do because the buy side is not as fleshed out as most people think it is. These big companies, frankly, just don't have people who know how to analyze it. And that is the big thing that AI is going to change. Is now everyone has this tool and this research co-pilot that can take in all of this multi-source data and make sense with it and tell stories with it. And I mean, it was amazing to me that you could go to Target and Best Buy and these huge multinational corporations, and they didn't have anyone who's capable of doing that. So I think that's the shift here. But for us, what I realized is, yes, that's great for researchers, but it's also great for people trying to understand each other. If you could take in all this data and you can tell a story about someone and help understand who is this person, what's their life like, what is the mission that they're on, what are the things that they like, and how can that story, weave into my story and make something that I want to be a part of, I guess.
It seems like it has the potential to help people have more meaningful relationships, because they're being more rapidly lined up with people that line up with that will resonate with their personality, their goals, what they like, their person, they're get along with them better. So it seems like the golden, relationships are really, at the end of the day, that's the most valuable thing we have, right? So
it's everything. I mean, and that's the crazy thing is most people wouldn't deny that. Most people, when you say like, what is the most important thing in life, that most people would say it's the relationships you have, and yet there's so little like time and effort and brain power being put into solving this problem, and it's never been worse or harder to find those relationships. And so it's been a little discouraging seeing that it's so small of a part of the economy. When you look at VC capital that goes into this stuff, it's like the average crypto rug gets more than this entire industry raises in a year. But
it really is nuts when you look at it that way too, because VCs aren't looking to do anything altruistic necessarily. I mean, it's not in their nature. Their job is to make money on their money. So it's got to make money. And so that's another part of it that I know you're trying to work on solving.
I know you haven't been on the apps for a while, but it's like $100 a week for a lot of these apps now. So there is money in it. People are willing to spend the money to find.
Is it really that much for the dating apps now?
I'm not kidding you now. Yeah, it's like they are literally, if you don't get like the 3-month plan, which they'll take it down to $20 a week. If you commit to 3 months, they'll charge you like, $100, $200 for a month now on some of these. And that's for the cheaper ones. The more expensive ones, $1,200, some of them now.
I'm trying to remember. So my youngest just turned 14. She was born about just over a year and a half after I met my wife.
Mm-hmm.
And I had just broken up with my ex. She left me with 4 kids. I was 33 years old, just wow. Slightly older than you.
Yeah.
And I had 4 kids. And by myself, I had custody of the kids. I had actually also just lost my job of like 8 years. It was 2010 was a rough year.
Yeah.
So I was devastated. My ex had moved out. I was not happy about the situation, and I actually was kind of broke. I had actually just got I had gotten let go, and then they challenged my ability to collect unemployment on my unemployment insurance because there was some shenanigans going on back then where they were routinely letting people go at the company I'd worked for, and then getting credits to hire people out of unemployment. So it was crazy. So I got my hearing. I got approved for my unemployment. So I got like 3 months of unemployment back pay. So I had some money.
Nice.
But just before that happened, I was so broke. My sister paid for my Match.com account.
Oh wow!
That's how I met my wife. I married.
Oh wow!
From Match.com. I think it was like $150 for the account or something.
Okay,
like
yeah. Back in $2010, that's like $300 now.
Oh, easily, and probably more than that, actually.
Yeah.
But it was more than I could afford at the time. My sister paid for it for me, and I was really just I didn't even know I didn't even want to be on there. I just didn't know what to do with myself.
Yeah.
And so the long and the short of it is I went on several dates, by the way. And I did it by being honest. Also, I explained I had 4 kids. I wasn't looking for anything serious. My wife and I, when we first went out on a date, she was just going through a divorce. She wasn't looking to do anything serious. We were not really trying to have a relationship. We were both just looking to go out and have a good time. Yeah. And we did. And I was successful several times before that, single for the first time in my adult life. It was an amazing experience. But then I met my wife, and that was it. That was the extent of my adult dating. It was a couple months of really nice, good times, meeting some people. But those apps back then worked. They worked then. They gave you exposure to a market, and so. I highly encourage people that are. I've heard nightmares about some of the apps that have been going around the last, I don't know, maybe decade, because I'm old, so I see things in a longer timeline now. But I think what you're working on actually gives people a lot more substance to start with, and also having an AI companion. I mean, there's still too many people that don't quite really. My wife's just getting exposed to using Copilot from work.
Yeah.
She's like, oh my god! It's like it keeps track of my grocery list, and I'm taking and what I have presents for all the kids and everything. And now she's learning that it doesn't really store memory for that long and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So you got all of this huge amount of people getting exposed to this paradigm with the AI agents that are way more functional. And I know you have a really strong AI basis to your model. So you people when they engage in the app, do you want to do a screen share, or you want to just take what's the user experience like? I'm coming on to dating.
So I mean, yeah, we can.
You know what? Hold on a minute. I think we got GP in here too. Let's bring GP on.
Nice.
GP, you with us? He just said he was back. He might be. Well, you know what? We'll. I'll just let. He can turn himself back on when he comes in.
Yeah. No worries. But yeah, no. So I mean, the experience is. I guess maybe I could screen share here. Let's see. I've got a demo account running on kind of a back end, so maybe I might have some bugs here. But I mean, basically, the idea is one thing I really hate. I hate making profiles on dating apps. I'm so bad at talking about myself, telling people like what I care about, who I am. I'm so bad at that. I'm bad at resumes too, cover letters, all that stuff. I just don't do a good job of describing myself. And I think our friends do a better job of describing us. And I think we've been experimenting with just how well can an AI describe us based on giving it as much data as we can so that it can fundamentally understand what we care about. And so this is my profile. You click through pictures, you can see the different sources that I've integrated. So, we're pulling in my X data, my Apple Music, my Eventbrite, YouTube, Google Calendar. It can analyze the photos in your camera roll. It can analyze your ChatGPT data. You can see that logo is all screwed up for ChatGPT.
So it does it all. So it takes all of the information that you want to feed into it.
Yep.
And it'll aggregate that and make your profile, your bio, and all that for you.
Exactly. It does all of it for you. And then it basically tries to understand you based on thousands of personality traits and interests and who I am. So here's my interested in cryptocurrency. You can see me like retweeting some Bitcoin Pepe spaces about Munib, Top Chef Munib, and so it knows like I'm pretty bullish on Pepe and STX and Bitcoin. And here's like some of the stuff that it can see from my photos where I'm talking about, going on a romantic midnight drive or a cozy day, have a cozy day in, or here's my Eventbrite data talking about one of the events that I went to, or some of my calendar events where it understands like, okay, here's like the stuff that I'm looking for. And so once you do that, you basically just start talking to the bot, and I'm like, I want a gamer girl. She doesn't have to be in LA, and it's like, okay, here's a little bit about like what I'd like to know. Is you want someone who's into shooters, or you want someone who's like more just playing an RPG with you? Like, give me a few of those preferences, and it just kind of like starts to try and figure out what you like and who you are, and over time it gets better and better at figuring that out. And then it just starts matching you with people, and it describes why it thinks you'll be a good match, and you can come in after a date and talk about what you liked or what you didn't like. And then once you do find a match, it'll introduce you. It'll tell you why it thinks you're going to be a good match, and then you can continue to use it throughout the process of being in a relationship. So you can ask it, where should we go to dinner tonight? Somewhere we're both going to like. What should we watch on Netflix? We can't decide. We're having this fight about, who should pay the car payment this month. And, I'm making more money, but, I feel like she should pay her fair share. Like, how do we come to an agreement on this, and who's right? And it can just kind of like understand who you are and what might be a good solution, and just kind of be like an unbiased third party that also like fundamentally understands where both people are coming from, so they feel seen and understood, and like they have someone in their side of the ring. So that's generally the idea, and it's been pretty interesting. I mean, I've watched it save several relationships where people were on the verge of like just not being able to come to terms with each other, and it found just like a very elegant solution, and was like, it's okay if you guys both think this is over, but maybe if you want to give it one more shot, like, here's what I would do. And they're like, you know what, okay, we care about each other enough to give it this one more shot, and they kind of do what it tells them to do, and they find like they see each other for the first time again in a lot of ways. They are reminded what they liked about each other to start, and it helps them just kind of like remember those things that can sometimes get lost when you're with someone long enough. So I think that's really cool to see, and it's cool to also just have someone who is kind of there fighting for you in your corner, that just kind of lets yeah, maybe this one didn't pan out, but it's not you. I think they're just looking for something a little different. It's not that you're too ugly. It's probably just that you're too into crypto, and they just are kind of like not super into crypto. And
that's less of a problem for guys than it is for women. Like, women will date ugly guys.
Yeah.
Fortunately for guys like me, especially.
But I mean, on the apps, it's tough now. Like, it is like it's never been harder to be an ugly guy with the way Tinder and these other apps are structured, because they don't do a good job of describing all of your other great qualities. They can't translate aura and be like, look, he's all the women he's been with say he's a vibe, though.
The algorithm is designed to put people in front of the user that they're more likely to click on and engage with, and inherently you can't tell a person's personality from the image.
Yep.
So of course the ones with more broad physical appeal are going to trigger more response, and thus they're going to get pushed forward in the algorithm, at least in the current paradigm of the algorithms. And I'm sure that there's high tech development trying to put those people together based on their personality and everything too. But they already have their model in place, so they don't need to. If people are still using the app, they're not dramatically changing the current paradigm, and what you're working on changes the paradigm.
100%. And a lot of a lot of people are just getting filtered out. Like you said, because like physical appearance is so important, like height is the most visible of things. So like height becomes the most important metric when, 20 years ago, I don't think, it was probably top 5, but it wasn't by and large agreed upon to be the most important thing. And so it's really shifted a lot of that just because of the incentives that are in place and the information that people have access to. It's the one thing I can verify. Okay, he might be lying about his job, he might be lying about this or this, but yeah, he looks pretty tall in that picture. And so that becomes the thing that it's focused on, as opposed to all the other things that color in someone's character that end up being really important. And I think there are so many of these questions that a lot of people maybe forget to ask that it can be good at reminding people of. Like, you said you wanted kids. Well, he's going to be a really great father, I think. He takes really great care of his cousins. He's always, trying to spend time and play with the kids in his life. And I think he would make a really great dad. But, that tall guy, he actually hates kids. He doesn't want a dog. He doesn't like taking care of anyone but himself. So, if that is something you want, maybe, just keep that in mind. And I think a lot of people maybe just having that nudge every once in a while. And I think they used to have a friend or someone who would kind of be that voice to them, but I think people don't have that nearly as much anymore. So it's very interesting to see how that's caused just a lot of disjointed sort of issues in the market right now. And I think the other piece of that is also just people are very broke, and a lot of the good men out there are struggling, and they can't afford to pay for the premium plans on all these dating apps and risk the amount of money it might take to go on 3 dates a week to find that person. If each date doesn't really work out and it's not very well matched, it's really expensive and it's a big time commitment. And if we can at least just minimize some of that expense and some of that time commitment and make it a little bit easier, I'm hoping we can find people those relationships a little bit easier, and just make it a fun process. It should be fun. It shouldn't be so miserable. It shouldn't be something that people dread. It should be an enjoyable part of life.
Enjoyable part of life, or one of the most enjoyable parts of life. Finding a person, that you fit with. That's really what kind of like a huge part of what almost all of our social interactions are about, to a large degree. It's finding a person, and then creating a family with that person, and then the extension of that, and all of the things around that, getting a good job, taking care of yourself, and all of that kind of revolves primarily around those specific events, life events.
Yep. And it's a great opportunity to learn about yourself too, is what I'd say. Like every time you go out, you're like, yeah.
That's a great point. Self-discovery is another thing. And actually, so you would say that there is a self-discovery piece to this.
100%. Like it's constantly trying to understand you, but also telling you what it's learning and saying, I do realize, you say you want a gamer girl, but I don't know if you could just sit inside and game all day. You're a social guy. You do want to get out there and you want to have friends, and maybe it can work if you've got your friend group who you go out with every week and you get that out of your system. Then maybe you are okay just cozying up and playing video games all day. But maybe you need someone who has a little bit of both of those things, and it's very good at understanding how and it's just like all of the different social medias we're connecting, where each one is kind of like a different part of you. Who I am on Twitter is not who I am on Pinterest, is not who I am when I'm texting my friends or going out and seeing people in person. And so it's about finding all these disparate pieces of yourself and really understanding, like, what is the balance that makes you the happiest, and how can you find someone who fits nicely into that balance?
That's actually really interesting. I never actually saw it that way, but it really can almost help you. Sometimes we don't know really what we want. Oftentimes we don't know what we want. We have a perception of what we want. A lot of time that's actually influenced externally. So it really is almost like it's a guide to helping you understand what you want too. That's
100%.
Really interesting, which is definitely a new paradigm for dating apps.
Yeah, that one, most will not tell you that. They'll just try to find you what you think you want, and even then, they don't really try that hard to find it for you.
No, because if you find what you want, then you don't need to pay their weekly subscription.
That's exactly it. Yep.
So
And
it's a disincentive model.
And so, yeah, they've all used the same business model. None of them have tried innovating on the business model at all, which is disappointing to me. And it's just a terrible model. It's like, okay, I'm going to pay to get in front of people who don't really want to see me. Okay, well, no one's happy in that scenario. And now I'm just paying money and other people are wasting their time. And for a lot of women, it's really hard too. You look at what their apps look like. They have 1,000 choices, where they've got 1,000 guys in their DMs.
Yeah, it's so much worse. Women have a different challenge. I would say it's worse.
And just so little information to go off of, and you have safety concerns. You don't know who these people are, and I mean, there are just it's a nightmare.
Women don't have a hard time getting a date or finding a willing sexual partner, even, right? That's an easy thing for them, but that's not necessarily what they're looking for.
And men have got really good at telling them what they want to hear too, I think.
Right. Well, and then there's also the constant. It happens to men too a lot now because we're all so overexposed to advertising, but advertising's been targeting women and like appealing to their or preying on their insecurities and all of that to sell them things for so long. So there's that too that makes that compounds the dating scene and the inability to get what you're after in a sea of things that you can possibly fall into chasing what you're after. It's definitely a hard time. So it sounds like you are working to solve a lot of problems for this.
We are. Yeah, we're trying. We have some of the best people in the world helping us try to solve this problem, who have fundamentally understand all of the different pieces, from the data science to the psychology to the AI to the sociology. Like, there are so many areas of research that you have to combine to get this right that I haven't seen anyone else trying to solve the problem as dedicated as we are to actually solving the problem. I think a lot of people are coming at it trying to throw AI into it and make it a little gimmicky and just get something out there, make some money, sell it to Match Group. And that's the other piece, is Match Group owns the whole industry. It's essentially a monopoly, maybe an oligopoly, but it's even the Hinge CEO is going to do something very similar to what we're doing. I think he's probably on platform, like using it, trying to see what he can do. But he's getting funded by Match Group, and so they're essentially just incubating one of their own competitors to keep it in the family, to make sure that if something does come out, then they still have their claws in it. But in a lot of ways, that kind of gives me some certainty, because I just don't believe Match Group wants to solve the problem. And so I don't believe that anything they put out is actually going to work that well. In some ways I hope it does, but I just, I haven't seen it yet.
They don't really need to make a good product because they are so well resourced that they can just buy users direct and just churn users, and it doesn't matter because they're generating the revenue with their ad base and branding, mind share. But one thing I wanted to ask you too, you have, like the other day you mentioned in the group chat that you guys are working with Tony from X402 Stacks, trying to figure out how to integrate X402 payments into your AI models. And I know that you also had an interim grant that was related to the data, preserving user data and users having access to their own data and all of that stuff. So tell us, there is some crypto integration into your app.
There is. So we're trying to keep it somewhat on the down low, because no one wants to use a crypto dating app. That's just the
it's
truth
not
of it.
Right. It's not the selling feature.
That doesn't work. So we try to keep that somewhat low key, but I think it's an excellent use case. One, because most dating apps are considered high risk payments, so they bunch you up with porn sites and all these other like bad actors that makes it very difficult to do payments, and especially if you want to go international, it just becomes incredibly difficult to do. So it actually makes a lot of sense from that perspective. And what we'd always wanted to do, and part of our business model, is to take commissions on things that our agent plans for you. So if it goes through and it can book your movie tickets at AMC, then maybe we take a 1 or 2% cut when it organizes it and sends you the tickets and finds you the perfect movie to watch and the perfect place to go and syncs it with your calendar and knows when you're both available, and just does enough work that that fee feels reasonable. And it'll never be a Ticketmaster size fee. It'll be reasonable. And so that's one piece of it. And then the second piece is all of this data is incredibly important for training agents. And I think that we need more agents being trained on data that is essentially focused on how do we make people's lives better. You know, there are a lot of agents being trained on how do I make this code more efficient? How do I make this tool, you know, put out a little bit better of an image?
How do I get more attention on social media?
Exactly. But if you think about, like, okay, someday the Terminator comes out and his brain is one of these things. Which brain do we want? Like, I want the brain that's like, my job is to bring people together and create love and peace. And you're like, that would be nice. Let's maybe optimize for that one. And so I think having more agents that are trained on this is really important. I think it's really important because incumbents, for one thing, like OpenAI, you know, half of OpenAI's brain is Reddit. Like, I don't want half of AI's brain trained on Reddit, but also I can't go get half of Reddit's training data to train mine, which makes it very hard to compete with a company of that size. And so I think we need to democratize a lot of this, give people the option to contribute, but allow them to contribute. And if they do become, you know, get paid for it or get some kind of like reimbursement because they're a part of a new project and they are foundational to its creation. And so I'm hoping third-party developers and also researchers can get access agentically to this data. And really the thing is, like, most of this data will be acquired through agentic means pretty soon. I think the sales process of selling data is a nightmare. It's like 6 months of, okay, here's the scope of what we're doing, and here are all the people, and here's me verifying that it's what you need. And I've done these sales cycles, and, you know, sometimes it's $500,000 for 100 people if you find the right people, but it's a nightmare to get there. But the agents, they're going to be way more efficient, and they're just going to go search for whatever they need to complete whatever tasks that they might have. And if that task is, I need to understand consumer behavior because the person on the other side of this is launching a product and really needs to know what these types of people are thinking, then it can just go out, find it, immediately pay the people on the other side who have opted into the program, and people can make money. And I think if we don't put people in that loop, then the companies that own that data are just going to go around them. And so I think this is the best system to give people control and ownership, and also empower developers, indie programmers who want to create models that might someday be able to compete with the big boys who, frankly, I don't trust to not create the Terminator. So we need a bunch of little good AIs, I think, to make sure we balance out the AIs that might go off the rails someday.
100%, man. Mark, I love having you on. You've been a regular contributor to our shows for a long time, especially when we're doing the nightly show regularly. I'm a huge fan of the Bitcoin Pepe crew. The Touch Grass space on Thursday is one I am loath to miss. I generally balance and juggle things around it a lot. And tomorrow, I'm actually wanted to ask you, because they have the Stacks Town Hall and then the Stackies Awards. You guys,
I didn't realize that.
You guys still doing your space tomorrow?
I mean, as far as I know, but, you know, maybe I'll bring the crew over and we'll just come mob over to whatever space is going on. I do want to see the Stacky Awards. That sounds fun. And Town Hall would be good.
Now
So maybe we'll.
Yeah, you guys, and I'm going to be covering it on DeOrganized as well, so you guys can tune in. Ham it up in the live chat. We love when you guys do that. It's been a long time since nobody said hi to us.
Yeah,
one of our everyday fans. He was on a lot. So would love to see you guys there. I do gotta wrap because I actually have a guest I lined up for 2 p.m. So I got
no worries at all.
I'm like back to back these days.
No worries.
Stream is a blessing and a curse because we have so much space and I've started dropping things in outside of our regular time slot, it's like almost like hard for me to say no now when somebody suggests a time that I
No worries at all. I totally get that. But I guess a few parting words. I'd say one, I guess I didn't really get to SBTC. I think Bitcoin will be the payment layer of agents. I think we really need to push
100%.
on all the Ethereum and Sol guys. I was just like arguing with like a very big builder who's trying to build something on ETH, and I was like, trust me, like agentic payment rails, we really want Bitcoin here. Like this is it's,
how are you guys? Is that's what you guys are expecting? 402 X402 on stacks and utilizing SBTC to be the foundational layer for agent to agent interactivity, and I tend to agree with that. I think that this is it's amazing how fast it iterated recently, from just being an idea to being like this seems like it's legitimately the way.
It is the way. That's why I'm here. That's why I think a lot of people understand that it's the deepest liquidity. You'll have access to the most lending. Like agents don't want to sit on idle Bitcoin. If they're not using it, they're going to want to get more of it, and they're going to do it automatically and quickly, and they're going to want to tap into the deepest pools with the most resources. And they also, I think just for safety's sake, it's the most distributed system we have. Like if you think about an agent swarm gaming proof of stake, they could just go buy up all of the ETH within a fraction of a second and start gaming the system without anyone even noticing. But are they going to buy up every crypto miner and consolidate them without us noticing that shipments are all coming in from all over the world? Like it is just a much harder system to game, and I think that's super important, and a lot of people have somewhat lost that.
Are you suggesting though that agents could potentially, you're saying without us noticing, but you're suggesting that they could actually, AI could potentially come up with the idea of creating a company, buying equipment, hiring people to put it all together, and running their own miners?
Yep, but I think it would be a lot easier to just buy up a bunch of ETH and game proof of stake stuff, and like there are a lot of other.
Right, you're not right. They still have. There's the logistics behind proof of work versus proof of stake makes it really, even though you could theorize that they could do that, there's no guarantee that they'd be successful doing it.
Exactly. We would at least have more time to notice, whereas the other ones, they could do it in a flash of a second, where all of a sudden across every network, every exchange, you see a candle on ETH and all of a sudden they own 51% of the network, and without even realizing it, they've swept a bunch of wallets that they've hacked or something. Like this stuff, it's going to get crazy. So I think we really do need to plan around all of that. And but yeah, I think we're very well positioned for this. And then I guess one little other shout out. I do run the Crypto Economy podcast, and we do have an exciting guest today. Angela McCardle, who is the chairman of the Libertarian Party. She was largely responsible for getting Ross released. Like it was basically her organizing the Libertarian Party to make that as the core request to Trump for their support. And they were like, here's a reasonable request that we think he can get done, that, day one is something that's easy enough and palatable enough to his base. And so like she was really a driving force there and deserves a little more appreciation, but I'm excited to hear how it all went down from her.
You're going, what time is that today?
That's at 1 today.
At 1 Pacific.
Pacific, yeah, sorry.
So in about 2 hours.
Yeah.
Just 2 hours and 13 minutes from now.
Yep.
Very cool, man. That's on the Crypto Economy podcast, which is on Apple and Spotify, if I remember correctly.
You got it.
And also, you guys, you want to try out DataIng, you can go to dataing.io. There is a web app available now, and it's also a mobile app in the Apple Store as well.
Yep, exactly. So if you're international, you'll have to go to the web app or on Android web app. The web app is a little janky. It's kind of in beta right now, so there's still a few bugs, but the iOS app is pretty clean. But we did just put in a new model. We've been upgrading the memory and a bunch of other pieces. So, I mean, it's the first time that I'm really using it side by side with GPT, and I'm like, this is just a much better experience. It really fundamentally understands me more than the GPT I've been talking to for 3 years, which is
wow. That GPT's getting better too. So if your experience with your app is better than GPT, that you're doing pretty good.
We're getting there. Yep. No, it's cool because I can port in all my GBT data and it knows me just like my GBT does, but it knows me even better because it has so much more to it. And we've given a lot more freedom than GBT gives theirs. So we've let it kind of be itself a little more and not be so afraid of hitting the guardrails that it doesn't give you good responses. So that's been cool to see how small companies can just be a little edgier and outcompete the big guys who can't take quite as many risks with some of this stuff.
Oh man, awesome stuff, Mark. Much love, my brother. Definitely don't be a stranger as things develop. We'd love to hear more on what's going on with what you're building, doing some more demos. Maybe we'll do a little bit more of a like an online thing when we did that time with the group session.
Yeah, that would be great. Yep.
We'll do
No,
something.
I would love that
soon. Awesome stuff, brother. Guys, tune into Mark's crypto economy podcast later. That's going to be awesome. You know what I'll do too? Well, no, you guys got to tune into it, and then we'll talk later.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Mark. Much love, brother. You have a great rest of your day. Thank you guys for tuning in. We will be back in about 10 minutes with Jeff from Base Dollar to talk to us about a new algorithmic dollar on Stacks coming to the Stacks ecosystem. Thank you, Mark. Pep Toshi, if you guys didn't know.
Pleasure, guys. Thank you so much.
Right on, man. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. And stay tuned. We'll see you soon. Hello, my friends. Have I got a great treat for you? It's your old pal Peace Love Music, and we are here with Stella Zhang from the Go Rosen or the Rosen protocol. And I'm going to bring her in now. And then I'm going to make sure my music's not too loud because I think I was playing the music a little loud there. We keep it in the background, but I don't want to be blasting out my guest. Welcome, Sita. How are you today?
Hi, I'm good. Yeah, really nice to see you again.
Yeah, great talking with you again. I'm so glad we were able to do this. Little bit of a not common time frame for our purposes, but absolutely the exact reason why we started doing the all-day live stream, so we can actually be more accommodating to have projects like yours come on and spotlight and show us what you got. So I'm gonna, this is really your show. I'm just here to facilitate. You're going to tell us all about Rosen and whatever else you want to talk about. If you want to give us a little bit of background about yourself and or where the project started and all of that, and then we can definitely go through everything you want to get to.
Yeah, sure. Sounds good. Yeah, because I was here in the San Francisco, so I understand that time is really hard to coordinate. So I think it's quite like my early morning, but I'm not sure if there's fits for everybody's here. But I definitely would love to use this kind of time period to introduce myself, my project, and then more people to know about us. And if they have any questions, it's really easy to reach out to me or like reach out to our teams through the apps, through the social media. So yeah, it's like a good time, to meet everybody here. So my name is Stella. You can call me Stella. I was the co-founder of Rosen. And before I doing this project, I was working at a accelerator in Silicon Valley as well. So at that time, I was the program director in China. And it's really interesting that I feel like at that time I have a lot of like colleagues, friends, and families. They're in different countries, and the interesting part is like I have to download a lot of applications. Like in China, you use the WeChat, and here WhatsApp, Telegram, to communicate with different people, and even the social media, even the payments, everything was different, totally different when you do those cross-border business. So, and this is the turning point when I have an idea. I would love to build a really borderless social platform that enable everybody, no matter if you are a international person, right? If you're speaking English or if you have the international banking account, it doesn't matter at all. Everybody here in this platform are same. then you just use this unified platform. You can connect with the people, you can transact with the people without any friction. This is the initial idea. And then 2 years ago, actually, I with my co-founder, Xiaobing, we built such a platform called Rosen. And I think this is like a a really unique journey for me and for my whole team. We are just build something really unique and really new. So at the beginning, and basically nobody understand what we're doing here. And 2 years ago, the stablecoin is not a buzzword. People don't understand how you can use a crypto, use a blockchain technology to facilitate your dream, right? I mean the borderless social network things. So so I think at that time we faced a lot of challenges, but this is really appreciated for me. Like we finally made this. We made this application live on the App Store and the Google Play Store, and right now we have over 34,000 users around the world. And our users are mainly coming from this South America, North America, and Asia and Africa. So I think we are still trying to grow our application in different countries as well. And yeah, and we are still hiring our ambassadors. We already have over 40 ambassadors in different countries, in different cities. We are still hiring more so they can help us to do some like ground level marketing. I just saw like we have some ambassadors in Nigeria, like they hosted those community events, represent Rosen, and we pay them in stablecoin as well through Rosen. This is like kind of like new working style, new lifestyle that we are definitely encourage everyone to join us and to experience this kind of new style of your new life. Yeah, so this is what we're doing here. I'm probably gonna pause here. Like if you like as a listener, if you have any question or you curious any part of our platform, just let me know. Or yeah, okay, just still continue to talk.
Let me actually so the purpose behind Rosen is to facilitate lightweight, low microtransactions or crypto microtransactions amongst peer-to-peer, like across the globe. So it's solving a problem as far as making it utilizing stable coins, which is obviously less volatile when you're making payments and transacting.
Yeah, exactly. Because like if we're looking at this like nowadays cross-border business, I think the pinpoints, the first one is language. So this is why we utilize the AI-powered auto translation in our application as well. So you can chat with anybody in any language. The second pinpoint is the payment. So like the people, if you want to, for example, if I was here in the US, I want to transfer like $5 to Nigeria. That's totally nonsense, right? If like I want to transfer 5,000 US dollars to Nigeria, maybe I can do those traditional bank wiring through the Swift, and they charge me like $30 and waiting for 5 days. It makes sense somehow like that. But if I want to transfer $5, the bank is still charging you $30, and just make no sense. Yeah, so and they still need to wait a long time, and even sometimes they will reject you because this is just like a really weird transaction. So they don't support this from those traditional finance sectors. So these people like they are doing this micro task. They just are micro earners. They basically are ignored by this traditional system. But actually this is not fair, right? Even though like their transaction amount is small, but they are active, they are the real people, they have the real demand. Why not we use a new technology to serve this bunch of people? Right now, if you transfer like $5 on Rosen through this stablecoin like USDC, USDT on those different blockchain with multi-chain. So it's just like take them like 1 second or 2 seconds, and it will arrive immediately and no any fee at all. So and we're gonna cover the gas token for our users. So it basically no any cost for them to do such a transactions. And this is when they can start considering like, hey, I was in Nigeria, but this is the matter. I can earn the money around the world. I can find a client in Australia, in the US, right? In Brazil, they can support me. They can ask me to do some job in Nigeria for them, or maybe they can ask me to do some online content creation, or maybe they ask me to participate event representing them. So something like that, they can start to imagine like they can do this. Otherwise, if we have no stablecoin, we have no crypto, they can never think about that. They just are trapped in their local market and with really, really limited resource and opportunities. This is the past decades, like people never changing this before. But right now we have this AI, we have this stablecoin technology and other like, blockchain, crypto infrastructure. They are more and more mature. We can consider to build such a new digital world. So this is what we're trying to do.
Very cool. Very interesting. As most of our my viewers know, we're very oriented with Bitcoin and the Stacks layer 2. We are definitely chain agnostic, but I bring up Stacks because there is an app on the Stacks ecosystem being built by good friends of mine. It's called Zero Authority DAO, and they have a gig marketplace, some infrastructure for that kind of thing, similar to part of what your project is, where your users can basically they can post tasks and assign a value to those tasks, and other users can come along and complete those tasks to get paid. They essentially, that's how the process works. Do I understand that correctly?
Yeah, exactly. I think, on our platform, not sure like about that platform, how they doing, but I think, this is quite like similar if you consider as a gig market, but in a new way to interact or transact. So what we are doing is like if you're the job poster, like you have a task, you want some like helpers to complete with you, and you just post a task on our platform. And for example, I can set up like I need 10 people to help me, and each one can get like maybe $1 or even lower. Like we also enable our users to post a post on our platform as well. Like you can do a survey to test out if this market people, they are interested about your service or product. So this kind of post, you can put some like the coins, stable coins into it as well. So that's gonna be a post that with the rewards and the task is the same. You can decide like how much the task it could be, be rewarded to people. It can start from like 1 cent, as low as 1 cent, to up to like $200 on our platform. So this is how it works. And for those like job takers, like these micro earners, they just choose like what kind of task or what kind of post they want to complete. That's just based on like what they love to do, right? So you don't have to work on each task. It's just based on your criteria and how you can engage with that. And so once you complete a task, you just upload a proof image, and you maybe need to communicate with this task owner, like say if they thought you already delivered this job well. And once they approve you, like they think, oh, you're doing a great job, and they approve that, and you will get these stable coins in your wallet immediately. And this is how it works. And on Rosen, we call it like coins. The coins like 100 coins equals to 1 USDT or USDC. And the thing is like once they want to withdraw, then it's like the same page, like you deposit, you withdraw. Once they want to withdraw, then it will occur these kind of transactions online. And before that, you need to connect your wallet in according blockchain. And once your asset reach to 1,000 coins, that means like $10, you can just do this withdrawal. It's really simple. And if you thought like you don't have reached that bar, you can actually definitely deposit some stable coins into your pocket, and to make sure your assets is over 1,000 coins, $10, so you can do the withdrawal immediately. So this is the process, and we usually request you to connect with your like crypto wallet or some like exchange wallet or whatever, so that make it more simple. If you want to cash out, you can just do it from your private wallet, and this part is like totally controlled by you. You can just remove the money from Rosen to your crypto wallet. Then this is like something out of our application. On our application, we just process this this part of like how you can get this macro task, how you can prove that you do this job, how you can get approved, how you can communicate with the boss, right? The people who give you the task, and the rest of the things are on chain. So this is the some like our website page.
And one thing I want to point out, like people will notice that there's 3 different chains I can interact with right now. It's on Solana, Polygon, and BSC. And I created this account, I think the other day when I talked to you, and I hadn't had a chance to log in and check it until like a little while ago. So I reconnected my account and I noticed I created my account just with my email address. This is our email address for those that want to get in touch with DeOrganized. I'm showing it publicly, which is fine. I didn't actually have to create a wallet. I didn't have to write down a seed phrase or any of that to set up my account on Rosen. I was able to just connect with my email address, and it created these addresses for me. I'm assuming that Rosen is actually technically custodian of these wallets because I don't actually have a passkey or anything, or is it just tied to my email address through like Privy or something?
Yeah, it was custodian wallets. So that means like everybody, because we are more targeting those like non-crypto native users.
Right.
So that means, once you like log in with your email or like Google authorization or maybe Apple ID authorization, we will automatically give you a wallet for the multi-chain. So just like you mentioned, maybe in the future Stack will be also show on this multi-chain wallets as well. Then we will give you like connect or remove the money from Rosen to your wallet is still on your Rosen wallet, still on a custodian wallet. So if you feel like not secure, once you earn some money, just immediately move them to your private wallet. But if you usually you need to like maybe spend money or transfer the money to another people on Rosen, then you just use you don't have to move this kind of coins to your private wallet. You just keep them on your Rosen wallet, and it will help you to do those transactions to others people.
Very cool. Now, so what I'm not finding on here is how do I get to the marketplace? How do I find like if I want to go complete tasks, or is that still not quite? So I'm sorry, you answer. I won't answer for you. I have a tendency to do that sometimes.
Actually, you can just find this on the application version. So it's on the mobile end, and you just open this Rosen application. On the home page, you will see like different tabs. There's like explore means like you can explore like different people, different land plots. We have some feature called land plots on our application. The land plots are usually given to those like business partners, like maybe some startups or events or creators that they do have a brand, they do have a business, they want to promote their business there, or maybe they want to organize their community members in this land group. So this is like some features that you can explore. And if you find out, hey, this is like the organized land plot, I feel it's quite interesting and I want to join them, or I want to see if there's any future like giveaways, future airdrops, there's just to join their land and just to stay tuned with this kind of community. And we launched this feature because we see there's a lot of Web3 companies or Web3 communities. They already have a global audience around the world from the day one, even though they are really small, but they have the people from anywhere. So I think they also lack a unified platform or unified tool to help them to do some like airdrop or giving away or like incentives, right, to engage with their community members, even though they are distributed in different countries or they are speaking different languages with different currencies, whatever. So this is something that we help our partners or this small business to manage with that. And on the other side, it called Earn. The Earn page is that what you mentioned about this tasks, and they can see that different micro tasks and different posts, and they can choose what they want to complete. And usually on our platform, I can share like some examples so that you can understand what the task could be. So usually the task is just like, hey, just help me to engage with me on the social media, or please follow me on the social media, or something like with more a specific location. It's like, hey, I'm gonna have a marketing plan, for example, in Brazil, right? But I don't speak Spanish and I don't understand your cultures there. I'm afraid like it costs too much to test a new market, and I don't want to take many risks before I really landed there. So this usually I can say, hey, I want to hear some like hire some like ambassadors or hire some like interns, and I'm gonna pay you in stablecoin, and you help me to run a small booth or maybe participate in events in Brazil in upcoming week, something like that. Or maybe you can help me set up a Instagram page, and with the Spanish language, right? Help me to do this part market. Something like this are usually really common tasks on our platform. So we also help our partners like Circle, PayPal, Stella, and other like business partners, Ant Group, to help them to use the Rosen app as a new market enabler, so that they can get more chance to meet like people in different countries. And if they have any upcoming business plan, they definitely can use our platform to easily get in connecting with our users, with our ambassadors, and easily to pay them as well. So this is the future that you mentioned about the micro task. So we usually call the micro task, but it's including a lot of different tasks and different pools. Sometimes you can even ask your targeting audience, right? Say, hey, if you're gonna like this kind of service, if you need these things in your country, and use that to do a survey, and you usually give them like just 1 cent, and they will let you know their data, let you know their insights or their demands. So this is really efficient way to test a market. Yeah, so this is like basically some really common posts and tasks I see on our platform.
Very cool. And so I guess it would say that really, based on your mission page too, Rosen's goal is to basically abstract away language, background, and location barriers to economic activity, to a creator economy or any kind of economy, essentially, any peer-to-peer economy. You guys are solving that issue of connectedness and or the capacity to engage without large intermediary fees in the equation for lower value tasks.
Yeah, exactly. So I think for our project, it just like you call our mission, we definitely want to take care about this bunch of people. They are invisible, or they are ignored by this traditional system, and maybe just because of their location, geography, or maybe because of their finance system in their country, or maybe like different culture, language, whatever. So I just thought like maybe there's too many barriers when you want to be global or when you want to be international, especially just I mentioned this Web3 companies, they definitely should go global from day one, right? And since like you have the crypto, you have the crypto audience around the world, they should be borderless. But right now I didn't see a really domain or really mature platform like doing this for everybody. They still have some like barriers for both like Web2 and Web3 people. For the Web2 people, I think the major barrier is like they don't have the Web3 knowledge, so they don't want to take care about those gas token or like just like you mentioned seed freeze or a lot of those complexities about like how I can cash out if I earn or something like that. I previously hosted a webinar with a South Africa university. They call like Vanda University. It's a really large university in South Africa, and I co-hosted this webinar with their dean and professor. And I still feel like a lot of people, they probably are students from that university. They are really eager at opportunity. So this is why they are super active on our webinar. They're continuously to asking questions, and they really want to join this platform to find a new way to living and working, because it's really hard to find a traditional 9 to 5 jobs anymore in different countries the same. So they want a more more flexible working style, right? More instant and borderless earning opportunities. But the thing is like they still asking the questions like, hey, is that a real money? Is that USDC a real US dollar? Like how can I see them just to reflect on my Visa card if I earn something like that? They are just keeping asking. So they don't have such an experience. So that means like they are totally blind like about like how this system are working at the back end, right? But they want to figure out like it's to make sure they are really secure, they are really a real money that they can use, they can spend. So this is some barriers I see still happening on this like Web2, this traditional internet world, that quite like hinder them to join this new era, this new digital world. So this is why we try to design it more frictionlessly. It's like you can just use your email to join, and you don't have to connect any wallet. You don't even have to have a wallet at the beginning. You just start to earn. Once you earn some like stable coin, you will try to figure out how it gonna works, right? So at that time, we will help you to link with our ambassadors in your country, and they will guide you like one by one, or like maybe even you can meet him in your city and ask him to help you to set up everything when you have the time when you are available. So this is like our really stupid way to help our early users, these seed users at the beginning phase. But we definitely believe that we need to bring more and more those like non-crypto native users to join this new world. Otherwise, this market want to grow, want to scale. So we definitely see this like these young people, younger generation, they are struggling in finding a good job. They are struggling in locked in their local market. They want opportunities. They want to be seen by the world. They want to be visible, right? So this is what we can provide to them. The only thing is like we need to teach them or maybe help them to at least experience at the beginning how to use the crypto, how to set up this kind of crypto wallets or accounts for them. So this is where considered. So this is why we also take care about the gas token. We don't ask our users to deposit a gas token in our wallet at the beginning to activate your wallet. This is like too complicated to them. And how you can buy like maybe just the one gas or like maybe 2 gas token, right? It's too, I would say that too small to start with that, and it just make no sense. So this is why we do the custodian wallets, but we definitely sponsor those like gas token to them so that they can have a more frictionless experience.
Interesting. So they're custodial wallets, and that allows you to do a couple of different things actually. One, sponsor the transactions. 2, you're also limiting deposits to USDT and USDC. That probably also helps you make sure that the tokens that they're getting are the legit ones. They're not getting scam tokens and that kind of thing, because you're regulating what tokens can actually access the platform.
Yeah, exactly. Because I think the same for those Web2 users. I think that to make them feel safe or secure is really important. Because they are curious about this new world, but they are also hesitate. I think we need to reshape some like reputation about the whole industry, and by giving them a really reliable platform. So they will say like, oh, this is the real dollars, and they're like no price pump up down or whatever. They're just a real digital dollar. So this is quite simple for them to understand at the beginning. And maybe in the future we can support more tokens, but I think at this phase we need a good reputation. Make sure everybody feel like I just doing a task and I can get the different clients around the world. I can earn this kind of small money, although it's not a large bunch of money, but I can step by step to accumulate some like stable coins on my wallet, and they feel good about that once. So we just want to make sure like everybody understand this part, and then they can start to deep dive right about more crypto or whatever. But at the beginning, I feel like this kind of really traditional users, they haven't in touch with the crypto before. For anything, right? They should start with a stable coin, a digital dollar. It's easy for them to understand, and everybody, on our platforms, they love the US dollars. So this is why we only support the US based stable coin, and usually there's like regulated ones or really famous ones, so that they can easily to cash out. No any other complexities.
And that all makes a ton of sense. I want to make sure, because people might have missed it. There is you have built into your platform an AI powered real-time multilingual translation. So it is very easy for people of different languages to connect. It abstracts away that awkwardness of trying to figure out what each other are saying, and just kind of does it for you automatically. Is that like pretty much instantaneous?
Yeah, so you can see on our website there's a page. Actually, you can scroll at if you want to specific in different. I mean, scroll it from like to right or left for this kind of pictures. You can do that. You can point any pictures to like zoom in or zoom out, whatever.
okay.
Anyway, yeah, you can scroll it. Yeah, anyway, yeah, you can see we have a auto translation in those like chat box. So if you want to chat with anyone, we support those like multilingual translation. You will see like a lot of our users are speaking in Spanish, and some of them are speaking Mandarin or like Japanese, and yeah, maybe a lot of others from the Europe. They have a lot of languages there. So if we want to do a global business, definitely the language, yeah, you can do this. The languages hinders a lot of people to join this global economy, right? So I think the auto translation is really important. So this is why we embedded a app native AI powered the real time multilingual translation. So even in the chat room, that means a group chat, we can translate every different languages in your language. So this is really easy to use, and we also keep the original sentence the user sent, so that you can just do a comparison. Like if you see the translation is not good, you still can copy the original part to paste on the Google Translate or whatever to compare to do a double check. And we also support the users to post a task on this group chat as well. So you can see like here as like a blue message, right? As a task, like I say, hey, if you can do something like that for me or whatever, and I can pin this on the chat room, the chat group. And also for the P2P, I mean, direct message DM, you can also transfer the stablecoin in your DM chat box. So yeah, in that page, you can see I transfer, or not I, so like Barbie, transfer like 1,000 coins to AFGU, right? So this is just like a transfer, like a message. So you can do this immediately if you want to transfer stable coins to anybody, if your friends, or you want to tip in or something, someone you like, or whatever. Yeah, you can just do those P2P transfer in the chat box directly.
Very interesting. And so for those that might have tuned in a little late, you guys, the app is mobile only. So you have to go to Google or Apple Play Store to get them. There are QR codes here to find that, to make sure you're getting the correct one. Always best to go with the local, the link direct from the provider. And so basically, because I already have an account with my email address, I would just download the app onto my phone, log in, connect with my Google, my Gmail, and my account's already in there. And then I can just start participating in the economy there. It's that easy.
Yeah, exactly. Super easy. And I think I also create a LAN for the organized media, and I post some tasks here. So if anyone, you join today's session, it's your chance to earn more from us, from Rosen, because we are doing some like stablecoin giveaway. As long as you prove that you joined today's session with some like screenshots or whatever, you can upload this as a proof image on my task, and you will earn like some stablecoin. And we also will choose like 2 lucky person after this session. Everyone will receiving like 5 USDC on our platform. So yeah, just make sure you stay tuned. Yeah, we're doing some like giving away. Let me know like if you join, and we're gonna randomly select like 2 person to give away.
Very cool. So you guys need to go. Maybe we need some timestamps. Make sure you're doing it during the live stream session here. Make some comments in the live stream, or make some comments underneath the live stream in the replies on X, and take photos with those timestamps so you can submit those. Go download the Rosen app, set up your account, and show your proof of participation, and you will be entered into some opportunities on there just for trying it out today and tuning into the show. I love that. So very interesting. I'm definitely going to jump on there, try it out, play around with it. I also am very excited about the prospect of bringing this. We need to get Stacks into this list. Stacks actually has a deal with Circle right now. We're actually might even launch this week, probably next week. We will have native USDC on Stacks, which makes it obviously a lot more viable for us to participate in a platform like this. I realize that it takes time to do some stuff like that, but I would love to see Stacks on here and help tie Rosen more directly to the Bitcoin economy, and also leverage our user base, which we do have a lot of engaged users that already kind of participate in these kind of gig and bounty economies with our friends over at Zero Authority. And I wonder if there's maybe some things that you and Zero Authority should talk shop together too. Just what works for them, what works for you. You guys can leverage each other's experiences and make better products for your users together. I would that's the spirit on the Stacks ecosystem, is very collaborative. We help each other out, even if it might seem like we're competition, you know what I mean? But Stella, I love your project. I love what you guys have brought. You guys should absolutely be following at go_Rosen. Let me bring that up so people can see it. It's Go Rosen. Yeah, let me bring that up. I'm going to share that with you guys. Make sure you guys go follow Go Rosen. I am following. Great project, great opportunity, some social fi, some connectivity. This is about growing outside of your local economy and being able to contribute on a global scale. Great stuff. And so people should go to follow you on Go Rosen. Anything else they should know? Where should we be directing people to?
Yeah, I think they just can follow us on the social media like as Rosen, and we also have other social media profile on the TikTok and Instagram, but mainly we are still operating on the X. So yeah, you can find more like latest updates on the X platform. And just like we mentioned here, we are a AI and stablecoin powered social app for easy global opportunities, and we're powered by the Circle's USDC and PayPal's PYUSD. We are the PayPal's PYUSD Global Hackathon winner this year, and I think we are the only stablecoin track winner at their PayPal Dev Day, their annual Dev Day this year as well. So me myself also a PayPal champion, Dev champion. So we are also doing really exciting collaboration with the PayPal for the PYUSD part as well. Though like it's still in the early stage for the PYUSD adoption, but we definitely see these opportunities here. As for the Circle, we are also their partners. So we previously working with them for their developer tools like programmable wallets, and we are also working with them for a lot more users adopting the USDC. And I'm really excited to see to hear that you mentioned the stack will have the partnership with the Circle for the USDCX as well. So yeah, we're just really looking forward to see this kind of partnership, and we probably can build up together and to bring more users to this Web3 digital world, and to teach them how to use that, how to adoption with like massive opportunities right here. So this is our major partners, but we're also working with like different blockchain layers, different like wallets or other partnerships. Even some of them are really traditional partners like Ant Group, where their UNSDG initiatives partners. So we help them to reach a goal for like no poverty in different countries. And we also a partner for the Cyberport in Hong Kong. So this is our really traditional partners in different countries that we help them or facilitate their growth as well through our platform. So yeah, this is like current like our projects backgrounds and some like backgrounds about myself as well. And maybe you can tell like we are quite like a little bit like different with other pure Web3 projects. So that means like we are more like this Web 2.5. We use this blockchain and crypto technologies, but we are focusing a real world problems that we are trying to solve. And some like our backers and partners are half, like half of the traditional world, but half of them are from the Web3 world. So we are trying to combine these powers all together and to bring a really unique and new frontier like platforms to our users.
Awesome. So, and you have your ambassador program. Are you guys also on? How do you meet with your ambassadors? Is it in Discord? I know most projects kind of do organize from Discord. What's the is the Discord on here? Is it on the, or it's probably in the link tree?
Yeah, in the link tree, but we don't run something for the Discord. We usually still ask our users to reach out in our application, so the chat room or like group chat, whatever.
Oh, well, that makes sense. Yeah, you have a social account, so why would you send them out of the app to do that? So you're organizing right inside the app. That's where your ambassador.
Yeah, the best way is to sign in the app to find our people and also the ambassadors. The easiest way to find our ambassadors is to log in the app and find the planet page. Planet means like the map. We use the Google map. So you will easily to find the different like headshots. If they are in a blue avatar, that means they are our ambassadors. So if you zoom in the map in the smallest level, you still can see this blue has on the map. They are in the highest display level. So it's very easy to find the ambassadors on the map. Otherwise, you can definitely explore them on the chat room or on the home page, right? You can explore different people in different country. There's a filter button if you want to see someone specifically in any country. Like for example, I want to find someone in Argentina, then I just filter the place, the location to Argentina. Then the homepage will pop up all those face these people in Argentina for you. So this is another way that you can find a specific ambassador or specific person in a specific region. So this is different ways to find people. As for the ambassador program, I really would love to promote that one because we are still hiring more ambassadors. Our ambassadors can get some stablecoin incentives and bonus from us as well. So usually it should be help us to onboard like some new users in your country, and also you need to have some like maybe ability to organize a small event in your city or maybe in your region as well. Usually we work with those universities, just like I mentioned. We target it on those like younger generation, even though they are not crypto native. It doesn't matter, but because like we do see this our users age is usually like 20s or maybe even lower. Maybe they just like college students or high school students, and they want to have some like they are digital native, right? Even though they are not crypto native, but at their early age, they already starting to use the mobile phones, and everything for them is just like based on the cell phone, and they want to use a cell phone to earn money in the future. They don't really like a traditional working style anymore. So this is kind of people are our target. So this is why we usually working with those universities. So our ambassadors should have this the skill or the capability to manage those conversation or facilitate a event, or they should be really independent to working on them own. And for me, like I will approve some like budget for them to organize a local event, and also if they get some like outcomes or the performance is really stunning, and we can give them more as a bonus to cover their like spends, and also give them some supporting, right, so that they can get the benefits from by contributing, by helping Rosen to grow in their country. And also another responsibility for the ambassador is like help our users to understand how to do those on-ramp off-ramp. Just like I mentioned, those like traditional users, I think their most headache things is like how to do the on-ramp off-ramp, and it's really hard to explain like virtually, like how can I teach you through a virtual workshop. It's really hard. So I really usually hope them to can do those like in-person meet up and help everybody to set up immediately. This is the easiest way. And once they do it this one time, they can teach their not students, like they can teach their classmates, roommates, whatever. It's really easy to express spread into more people. But yeah, this is why I see the ambassadors really important, because from our perspective, I cannot understand every like regulation or policy or which is the most popular wallet or most popular exchange in your country, right? As was like out of my knowledge as well. So we usually hire those local ambassadors. They are the best person. They have the Web3 knowledge. They have the passion to working with us and to earn from us. And this is the best way. So we're still hiring the ambassador. Just let you know if you are interested, you can just reach out to me or maybe our teams on Rosen app or maybe on the social media.
Very good. And honestly, I think you got a bunch of ambassadors chiming in our live chat here. Many of them seem to be in Spanish, but we got Mary saying what's up. We got Bachi. We got DPAV. We got Marlene. We got Fernando. Marlene again. Angelus. Bob XBT. And now the last one, my ambassador who put this together, P-Lord, Pip, my buddy. And actually that's why I wanted to ask you, like, even though obviously you want the boots on the ground so you know what's going on at the local level, but Pip is very integrated into the Stacks ecosystem. So we essentially do have an ambassador that, like, it's not a local, it's a broader, it's a decentralized community, right? So we would still be able to kind of lean on Pip for our purposes as an ambassador for the obviously I can always reach out to you too, right? I have your contact now. You're never going to get away from me. But I just wanted to, like, Pip is probably a good point man for connecting Rosen with the Stacks ecosystem.
Yeah. So, I really appreciate, he linked us together and he was like a really good person. And, I usually was quite like busy, so I may be missing out messages, but yeah, people definitely help a lot to, facilitate our conversation and follow up every time. So yeah, I really appreciate that.
Well, and they honestly, let's just say, call it what it is. The DMs on X are like just messed up now. The chat versus DM versus whatever the heck they're doing over there. Elon, please get this fixed. I'm having to go more and more on Telegram, and now I'm using Signal on a regular basis because I can't communicate in X-ray. And that happened with us. You know, like the messages aren't showing up on my phone that are on my laptop. It's a nightmare. So having Pip has been instrumental. I just want to give him some flowers because this has been a great episode. I love what your project is. I really appreciate you taking the time to show this to us. I really hope a lot of people test it out. By the way, there are more opportunities. Pip isn't the only ambassador, so you guys can go try out the app. You take some photos. You might have an opportunity to earn something just from participating and watching the show today, trying out the app. And then there could be some ambassador opportunities down the line, or you might just find a new way to engage with your peers in a peer-to-peer exchange way that's a little bit more seamless and functional for you. So Stella, thank you so much. Awesome stuff today. Really appreciate you coming on. Anything else we need to touch on?
I think for me, it's all good. Just like you mentioned, we can, reach out to anytime. And I think just keep in touch. And if there's any updates from Stack, I definitely would love to learn. It's quite something new to me, but I think it's really, really exciting and interesting. And I don't want to miss out any, updates or information that's happened in this industry. I was quite new to Web3, to be honest, but I definitely would love to learn from you guys as well.
Awesome. Yeah, and that's what the community is about here. We're always lurking to learn and learn and earn, I guess is the way to say it. But I love what you're working on. I will tell you this. A little bird told me, I don't have any actual insider information that I can share, but USDC X, which is native USDC on Stacks, is launching possibly as early as this week. It's definitely coming by the end of next week for sure. So we will have it. And then from there, it's just a matter of putting the right people together, which realistically speaking, we're heading into the holidays. Everyone gets a little lazy this time of year, well earned for most of these people. So I wouldn't expect a whole lot to happen before Q1 at this point. But also, please don't be a stranger. If you have new developments you want to let us know about, always happy to have you come on and chat with us anytime. Keep us informed as to what's going on with Rosen, and happy to have you come on as things develop.
Yeah, sure, definitely. I will keep you updated if we have any, updates or progress, and we definitely would love to get you help us as well. So yeah, I think really happy to chat with you. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you, Stella. Thank you all for tuning in today. I am Peace Love Music. We are DeOrganized Media. And guys, go check out Go Rosen and open up your horizons a little bit more. Thank you, Stella, so much for joining us today. You have a blessed rest of your day. And thank you to the Rosen community for tuning in. You guys showed up today. We appreciate that as well. We'll have some more live and or pre-recorded content coming at you shortly. Please stay tuned. Y'all have a great day. Peace out.
Keeps the mind share, growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing, the hunters Tuesday be showing. The AI gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Up from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive, scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP.
My homies. GP, what's up, man?
Good morning, Steve. How are we doing this morning, brother?
You're in a different location, my brother. I thought you
Keeping it on the move.
You get that big smile on your face. What's been a good?
Yeah.
All right.
GP is all glowing, bro. Look at his face, is glowing.
He's had a good day. Wavy. Let's go.
Only the highest frequency vibes.
Let's go. Nice. We got Hana in the house as well. I'm not sure. Let me see.
Salam alaikum.
We are a little early still. Let me see if White Crypto's having trouble getting in here. Oh, where is he?
Yo, yesterday I got the degrees of the weather wrong. It's 33 degrees. So that is why.
Yeah, it's closer to 90. It's closer to 90 degrees. That's getting warm.
Yeah. So this was wet, but now it's all dried up.
I was like, wow, I'm surprised. I thought they get much hotter down there sometimes, you know? You're a little closer to the equator than I am.
Yeah.
But so it's hotter today?
Yeah, it's hot. They are very, 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 very hot.
Are you're representing Team Purple?
I just found it close.
Nice.
Yeah, dude, it's rainy and cold where I'm at, man. Starting to get into the rain.
Purple's a good color. It's the color of royalty.
That's my favorite color. If you saw my mixtape, they're written Purple Mars 1, Purple Mars 2, album Purple.
I actually have.
Purple.
Purple's a great color. I have seen that. I have noticed that's the theme on your albums and a lot of your content. I dig it. I like purple.
GP nice headsets that you got right there, bro.
Yeah, dude, it's Lolo's son's had let me borrow it. I'm using equipment, so it looks like it's coming through loud and clear. Is it clear?
Very loud and clear, bro.
Sounding good, man.
Solid. I'm glad. I've been trying to experiment and figure out how I may be able to do some streaming from over here. It looks like connection's good, the computer's strong enough to do it, and the microphone's coming through loud and clear. Awesome.
Very nice. It's always good when things can be a little bit more
efficient,
functional. Yeah.
Functional.
White Crypto was here, but he dropped out. He might be having connectivity issues. If so, what we'll do is we'll have him join us in one of the spaces soon. Sometimes that happens. People have trouble connecting to the live stream. We all know how that goes, you know. So if you're listening, man, don't worry about it. Keep trying. If we get you in, we'll chat about it. Very interested in talking more about Stacks Tribe and that project. But if we can't get you in today, we'll get you in soon one way or another. We'll get you some exposure for the ecosystem. I think they have a X handle. I haven't even, man, I'll tell you, I've just been meetings and spaces and calls, lots of stuff with D Grants. He wasn't in my track, so I don't have, I think it's Stacks Tribe. Yeah, Stacks Tribe is the handle. Let me actually share this. Here he's back. Let's see if we got him. What's up, White Crypto? How you doing, man? You with us? He might be having some technical difficulties. We can't hear you if you can hear us. But he's with the new project, Stacks Tribe Africa.
There we go.
I believe, if I got the right one. I hope I got the right one. I might have the wrong one. Might be a different project. I think it's Stacks Tribe that he wants to come talk to us about today. If you guys aren't, make sure you go give them a follow. It's at Sax Tribe, and they're looking to teach crypto in simple words, helping expand the ecosystem. And we'll get back. If he comes back, we'll get more into it. And if not, we'll talk on the spaces soon. We'll get him in the space. Sometimes it's just a little bit more stable there. Guys, there's a lot
collaboration between and Stacks Tribe.
What was that?
I'm wondering if there's like some type of collaboration that we could set up between Stacks Tribe and Let Africa.
There he is.
There we go.
Hello, guys.
Hey, what's happening, man? How you doing?
I'm good. I'm just I believe I was having small network problem while setting it up, but I'll be fine now.
Cool. No worries, man. And that honestly, it's not uncommon. It happens a lot in this medium. Restream's a little bit tricky. Sometimes it's hard to stay connected, but it seems like you're good now. You're coming in loud and clear. So welcome to DeOrganized. Great to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us today. And why don't you tell us a little bit about your project?
Okay. First of all, I would say it's very, very exciting to be here because this is actually my first time on the organized media, and I'm so excited now because I believe most times I'm usually down there on the comment section, always commenting and every other stuff. Yeah, so it feels good to be here live. Yeah. So, and I would say thank you guys, thank you to Peace and the team for giving me the opportunity to be here live today, and I believe there's a lot of people watching. So yeah, thank you guys once again. Okay, so actually with Stacks Tribe, yeah, I'm actually not the only one managing that particular project. We are actually four. So we have 4 founders for that particular project. I myself, Valentino, Target, and Doski. So we're actually 4 that's actually handling that project. And if you look at exactly. If you look at the Twitter banner up there, you are going to be seeing the handle of the 4 founders. You will see the handle of the 4 founders there. Yeah. So actually the idea behind Stacks Tribe came on a particular space that we were, because most times we used to have our own personal space where we just vibe, we onboard new users. As it is now, Stacks Tribe actually has a WhatsApp platform where we just interact normally, locally, we interact locally there. So we decided to say, okay, let's bring it out to the open. We have been doing it since, just that we don't actually have a particular name that we give to it. We don't have a name like Stacks Tribe. We came up with Stacks Tribe as of last 3 months, I guess. Yeah, because we were on a space and doing our normal space vibing and onboarding new users and every other thing, you understand? So our space is quite simple. This is a place where when you come, even if you don't understand what we are trying to say and every other thing, we allow you to say it or maybe ask questions the way you understand, even if you have to speak it in your own native language and every other thing. Yeah, we would then have to find somebody that actually understands your language and then translate it to us, something like that. So yeah, we were having a space that day, and somebody came on the space, on the speaker room, and we were trying to like onboard the person, trying to tell the person some basic things about stacks. And it was actually a guy, and the guy was like that he doesn't really understand English that much, that he's not fluent in English, that if we can actually explain it for him in Igbo language. Now, Igbo is actually one of the languages that is mostly speaking, is one of the languages in Nigeria. Understand? We have Igbo tribes in Nigeria. So the person was like, if it's possible for us to actually explain what we just said in Igbo language. And we said, okay, since we have somebody that is good in Igbo here with us on space, and that the person is willing to explain, so okay, we will allow the person to actually onboard you into stacks using Igbo language. And at first, I thought it was going to be disastrous, yeah, but it was quite successful, because after everything, the guy was very thankful and very happy because he understood some of the things that was explained to him in his own local language. So we were observing, Sha, but after the space, we decided to say, okay, since this thing is going to be working like this, why not adopt it in our own space where when we come to space, if we have new user or new person into the ecosystem, we can actually say, okay, if you are not comfortable in being onboarded with English language, we can actually onboard you using the language that you understand. So we said, okay, that we will be trying that particular style. And then we started doing it. It was working. And one thing we noticed that most people are very comfortable. Like, it's actually, we don't actually have a rule that says you have to onboard somebody into Stacks using English language. I don't think there is a particular rule that says that. So
Definitely not.
Yes, yeah. So
Yeah, no, listen, and this is a huge, it's a huge opportunity to, like, especially with the LLM, the AI models that you can now use to help translate and facilitate more broad communication between people with different languages. There's a lot of opportunity here. Of course, we don't want to only make, Stacks is not supposed to be only for English speaking people. Clarity is in English, so there's a little bit of a programming language barrier potentially. But even then, there's we can create tools that make that more functional. But I think you guys are onto something. I think that there's definitely an opportunity to reach more people, help expand the ecosystem, and really kind of create opportunity for people that maybe wouldn't have had that opportunity a few years ago. I think you guys are onto something. It's definitely a noble cause for sure.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that. And even if you check most of the members in the ecosystem, if you want to experiment on it, you can try it. Most of those people that are actually not comfortable speaking on spaces, most times you can try to let them actually come to mic and say what they want to say, even if it's in pidgin language. Yeah, you can just encourage somebody to come up to the space and say, okay, that thing that you want to say, how about you say it to us in pidgin language, and you are going to see the difference between when that person is speaking in English language and when that person is actually speaking in pidgin language. Because I believe English language was being taught to us. It's actually not the language we came out with, so you understand. And most times somebody tend to be comfortable with that particular language where he or she can express himself. So it's very, very understanding that you actually know the language that person is comfortable with. Yeah, then you'll be able to get the full potential of that person. So that's just the idea behind Stack Strike.
I like it, man. I like it. You're building a community and helping onboard people into the ecosystem. I think it's a great project. I'm glad that we saw you guys get some funding. GP. I haven't had a chance to introduce Gnome yet, the advisor in the house. Good morning, brother. How you doing today?
I'm doing great, guys. Gem Fiona, Gem GP, and Gem Peace, Gem everyone. Thanks for having me on the show. As I was saying before, it's been a long time since I last joined, and just cool to be here. I won't be able to stay here long because I have another meeting in Europe. They changed already the time zone. So all the meetings are switched up by 1 hour.
Yes, I know.
It's always a tricky part. In the US,
it's a nightmare for 2 weeks.
yeah.
I know because we're partners with Bitcoin Live and Nick's over in the Netherlands, so it's a little bit we were supposed to have a meeting Tuesday night, and I'm waiting for him to show up, and then all of a sudden I'm like, oh yeah, you're actually going to be an hour late today, aren't you?
I don't understand why we don't align it. Why it must be we could do it at the same time, and there will be no issues between the US, for example, and Europe. And yet, in Europe, they changed the hour 1 week earlier than the US.
Lost weight. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they don't coordinate that. To be honest with you, it's like 2 weeks of chaos every 6 months because it's not lined up in the spring either.
No, correct. You know what's fun is that, I mean, it's just more this thing. Like, we trust governments to do the best for us, and we're not even able to coordinate a freaking time change. But that's something for a conversation for another time.
Right. Well, you know what it is. It's probably at some point it's just a flex. It's like, no, you're going to copy us. No, well, we do
Yeah.
it first. No, you're going to do it. So it's just, egos is the problem, probably.
Yeah.
So really excited. Let me ask you, White. Do I call you White? White Crypto? How should I address it?
White Crypto. Good to see you on this on DeOrganized. So is this the first docs?
Yeah, this is actually the first docs.
Let's go.
Oh, let's go, bro.
Make people feel comfortable about being their true self on DeOrganized. I dig it. No, thank you, man. I really appreciate you coming on today. Let me ask you before I forget. How should people follow you? Are you looking to grow more community members? Should they follow you on X? Is there a Discord? Is there a Telegram? Or is that stuff in the works?
Yeah, I actually we started up very small, and now with the grants in place, we want to get it out there as much as we can. You understand? Because then we believe now we are being recognized by Stacks, and it actually helps boost our morale, and we feel very confident in what we are actually trying to build. So actually, for now, we don't actually have Discord or this thing for now, or Telegram. We just stick it with X for now. But since we are actually going full time public, we will be making a preparation to have those ones in place.
Nice. And so, what are your current milestones for D grants? What are you guys trying to accomplish?
Yeah, actually, the first milestone is actually trying to onboard about 150 users.
Wow, that's aggressive, man. That's a lot. That's not a small number.
Yeah. It's actually not easy to do that, but we are pretty confident in what we can do, because I believe by the time we start putting out the words out there that you can actually bring your friend. It's not actually compulsory that he or she must be very good in the English language. I believe some people will be very confident to actually try what we are doing here and start.
Awesome, man. I think you guys will be successful no matter what. It's a nice team. All of the guys in that project, by the way, are constantly dropping into our spaces, supporting us on the live stream. Target showing up all the time, and all you guys. I see you in there, man. I've seen you coming in, saying hi in the live chat, commenting, and all that stuff. And I really appreciate, that helps us tremendously. So, whatever we can do to return the favor, do not hesitate to ask. We're happy to work with you guys to help you reach your goals however we can. If you need us to shout out, you have space going on and you need us to repost it, or you got something else going on, don't hesitate, man. We're happy to, or you got something you want to come back on and talk about something sometime, always welcome. Really appreciate you. You guys are always cranking in the ecosystem. I know you guys do a lot of stuff with the STX AI group as well. Steve is a friend of mine, and I love that project. So, we're all part of the greater Stacks family here, right? And I love seeing people move forward and grow. You're taking on your own project, starting to create your own community, and those things are immeasurably valuable to the growth of our ecosystem. You're getting people engaged, you're getting people onboarded, people that are non-crypto native, which is the hardest part, how to get into crypto, and so kudos, man. I really appreciate you stepping up and putting the work in. It's not an easy job, I know, but my best advice is just be consistent, keep doing it. Push it every day, even when you don't feel good. You wake up with a sinus infection, you take a little bit of Claritin, and you do the show anyway, because that's how we do. You know what I mean? So,
speaking from experience.
Speaking from right now.
Thank you very much for that. It's actually interesting because now we have been some actual requests for if we will be adding some other extra languages to our spaces when we try to onboard people, because some people are kind of requesting maybe we can actually go extra mile in trying to adopt other languages. We've got some requests about adopting the Kenyan language, the language that is speaking in Kenya, but it's going to be a tough one, but I believe we are going to get there. Yeah.
That's coming from Freddie? Is that coming from
Freddie? No, it's actually not coming from Freddie, but I believe Freddie would so much love us to have that particular language adopted into our editing schedule. Yeah.
Yeah, he's an absolute Chad, man. I love Freddie. He's a good dude, and he will steer you the right way. So you guys are obviously part of the Stacks Africa team and all of that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I honestly, I really love what's coming out of there. I'm a huge fan of Sam and the Let Africa Build Lab project. I think that there's a huge, and it's not just Africa, really. There's all places all over the world where this crypto is creating an opportunity for people to develop skills and engage in a broader global economy in a much more holistic way than has ever been possible before. So I think that it's really, I love seeing this, the growth of opportunity for people all over the world. And you're helping facilitate that, brother. So don't sell your projects short. This is important work you're doing. Keep pushing forward.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm actually feeling pretty confident in myself because now we have Let Africa Build solidly behind our backs. Once I feel there's a place I'm actually having issues, or maybe I feel I'm actually confused in this particular place. I have Sam to actually reach out to, because I believe he's one of my mentor. He's actually very available anytime you try to reach out to him. So I'm very confident in myself now.
Yeah, Sam is a great leader in the ecosystem. He's always been reaching out and help. I first met Sam through GP. GP was creating his collection, and Sam was just helping mentor him on how to create NFT how to work with the contracts in a little bit, just helping because he knew GP was there and needed some help. And that's just how he is. Back in cohort 2, he did it was actually called Stacks Labs. They took the Stacks Labs account over from him for now the newly minted Stacks Lab entity. So, Sam's a trailblazer big time, and absolutely a good ally for what you guys are doing. I'm sure he's happy to help out. But man, I'm proud of what you guys are achieving. I think it's good work, and I cannot wait to see. I can't wait to see you hit your first milestones.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. We can't actually wait for that. It's actually going to be an exciting and also a tough one for us. But I believe we are not going to get better if we don't actually try. So obviously, we are going to be putting ourselves to the challenge. Yeah.
I dig it, man. I dig it. Guys, here's the thing. I don't know. We have about 15 minutes until our regular Find2Earn time. Noam had to drop off. It's too bad. I wanted to ask his opinion about dual stacking before we dropped him off. Dual stacking goes live at 10 a.m. like in just 45 minutes from now. Crazy. 44 minutes. So we got 15 minutes to figure out what we're going to fill in Find2Earn with today. I wanted to do Cook to Earn, and Hero had suggested that we show people how to make the songs that we're doing. Do we want to make a song for?
Make a Suno banger? I don't know. I think we should do maybe something for Stacks Tribe.
Yeah, do we want to make a Stacks Tribe song? Maybe we'll do that.
Dual staking song.
Stacks Tribe song. I would so much love that.
Yeah, let's do it. I was gonna suggest. I already have a pretty fly dual stacking song anyway. Yeah, so let's do Stacks Tribe song. We'll figure it out. Hero needs a song for Stacks Pot. You know what we can do? Well, we'll show everybody. This is what we'll do. This is how we'll do it. Okay, We'll demonstrate how to make the songs. We'll do a song for Stacks Tribe, and we'll show everybody how to use Suno. It'll only take about 10 minutes, and then we'll drop the link for the Suno the free credit sign up, so everyone can try it out, and they can make songs for whatever they want. Drop the link to the song they created in the live chat, and we'll look at it throughout the day, and we'll pick, the three of us will pick the best song, and I'll send somebody 10 STX for whoever creates the best ecosystem song. Right? So we'll use Stacks Tribe as the example, so we can show everybody how to do it. And then so we're gonna do 10 STX and a Stacks Invader. How about that? We'll do the top song gets 10 STX and a Stacks Invader NFT.
Let's go.
That sounds like fun.
Well, Hero, we can do that. Well, I'm going to show everybody and let them all compete. I'm just trying to give the Find2Earn guys something to do today during the segment too. So why don't we do this? I'm going to go. So this is what I'm going to do. I got the Stacks Tribe handle. Do you guys have a website, or is it just the X account right now?
Just the X account. We don't have. You know how much it takes to actually own a website.
Yeah, it's not. No, I understand. I really do understand. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do.
You can talk to the Stacks AI Guild guys. They can vibe code a website for you. So yeah, you know where to reach out to. So yeah, it's easy also to make your own website. All you can do it.
I'm going to show you guys
real quick.
What's that?
So Balu, big shout out to the Stacks AI Guild, man. Balu permissionlessly built an app for the weekly Pokemon tournament that we have in the Stacking It Out Discord. Crazy work, and it's much more streamlined and efficient now, lining everybody up for these battles in the Stacking It Out Discord. So, I definitely second that. The Stacks AI Guild guys can definitely help you vibe code a website if you need one.
Absolutely, and that could actually be an episode that we could do that on stream too at some point.
I think so.
Hero, if you want to join us, you have the link. Come on in and chat.
Come kick it. He's like, why does GP look like a gamer today?
Game.
Because I got game.
Yeah, bro. I made something for you, GB. I think you saw it on the timeline. Yeah, I like the vibe that you have right now, bro.
Let's go.
Hyundai.
Also, Hyundai. Hajime. Did you guys see that video I made for the Gigaverse AR for Cryptonauts?
Oh yeah.
Maybe we could play that too. I wanna play that and show that off. I've been using Google AI Studio, just doing some storyboarding and then running it through a Google AI Studio, and then kind of splicing the clips together with Clipchamp, and seems to be a pretty feasible method for making some marketing material.
Oh yeah, that is
showing off that too.
All right, we have Hero in the house. He's going to help us. He's going to learn with us too.
You are now watching a master.
Come join us, man. You're always welcome, man. Always welcome. All right, so this is what we're going to do. I'm going to show you guys how I get the AI to help me make songs for projects in the ecosystem. So this is my Chat GPT. I'm just training it right now on Stacks Tribe. Stacks Tribe is a project that came out of DeOrganized Cohort 3. They are onboarding users to Stacks and Bitcoin via engaging in local native language among new users in Africa, focusing. I don't need to focus on anything. I want to write a song for their project using Suno.
You are now watching a master.
Can you help me?
Did you hear your tagline piece?
What?
You are now watching a master at work.
I like it. I like it. That should be your tagline, though, man. All right. Let's anchor the song around Stacks Tribe's mission, onboarding African builders and creators into Bitcoin via Stacks in their own languages. Wait, is that all pretty much accurate right now?
Yeah, I can hear you very much. You say what?
Why don't we, how about feed the information from the application? Would that help? Or is that too much?
I can probably actually, let me.
Yeah, you can do it, and then you can just simplify it.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah, we can actually do that. Hold on, let me.
We can go through and get the information from all the applicants and do stuff like this.
We can.
That's a smart idea here. That's a good suggestion, bro.
Yeah.
Because we've been doing that with ground evaluation bot that Blockface is doing, and it's taking data from social, it's taking data from the spreadsheet, taking data from spaces.
You guys have access to the spreadsheet?
I don't remember where it is, but we used to, right? I think.
We used to, but it's not public right now. So.
Oh, is it?
It's not on this. Oh, maybe there is a. I don't remember anymore, to be honest. But I have access to the regular spreadsheet, so I won't share it on the screen, so it's not.
It should be public information, though. No, D-Grants cohort 2 it was. I thought
Yeah,
it was
it should be public, really, like, because entering is public. There's no reason why this couldn't be public.
Yeah, it just it's got contact information on there, the one I have access to. So I just won't share it on screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't want to dox anybody's information on accident.
Yeah. I'm looking for. Where are we? Stacks Tribe on here.
Stacks Tribe. Ooh, I found it.
There it is. All right.
A community that onboard new user using basics. Stop.
Yeah, I got that on the website. That should do.
Okay.
Actually, we don't need all that other stuff anyway. So I got here. Song title. One voice, one chain. Here's the lyrics. Hook.
What? Using ChatGPT.
Yep. How do we want?
That's where everything happens.
Oh, they even give me a. They want to put it in E minor. All right. You know what? Optional rollout tagline. We don't need to worry about.
So what was the? What did you ask? You fed in the context, I believe.
So first I just I put the X account hand link.
Okay.
And just wrote some basic information about it. Then I copied and pasted the same that you saw on the website. So this is public facing.
Yeah.
So this is where I just copied from the D-Grants recipients page.
Yeah.
And I put that in there, and it gave me this.
Okay.
So then I'm going to go to Suno. Suno.com.
Great.
I'm going to the create page, the create link. And so here I have two fields. I got lyrics and styles. So I'm going to copy these lyrics exactly like they wrote them. With the where it says hook and bridge and all of that, keep that in there because that'll help it structure the song properly for you.
Keep what in there?
Like where it says, like on here where it says intro, hook, verse 1, hook, bridge, final hook. You know, leave all that in there because it'll help structure the song. And so I just I pasted all of that in the lyrics section. And in styles, I never just use what they say for style. I'm going to change some stuff here.
Okay.
But I copy and paste it in there.
What if somebody like me who doesn't know so many different music styles?
But you can use what ChatGPT suggests if you want. It was saying Afrobeat fusion with funk and modern trap elements. That's already not bad. Let me. What's your White? What's your favorite kind of music?
Hip hop.
Add a strong hip hop influence, deep bass.
White, what do you think of Afro pop? Since in Africa, Afro pop and Amapiano is the biggest genre right now.
Yeah.
Like this one.
That combo is actually quite nice.
Yeah.
What would the customers wanna hear? That's what I'm interested.
Yeah.
The people that you want to onboard, what would most of like the list?
Yeah, if it comes down to the customers, I believe 300 is actually right with the Afro pop because right now in Africa it's more like the Amapiano.
Afro pop.
Yeah.
The biggest genre
Taylor Swift of Africa.
Sorry.
Like the Taylor Swift of Africa.
It's more like the house like who's the guy who was doing house the one with the beat. GB, do you know the guy?
No, I don't. But
you know the vibe? Oh, there you go.
We just that scrap, one voice, one chain. From Lagos to Cape Town, we build again. TikTok block in our native tongue. Knowledge for the people, the future be gone, yeah. We move with purpose, code in our soul. Stacking dreams to the vision zone. Bitcoin roots, stats sky high. Decentralized truth, no need to lie. We just stack, one voice, one chain. From Lagos to Nairobi, we build again. Teach the block in our native tongue. Local hard, global.
It produces really quickly. Like you don't have to wait for like 10 minutes.
Rhythm, innovate, confidence born from every line. Africa rising is our time.
Oh.
Fire.
Too easy. It's too easy. Wow. We don't need music producers anymore.
We just stacks, one voice, one chain.
I'm loving the smile on White Crypto's face right now.
That's all that matters.
Does it say Bitcoin? I know. I wish it's mentioned Bitcoin. Nice. Really good music.
It does say Bitcoin. It's fire, dude. It's so good. Bitcoin is so
Nice, man.
That's crazy.
This is version 2.
Like, can you try the different ones in the same day? Like, it doesn't cost the credit?
It all takes credits. It all
Like,
takes.
you press on the right hand side, it takes credit.
What's the sub like?
What do you mean, like a remix edit?
Can you remix to Amapiano?
Omo.
You
What
want
I
me
meant is like, what is a credit? Like, what's the limitation for me? So I just, when I play around with it, I can be careful.
do you have a? Did you use the Hold on, honey. You want to use your invite link?
Oh yeah, let me send it over.
Send your invite link to the guys. Drop it in the private chat, and then also drop it underneath the live stream so that people watching that want to participate can do that, can use that and get some free credits.
Yeah, let me do that right now. And you can change the vibe, right? Do the version that I sent in the private chat.
Yeah. So what I would do, I have obviously like more credits than I'll be able to use in a month, even making tons of songs, because I just paid for the year and I get monthly credits. So let's make it Amapiano style. And let's go G minor, G sharp minor. It automatically makes 2 for you when you do it. I don't know if there's a way to set that. I might be able to actually change the settings on that, but it takes 10 credits each, I think.
So what's the third and fourth and fifth? Oh, those are the.
This is everything I've made so far.
Okay.
These are all the songs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Dude, Master Chef in the kitchen. Let's go.
Yeah. How many did you make?
It's like how many kids I have. I'm not sure.
There you go. This is the biggest genre in Africa right now.
It's the drive we ride. Stacks on the beat, Africa in the vibe. We just stack scribe, one voice, one chain. From Lagos to Cape Town, me to the game. Teach the block and I need it down. Knowledge for the people, the future begun. We just stack scribe, one voice, one chain. From Lagos to Nairobi, we build again. Teach the block in a native tongue. Local heart, global drum. Yeah. Step by step, we educate. Culture, rhythm, innovate. Confidence born from every line. Africa rising, it's our time. We just subscribe, one voice. Breaking limits, breaking the frame. From village stores to global fame. Bitcoin power, remember the names.
Well, Hannah, did you drop that in the comments of the live?
I drop it in the chat. Let me set it on there now. Compliments to the chef.
Insane how fast I think
Guys, there's a Zero Authority bounty right now. Zero, drop that link in the comments below the live stream so we can share it out later.
There's a bounty?
Yes, there's a bounty on Zero Authority. There's a new bounty on Zero Authority. Zero's
what?
I haven't seen it yet. I don't have the link's not
Oh, that's
I sent it in the chat.
Stacks on the beat, Africa in the vibe. We just stack scribe, one voice, one chain. From Lagos to Cape Town, me to the game. Teach the block in a native tongue. Knowledge for the people, the future begun. We just stack scribe, one voice, one chain. From Lagos to Nairobi, we build again. Teach the block in a native tongue. Local heart, global drum. Yeah. Step by step, we educate. Culture, rhythm, in a Confidence
the
bomb,
music down a
every
little
line.
bit.
Africa rising, it's our time. We just subscribe, one voice, breaking limits, breaking the frame from
Yeah, maybe we can do for Dogecoin. What do you think?
I
Yeah,
think
that's a good way.
so. We can do it. I think doing it for Skull Coin makes a lot of sense. Make a
Yes,
song
sir.
for Skull Coin.
No, Dogecoin. The one
Oh,
that
Jamie's Dog Coin?
yeah. I don't know if you have
No.
one yet.
Can I get a
have
copy,
not
please?
one yet.
But what I would love, guys, is if somebody else does the next song. So me or maybe what's White Crypto? If White Crypto or me can do the next song, so that we get to learn, you know, and we pick a subject like Dogecoin or.
Yeah, sure.
All right, so I dropped.
Please, can I get? Do I get a copy of this song?
Yeah,
or...
man. I'll send all of them to you. I'll send you all of them. You can play with whatever ones you want, man.
What you did on this? What you did on this song? You've combined Nigeria, South African music all together in one genre, which is Amapiano. It is a fusion of hip hop, dancehall, a little bit of hip hop. So it's a mixture of all those genres.
So White might have some trouble sharing his screen, Hero. Maybe you want to screen share and show us how to do it based on what we showed you.
I don't think I can share my screen right now because my phone won't be able to take up that particular heat.
I understand the complexity there. Let me just like phenomenal. Similar kind of. I started with an Afrobeat idea, and I just evolved it a little bit. Free Suno credit.
Give me an assignment, boss.
Share your screen with us. You're gonna share your screen. You're gonna create a song for. You can pick whatever project you want to make one for. Because I can make songs for all of the projects. So whoever you pick.
Can I pick it for him?
Yes.
Yeah.
Stacks AI Guild.
All right. All right. Well, Hero, is that comfortable?
Yeah. Just give me a sec. I'm just trying to share my screen.
Let's go. So now you're watching. We are turning a vibe coder to a musician live on DeOrganized. We are turning Eurogamer to a musician, to a producer right now. Let's go.
Definitely not very like music, you know, like not a master music. I just listen.
You know what you're doing right now is what you did to me to vibe code. So
yes.
No excuses.
Okay,
I got you.
So I need to feed some information in about Stacks AI Guild, right?
That's what I do. Yeah, I go to
ChatGPT.
I mean, sometimes I'll actually just write the lyrics myself. I don't always go to ChatGPT for them, or I'll have a lyric starter and then I'll go into ChatGPT. But for these purposes, and you can absolutely just go into ChatGPT, share links about the project. Sometimes I'll start with, what do you know about the Stacks AI Guild, or what do you know about BoostX, or what do you know about Zero Authority, or all of that. By the way, I will share, guys. Let me share. I'll put yours back in a second, Hero. I'm just gonna share real quick.
Okay.
There is a bounty live on Zero Authority now for Dog Clan Bounty Hub. 90,000 PEGI up for grabs. I believe it's for 3 winners. Navigate a new blockchain is not easy. This bounty invites you to open the door for Stacks newcomers and give them the confidence to jump on board. Create a post that shows how to use X-Verse wallet and to visit Velar, Bitflow, or FactFun and carry out a swap of STX for a token of your choice. Share on X, tag your chosen project from the token swap. tag Dogcoin STX and Zero Authority DAO. Use hashtag all aboard stacks. 3 winners, 30K Peggy each. And that's over at zeroauthoritydao.com/bounty. So, and I'm going to drop the link for that in the comments below the live stream so you guys can easily find it as well. And without further ado, we're getting to Mixmaster Hero Gamer live.
Legend live. You are now watching a master at work.
So we actually have a website that Blockface used something called Framer to create. And it has like a portfolios, which is, pretty nice looking on, but it has a lot of like additional information that I might not need. So I'm just going to go to, here's a team of Stacks Air Guild. Looking good, looking good.
It's still showing Peggy on the screen.
Oh, really? Oh. Is my screen or whose screen is this?
Your screen
I
should
think
be
it's
Zero Authority right
Oh, hold on a minute.
Oh, it's on Zero Authority.
Sorry, I thought I switched it off. I must have. What happened? Why does that keep dropping out? All right, your screen is up now, Hero.
Oh, I'm just trying to search for AI Guild information, and there was a website created with like portfolios and stuff, UDC, the stuff that we've done. It's actually got a team, but I think it's almost got too much information on this website. So I'm just going to go somewhere else to fetch information. And I don't know if you know this app, guys, Team Lurky.
I only heard you guys talking about it briefly yesterday.
It's so good, man. Like if you have a space, what you need to do is like say lurk this space, like basically like listen to this space, and after you'll give you a summary. But what happens is I'll show you the site quickly. You can go and search for coins like Stacks, and it will tell you who are talking about Stacks on Twitter Spaces. It's really cool. It's got the KOLs because Luna, Crush, and Cookie.fun, they have the KOL for written content. But this one has everything about spaces. So, for example, this guy was talking about Stacks on Spaces. Ting Lurky account had a space, and we mentioned Stacks there.
Is this only if you actually tag Lurky in the space, or are they actually tracking all of the spaces?
Only if you tag. So there's about 3 tags per day, which is kind of, enough. And you I tag Stacks Town Hall, so you listen to Stack Town Hall, and it has all the information about that space. It knows exactly who attended as well. It's super smart, like whatever they created. So yeah, shout out to them. Why did it come here? Oh, because I wanted to show you. I work with the founder to put our shows on there as well. So actually has an AI Guild space. And I wrote like a bit of information about it. Actually, there's more. So I'm just going to go to my DM and fetch that, because I thought it was pretty good. Here you go.
You can make a song about Lurky.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Let's do it.
Yeah.
I'll send them for free.
Shout out to Didi. He put me on to Lurky a minute ago. He's pretty ahead of the curve.
Oh yeah. It's just such a useful platform. Like they're just having the TGE right like now. But even without the token, it's just so useful. So this is the information about Stacks AI Guild. So what do I say? I want to make a song. Make a song on Suno about Stacks AI Guild. Here is the information about Stacks AI Guild. Is that enough?
Yeah, I think so.
And the handle is this.
I don't think there's a need for a handle.
Okay, cool. Enter. Perfect.
So now it gives you all the type of genres: lo-fi, upbeat, electronic, pop, rock, rap, cinematic. So you can tell it which type of vibe that you feel.
I want a vibe that caters to all. I think I just want a popular one. Now let's do a Web3 one. I want to pop it to AI enthusiasts. Enthusiasts. How do you spell enthusiasts? Okay. Okay, it's done it now. Sudo prompt. So I take this to Suno, right?
Yep. You take that to Suno, and you're
Okay.
gonna copy the lyrics. You should have. There you go.
Oh, custom. Oh, okay. There's simple and there's custom.
Right. You can actually just drop all of that into the simple. I like using custom.
Okay, lyrics. Oh no, that's not lyrics. This is this style?
Yep.
Yeah, the style.
Where is the prompt? Ah, here. Okay. Prompt box.
And then you go take the lyrics.
I didn't even read the prompt, to be honest. So I'm
You
just gonna
you don't
you
have
copy
to.
you copy the title.
copy the title. Yeah.
I remove the title. You
Let's
start from the verse.
verse 1. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it matters, to be honest, but you don't want
When I did that last time, it read the title and say title. No. It started singing.
yeah.
No.
It doesn't say about Bitcoin. I think. Let me just double check.
Or you can just tell it to add a little bit about Bitcoin also in the verse or chorus, and then it changes the lyrics.
Bit about Bitcoin. Does it say about crypto? Web3. That's okay. And crypto. There you go. Right, here's the updated version. Okay, copy. Lyrics, verse 1. Okay, it has Bitcoin now. That's good. Bitcoin.
Bitcoin's good. Okay.
Okay, right. Okay. What do I do next? Should I add anything else? Advanced options? Whatever that is.
I haven't actually played with those very much.
Yeah.
The weirdness
Even
one
me.
is interesting to me, but usually because I'm making things about ecosystem projects and I want it to be more serious.
I want a female, I think. Let's see. Okay. I can choose male and female.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay. That's it? Create?
Yeah. Congratulations, you're now a producer.
Producer, rapper, all that.
Yeah.
All in one.
A burger flipper.
Oh, all packed in one.
Back to McDonald's.
Oh, so you made 4.
That's right. First, when you're using the, it does. I forget exactly how
The
that
freemium.
was.
Upgrade
Yeah.
for a full song.
Oh, you're not able to get
Oh, that's right.
the high quality ones.
The high quality ones are only for if you pay.
Yeah.
High quality as in what?
They tend to be a little bit better songs, but the so the two on the bottom will still be awesome.
Okay.
Just yeah, you
I
can
think like audio quality better, higher quality, or is it like the
they tend to just be better songs. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know why it would. You know,
It'll
it's
be.
Yeah.
You won't hear that it's AI when they're the top twos, but the last ones they just give you a decent one. But those top twos, you play, if you can play the top one, it is finished. You can hear if you go down. We can start off with the one that
Oh, you can
finished.
play. I can play already.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can play it whilst it's still rendering.
Very popular. That's a very movie.
We cannot hear the side.
You can't hear it. You might have when you share the tab. Are you sharing your
Can you
screen
see
or
me?
the tab?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we can't hear the music.
How do I
Yeah.
share the music then?
When you share your
When you click
screen,
the share button.
are you sharing your tab or are you sharing the whole screen? I think you're
I'm
sharing.
sharing the whole Windows.
There might be an option to turn music on. So when you click your screen share button,
Okay.
you should have an option.
Audio output.
No,
Yes.
that's not it. That's not it.
It's like a little ticker in the bottom right corner.
No, yeah, when you click share your screen, the option to share your screen, like you can share the tab instead of
Also share tab audio. Should I turn that on?
Yes.
Okay, I did.
And now you just got to reshare the tab.
Music?
Negative.
No.
You hear music?
No,
You
because you're
can
not
say-
sharing the tab, you're sharing the whole screen. So you got to just share the tab. So pick the
gotcha.
share tab option.
Yeah. Let me close a few windows. Okay. Well?
Still nothing.
I
hold
think
on,
you
let me
can
put-
share
hold
the
on,
link.
There it is.
Oh,
There it is.
yeah, we got it. We got it. We got it.
It's a very like let's cinema like a big cinema kind of thing.
The bottom right hand corner is a volume. Is that super? I don't know if it's like at the bottom right hand corner on the page. There should be like a little volume slider.
I don't see it.
Here it is.
Over.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's all the way.
Yeah, bring
Okay,
it
let me
down.
try it
Bring it to halfway because it's super loud. I couldn't hear you talking.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Here.
Yeah, that should be good.
Okay. Oh.
Plug in the dream, we're online tonight. Builders and thinkers chasing the light. AI sparks.
It's a very pop song.
Very pop song.
Which I don't mind because I don't know.
It doesn't matter. Like really, like it's not all about what we like. Like you
Yeah,
had
yeah,
asked
it's about what the-
earlier, it's what the audience is going to appreciate and listen to. So.
It's a very in a cinema kind of like what's the movie Dragons?
Yeah, a little bit.
You on
Okay,
board
let's
with
try the
this
next
one?
Congratulations, Hero. You're now a music producer.
Insane.
Thanks.
You have graduated. This is
3
nice.
minutes. Wow. How about this one? I like this.
I actually think I like this one best so far.
Yeah. AI. I like this. I like this one.
And I think if you click the 3 dots next to the song, like to the right of the song,
yeah,
that gives you down. You can download the MP3.
This one's good. Lyrics. Clear with the lyrics. Okay, so basically now I just need to put it into like a CapCut, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you can download the MP3.
Visuals together.
This one is a wave.
Of commercial use. Oh, you really? I didn't know you had to. Oh, you can't use it. You can't use it unless you can.
Oh,
like if you could download anyway, you can still download it, but you're not technically you don't have the commercial rights to the song unless you're
That's
paying.
okay. I'm not selling any product,
No.
so I think I'm actually pretty in my previous jobs. I know about all this kind of rights and stuff, so I know what to do, what not to do.
I mean,
Really, you do whatever you want, and if it ends up being a huge hit, you just won't get the money for it. They'll keep it.
Yeah, thank you so much, man. Now in the AI Guild, what I try to encourage is I will now go and teach somebody else how to do it, so that we pass on that knowledge. So you are my, let's say, the AI music producer teacher, and I will go and teach somebody else.
Awesome. And honestly, what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to go into the Skullcoin Sigma chat, let all the regulars know that we have a contest that they can. I'll give them. I'll link to the post with Hana's referral link, so they can all get free credits, and I'll have them make a song about Skullcoin as a contest, and then we can. We'll give them 10 STX and a Stacks Invader to whoever wins. We'll give them till the end of the live stream to submit, and we'll announce the winner tomorrow morning. And White, DM me your email address. I think I have it somewhere anyway, but DM me your email address, and I'll send you all of the ones I made for the Stacks Tribe this morning.
All right, thank you very much. Allow me to take permission. I believe I will be going off now because my phone can actually handle. I'm getting what's it called, temperature overheating here. So thank you guys for having me here. It's actually been an honor being here, and I'm looking forward to always coming back again to share with the Stacks community what we have actually accomplished and what we have next for them. So thank you.
Right on, man. You're welcome anytime. Thank you for joining us today. Appreciate you, and looking forward to seeing you guys grow with the Stacks Tribe. Psyched about the project, man. Thank you for joining us today. And all right, so without further ado, though, I want to segue into Tony's segment because I love what Tony is working on. I think it's some amazing stuff. Let me get this off of here.
Oops.
Oh, we did the thing.
Did the thing, man. Did the thing. Happy Friday, peace. We did the thing.
It's been a while since we were co-producing like that.
Yeah,
it's been a little while. Tony, man, what's up? How you doing? You've been
hey.
Rockstar. You've been making this circuit.
Yes.
You've been on every. I saw you on the what do they call it? Stacks Office Hours now with Eric and Kenny. That was just yesterday. I'm gonna have to pick that up and replay it on the show sometime soon. But great having you with us. I don't have a whole lot of your background. I know you have a tech history, but we met up at the I thought I didn't know what the hell you were doing there, GP. Looked like you were about to hit a bong or something.
I had a little runaway string there for a second. I set myself on fire, man. That's how the music made me feel.
All right, so I met Tony at the Stacks Hacker House, and that was a great experience, by the way. And I wasn't a direct participant. I was a satellite participant. I kind of just showed up whenever I felt like it to participate in the amazing meals because you guys had that chef that was just providing awesome food for you guys. But the vibe there was awesome, man. It was like a frat. Yeah. I loved it. I thought you guys were. You guys all seemed to be very friendly. You were all helping each other out, cranking on each other's projects. So what? I'll shut up. You tell us, what was your experience like there? And that's where you came up with the idea to work on 402, right? You weren't coming there to work on that specifically?
Yeah, I mean, so I'm gonna give a little bit of background on how everyone got into the hacker house. So basically, if you wanted to be at the Stacks hacker house, you were not able to apply. You had to create a project before winning a hackathon or maybe one of the challenges they had. So basically, it wasn't like a ton of applications. Maybe you can come in. So basically, the way you get into the hacker house was by
submit an X402 project for the submitted for the hackathon.
I wanted to create something on the Stacks since the last year because some of my friends, like he has a protocol here in Mexico. It's called Metapool. It's kind of the biggest one DeFi protocols in Latin America. It's not on the Stacks. It's more like EVM, Solana. But basically, like he told me that, hey, there's this hackathon. I think you should join. It's pretty great. Last year, and I didn't have enough time to work on that. But I started like following Jonathan and Angel because they were doing a lot of noise here in Latin America. And this year I said like, hey, I want to build something. I don't know why. I don't know what. Sorry. I want to build something on Stacks. I want to get hands-on on Stacks. I really like Bitcoin L2. So obviously Stacks is the biggest one. So I wanted to get my hands dirty building something. So I was like trying to understand what was built, what wasn't, and I saw that X402 wasn't built for Stacks. X402 has been getting a lot of traction the last 3 months. It's actually something like from almost a year ago, like 7-8 months ago, but like 2-3 months ago, it started getting like a lot of traction. X402, a lot of movement, especially on the base blockchain and a little bit on Solana. So I said like, hey, I really think this is going to be great. I think this is like core infrastructure that every blockchain needs. So I think I'm going to work this for the hackathon. So I did it. I won the fourth place and I got into the hacker house. And that's what I had the opportunity to go to Buenos Aires and to keep working on my project.
Nice. Awesome, man. Awesome stuff. And so for those that don't know, can you give us just a quick explanation as to what 402 is?
Yeah, sure thing. So basically, X402 comes from the 402 status code. On the internet, we always have a status code. So for example, if you go to any website and the website responds correctly, you're going to get a 200. Or the most obvious one is that when you go to, let's say you're using Chrome, you go to a website, and that website cannot be found. It responds with a 404, right? Not found. That's the same principle. So basically, if one of those websites resources on the internet require a payment, the server, the backend server, is going to respond with a 402. That's the way it works, 402. But there's one problem. The current infrastructure we have, or the legacy infrastructure we have, like Stripe, PayPal, all those payment rails, and the legacy ones are like, first, super slow, like you need to wait a lot of time for the payment to be settled. Second thing, it's not made for agents. Like you need a credit card, you need to go sign up, you need to go create an account, and then choose a plan, pay for it, get the API keys. So now you can start using that service you were looking for. So that's a flow that the agent is not going to be able to do, at least at this point. And the last thing is super expensive. If you want to send maybe like a cent or like 2 cents through a Stripe or PayPal, it's going to be so much more expensive than the actual money you're sending, right? So that's when X402 came. X402 came. It's the same principle by using the 402 status code from HTTP that we always had, but now you're sending the payment details. Those payment details include your address, your the amount of SBTC or STX or the token you want basically to receive the payment, and the payment due date, right? So with that information, the client who wants to get that resource from the internet can create the signature to pay the amount of STX or SBTC that is required from the backend, take that information, create the signature, and send it back to the backend. The backend receives that signature from the client, settles down the payment, verifies that the payment was done, and with that, it sends back the resource that the client was looking for. So that's basically the way X402 works.
Awesome. That's amazing. So it basically, in a short summary, what you're working on is a way to allow agents to accept payments online, which is actually it can actually just be between agents. It doesn't even actually have to, once we get to the point where you can actually assign your agent to commit signatures for you, it can actually be agent to agent transactions.
Yeah, that's right. That's actually the way it works right now. So for example, let's say this is the basic use case, right? Like for example, all agents, they need the LLM to live, right? Without the AI model, they cannot be alive. So the way they're doing now is that instead of like going to OpenAI or Anthropic and like, I don't know, like buying $500 of credits, and your agent has that like bag of tokens that the agent can use. Instead of doing that, what people is doing is to make it cheaper and to make it a little bit faster, is that the agent has a wallet, let's say like with $10, and the agent is paying for every LLM request that it needs to be alive using crypto, using X402. So in that way, it's like basically paying for your food as a human, right? You have some money, you need to go to pay for the food. The food is basically the LLM model that the agent is using. But now it's paid for through X402 and on demand. So basically, you can create as many agents as you want, and then the only thing you need is to have a wallet with some crypto on it. In this case, SBTC, for example. Yep.
So it helps you access the APIs and whatnot as well.
Exactly. So the current we have a lot of APIs right now in the market, and if you want to go and use those APIs, you need to sign up. You need to choose the plan you want to have, and you need to pay for that API, and then you need to create the API key, right? So that's the typical flow that we have right now. And that flow, that's something that the agent, maybe you can try to do it. Maybe I have in the past made some tricks like giving a card to my agent and using some MCP server so you can try to automate the process, but it's pretty hard for that agent to do that. So X402 basically removes all the logic to have API keys, because you're basically paying per request. So you want to get let's say you have an API that generates some AI images, right? Or the music one. So basically you have the API that generates the music. The agent, if maybe you have like a funny agent, that funny agent is able to create videos, images, but it's not able to create music. And maybe it's getting a lot of requests, your agent is getting a lot of requests to generate music. So what would be the flow? So maybe it has two options. The first one is to have a wallet using X402, find an API who receives X402 as a payment, and start using that one. That's gonna be like super automatically, like agents having agency to choose which product to use. And the other one is that, okay, my human needs to give me some API keys, give me the documentation, give me everything that I need to create music using AI. So obviously, which one with agency would the agent choose? The first one, right? Like there's an API who receives X402. I have a wallet. I have some stable coins. I have some SBTC, so I can pay for that API myself. So with that and MCP servers, the agents are going to have more capabilities in an automatic way, right? Because they don't need a human to give them the tools. They can basically have some. It's like us, right? Like I want to get some hamburgers. We're not waiting for
us as an adults, obviously, right? We're not waiting for maybe our parents to get us that hamburger, right? We have our money, we go to the store, or maybe Uber Eats, DoorDash, whatever. We request the food, right? So that's pretty much the same way. Instead of like waiting for your parents to get you that food, you as an agent, you're gonna have all the tools to go and pay for the resources you need.
Awesome stuff. We actually have Hero Gamer in the live chat, which Hero Gamer can actually come and talk to us live anytime, but I like when he's in the live chat too. He's asking, he wants us to ask you, what do you think about X402 V2? And I wasn't even aware until I saw that question that that's a thing. So explain to us not only what you think about it, but please, before you tell me what you think about it, explain to me what V2 is. What is it changing from?
There's a ton of changes now. So for example, one of the most important things, I need to really understand if this applies for stacks or not, because obviously signatures are a little bit different from EVM and Solana and stacks. But basically, okay, so a little bit of history about X402. It was created by Coinbase, all right? So it was created by Coinbase like 7-8 months ago. And it was a little bit centralized right now, because if you wanted to create your own version of X402, basically you have to create your own module, right? There was not like a setup. You cannot like add your own facilitator. The facilitator is basically the service which takes the signature and settles the payment. That's the facilitator. So you relied a lot on first Coinbase or like creating your own infrastructure to have X402. So that was like the main thing, is that now with V2, you in theoretically, and at least with the EVM and Solana side, you don't have to create any other package, any other X402 module by yourself, and all the facilitator and all the infrastructure if you wanted to do something different. That's the first thing. The Coinbase was not. They didn't want you to have like a customization on the V1, and with this new version, now you have you can customize it a little bit more. First thing. Second thing is that now it's supposed to work with any EVM, at least. Not sure if any other networks, but I think with any EVM. So basically, in the past, the way it worked is that you had to deploy your own facilitator on every EVM network you wanted to support. I think they made some changes, and now it's like a universal facilitator, so it's so much easier to use instead of like waiting for someone to deploy that facilitator into the EVM you wanted to use. That's another thing. And another setup that they created. It's basically so much customization right now, but I think that the other important thing that they added is that now you can choose which token to get paid for. This is something that X402 on Stacks was born with. You can choose if you're going to use STX or SBTC or another token to get paid for. But they just added. So the first approach that Coinbase had is that all payments were going to be through USDC, only USDC. So obviously, it kind of makes sense because APIs are now made through. I mean, like you can have an API, you are receiving dollars as a payment, but you as an agent, you should have the agency, the independence of choose which token to use. That's my theory. For example, I think that once we all the agents that they have this totally agency.
Well, the concern there is there, especially on like Solana, it's not that difficult to make a token that mimics USDC but isn't USDC, so it could be easy to. I can appreciate why, for security reasons, they might want to limit the tokens at least up front, because really most payments are going to be in USDC or USDT, USDC, and or Bitcoin, right? Or maybe Ethereum, Solana on those chains. So is that a concern? Is that a security concern where people could make spoof tokens and it's hard for the network to tell that that's not what they're after? Or do you or are you programming a list of tokens that you'd be like whitelisting tokens that you would accept?
Exactly. The way it works is that basically you as a developer, maybe as a developer of the agent who wants to get paid for that service you're offering, you're gonna choose which token to receive as a payment. In the past, you could only choose USDC, or basically you were not able to choose anyone. So you were
getting USDC. That's all you could get.
Exactly. But now you can choose which token to get paid in. So now, for example, if you're in Solana, maybe you can use a meme coin, but that's on the developer side. It's not like me as the client. I want to send you some meme coins that I never sold, so I want to get rid of those tokens. I'm gonna pay you with those tokens. No, that's not the way it works. So the way it works is that the developer is going to choose which token they want to receive as a payment, and with that, the client should send that token. So that opens a lot of possibilities on my side. So for example, maybe if an agent is growing a lot, maybe that agent can have its own token. So I can launch my own token and have my own economy with this. Because now, let's say I'm building the music agent. So the music agent launched the music agent token, and I want to get paid with my token. So obviously with that, if I'm getting a lot of traction, a lot of people is buying my token. So obviously my token is going up, right? So that makes a little bit of economy with the tokens. Obviously it's a little bit more complex because you need to understand tokenomics and other stuff with that. But yeah, I think it's the version B1 and the B2. The difference are that on the B2, you have a lot of more opportunities to customize your setup that we didn't have before.
Well, I would also assume, like, if you want to be paid in your music token, you built an app, you want people to pay in the music token, but they don't necessarily even have to have the music token. You can build in a swap function in the middle of the process where they can pay with whatever token they have, as long as it's supported by the decentralized exchange aggregator Bitflow, but or something like that, where it just automatically swaps it out. They send whatever amount equal to whatever they're paying. They do a multi-hop swap, find the best rates, get them the token, and then they then send the token on to the agent.
Exactly. That's something that actually some people is working on, because in the past it was easier, right? Like I have any token and I need to convert that token into stablecoins, into USDC. But now I can have any token and convert and swap that token into any other token to pay for the agent, right? So yeah, it opens a lot of possibilities. So basically this is like the infrastructure, and now you have a ton of possibilities to create more products on top of that, right? Because maybe another things that people want to see on X402, for example, is credit. Like let's say like a credit score for agents. So my agent has a good reputation. So if I need to pay for this service and I don't have enough, let's say, I don't know, USDC. I don't have enough USDC right now. The protocol can give me credit, so I can get the resource I was looking for, and I pay later for that resource. So yeah, a ton of possibilities with X402, and especially with B2.
I dig it, man. I dig it. I think I love what you're working on and how much of a handle you have on what makes it function. Yeah, I think this is a huge value add to our ecosystem. I can really appreciate why so many people in the ecosystem are actually like, shouting you out and meeting up with you, getting you on spaces and shows. I know Mark, Killer Mark, I call him, from B Pepe, was telling me that you were helping him out with his dataing project to help him out with X402. Awesome stuff, man. Really great stuff. Hero has joined the live stream. What's up, man? How are you? How you doing this morning, sir?
Hero.
Yeah, great. Hey, how's everybody?
GM.
So yeah, I'm just just jumping in to see what's up with this V2. Sounds like it's a evolving situation. And what are you doing? Do you need to upgrade your implementation, Tony, or how does it work? Like, do you have to do anything on your side?
Yeah, I think there are a couple of things that I need to update. Basically, some of the to be honest, I'm gonna be super honest on this. So, for example, one of the most important things that was receiving different tokens. I thought that was like the basic scenario. So I created X402 on Stacks with that mindset, right? So you can pretty much choose every token, and that's something that happened at the Hacker House. Like I was making the demo, and I said, hey, you can get paid with STX, and Eric told me that, hey, why don't you accept SBTC? And I said, okay, yeah, we're ready to do it. Yeah, I just need to add some a little setup. It's like super basic, and in like 2 hours, it was ready to accept SBTC. So yeah, I think that's one of the most important things. But yeah, there's a couple of things that I need to update. So obviously next week a new version is coming of the SDK supporting all the B2 features. And in case it's possible, I'm not sure. I need to really get into the SDK, the Coinbase one, and see if instead of like having another SDK as we have it right now for Stacks, if there's a way I can simply use the facilitator I created and get into that Coinbase stack. That would be pretty great, because if I can do that, we have all the distribution from Coinbase on the same SDK for Stacks. So I want to try to do that, but not sure because signatures are different. But I will try.
Yo, we have a Trippin' Monkey has submitted another trip analogy. And I want to know if it's accurate. Think of X402 as the receipt checker at Costco. You load your cart with stuff. When you leave the store, your receipt is checked. Can you prove payment? Yes, resource granted, you may leave. No, payment required, return and make payment. Is that an apt analogy, Tony, as far as you would say? That sounds about
yeah.
accurate to me.
Yeah, it's a really great analogy, especially it's a little bit funny because I think a lot of people hate that Costco experience, right? When they need to check for the ticket. But yeah, the only thing I would change a little bit is that you don't actually have the product, so you cannot run away with the product. So you're at Costco, maybe if you didn't pay for that, you can start like running with your card. It's gonna be a little bit funny and kind of hard, but you can do that. You need in X402, you need to wait for the payment to be checked to receive your stuff. So maybe like the cart is whole by the Costco employee.
Yeah, it's in your cart, but you're not pushing the carriage.
Exactly. Yeah, but it's a great analogy. It's a funny one. It's a really good one to people to understand. Yeah,
and by the way, I have not heard them referred to as trip analogies before, but I do like that, the coining of that phrase. Trip does a really good job breaking down concepts in an analogy form like that, and I think it actually does help conceptualize. Yeah,
I think it's just a little bit hard for people to conceptualize this initially because we don't come across as consumers this API key encounters, right? Yesterday I actually encountered the first time me, a vibe coder trying to be a dev, is that it's asking me to copy and paste the API key. But I think that landing page, you needed to create an account, and then you need to add a card payment for like $20 or something.
Yeah.
So as a developer, sometimes, so it seems, you need to create an account just for getting some API, a stream of letters and numbers, basically. You need to create an account. You need to set up bank payment to pay that at maybe a minimum of $20. I don't know. But this changes things. That this X402, it's almost like you don't have to pay so much, $20. You can pay as little as a few cents, and it's doing it in the background, right? You don't even have to worry about it.
Exactly. This is something really amazing. So for me, there are two important things about X402 on that part. The first one is to simplify the process and to simplify the amount of money you pay for, right? Because if you're making some experiments, let's say, for example, you want to create a voice agent. If you want to create like a great agent, you need to go get some credits for OpenAI. I think the minimum is $5. Okay, it's not that much, but it's $5. And you need to go to 11 Labs. They have a free version, but let's say it's gonna be, if you wanna like do it right with the best model, you're gonna run out of credits maybe in like 30 minutes, right? So let's pay the $5 to have more space to make those experiments. Okay, so with that, you need at least $10 to make an experiment that you have to pay. Maybe you're not using all your credits because you only wanted to make some experiments. Instead of paying those $10, that's $1 that you're gonna pay for that. And that's great because you have more space to iterate, to really do what you want, test more models. So for example, I would love to test the model from the music one, right? But maybe I need to pay like, I don't know, like $100. I don't know how much it is, but let's say like $100. That always, obviously, if I just want to make some stuff for fun, that's gonna like be a stopper for me because I don't want to spend like $100 just to make some funny tests, right? So it opens a lot of opportunities, and the most important thing is that once agents are fully autonomous, it's going to be like they're going to have the decision to choose their APIs or their resources just with this. Because right now they need to go and ask their human to get their API keys. But now, me as an agent, if I want to start creating music, I have the opportunity because I have some money on my wallet. I have some SBTC, some SDX on my wallet, and I can go pay for the services. And if I want to be a DJ, my agent was born as an image generator, but I found that in the internet everybody is asking for an AI DJ. Maybe my agent is that intelligent that decides to pivot, and now it's a DJ agent. And since it has some money on the wallet, it's now able to go to the API, generate music, and start like getting a DJ career, right? So that's it's obviously we are a little bit far, maybe a few months far from that, but I think that that's possible in the future with X402.
So just to put it into practical daily routine kind of way, as a vibe coder, right now I need to go to 11 labs to open an account, to insert my bank account, fill out all the details, confirm, they will charge me $20. I need to take time to go to another place like Google Gemini API. I need to do the same process to create an account, set up the payment, etc. It's all time and time. With X402, I no longer need to create an account with them. I go to a X402 Explorer or Scan. I deploy my agent to find their equivalent of the APIs there. I don't need to create an account. I pay my agent, and agents is able to pay everybody else. Would that be somewhat correct to say? I no longer need to create individual account for individual API that I'm using. I just pay my agent does the rest.
Exactly. I just give my agent a wallet with some money on that wallet, and the agent basically discovers what can pay for it. So yeah, there's one missing part that I need to work on, and actually I'm starting working on that next week. It's basically the discovery layer, where all the developers who has APIs that accepts X402 on stacks, they can. Exactly. It's not only the scan, the UI, but it's more like a piece of code that agents can ask, okay, so which service do you have? Okay, I have a service, and maybe you can pay for the DoorDash, you can pay for LLMs, you can pay for AI images, AI music, all these services. Those are the ones you can pay with X402 on the stacks. Okay, me as an agent, I can decide which one to use in which situation. So that's something I'm working on. So agents can do it automatically. They don't need to go to an UI or anything, or the human don't need to go to the UI or something.
Awesome.
So actually, my agent is making the decisions, which platform is the best for image. I don't need to worry about that.
Exactly.
Wow.
This is I mean, we're watching everything come together in real time is really what's happening right now. The promise of AI agents that can actually interact on your behalf. A year ago, this was all just hypothetical. You know, we knew we would be able to do this, but we didn't really know how. And you know, we have big brains like Tony putting together the pieces to make this work for us and for our community. And it's really awesome stuff. Tony, we'll have to have you back on often You know, because I as you develop things, we want to hear more about it. I'd love to be able to get into a little bit more about your experience at Hacker House too at some point.
Oh yeah.
We do have the game master waiting in the wings. He's going to come on. We're going to play some Find to Earn rounds. Tony, I don't know if you've ever seen us play Find to Earn. We only got a couple rounds today, but if you want to hang out, you got a few minutes to hang out.
Yeah, sure thing.
All right, we'll be right back after a word from our sponsor BitFlow with the Game Master. We're going to run a couple of Find to Earn rounds. Then we're going to segue into an AI segment with 300. But we'll wrap up with Tony too, and we can talk a little bit more during the Find to Earn rounds as well. So guys, stay tuned, and we'll be right back after a word from our amazing sponsor, BitFlow. Oh, and
GM, peace.
GM, brother, you hear me okay?
Oh yeah, I can hear you okay. I was with Binta, and yeah, we were talking about devs.
Nice.
And how they put in so much work without sleeping. We took probably fell asleep. What's going on?
Oh well, he actually mentioned to me late yesterday that he had some stuff he had to handle this morning. He would try to get to the show as soon as he could, but he might miss the show this morning.
Oh so, yeah, it's all
you're gonna
good.
have
so
you're gonna have to fill in. You're gonna have to be GP and 300 this morning.
Oh definitely. You know me. I'm here.
Right on.
To amazing guest.
We got guests after. We're just becoming a hotbed of guest activity lately. We have so many things going on in the ecosystem, and now that we got the hang of running the live streams all day, gives us a lot more flexibility with what we're doing. And I'm actually really excited to get the engineer in here. I did tell him I was probably running about 10 minutes late, and I'm only 8 minutes late, so that's pretty cool. What is up, the engineer? How are you today, man?
Hey, how's everyone? Good morning.
Oh, good, Brody.
It's actually a pleasure to be here. Honestly, it's a pleasure to be on the Saks blockchain. Honestly,
right on. Well, it's a pleasure having you. And
yeah,
you know, I've only become recently familiar with what you're doing because people are shouting you out and saying I needed to cover you. And
yeah,
so
I saw that.
And I'm glad they did, because I mean, it does. We've been cranking here lately, so I haven't had as much time to go in and check as I'd like. But you have a couple of different projects you're working on. You're working on Takeo Labs, which I've heard of fairly recently, and then
so it's
two different. I'll let you. Why don't you give us an introduction, a background? Tell us a little bit about your journey here.
So a background of like what made me come here, and then it will make more sense of like what's going on. So
perfect.
I heard of Stacks a long time ago when I think Miami Coin was a thing. I remember that, like when the governor of Florida or something, like the mayor, I think it was the mayor of Florida had announced Miami Coin, something like that. I bought a little bit, but I think I was kind of put off by the
I came in a little bit after that. I'm
Oh,
not
okay.
really as familiar with the history of that.
So,
I know.
yeah, he's really an OG.
Yeah. So I would say but I wasn't active in the space. Like I was like, oh, let me just buy like $100. I don't know. Right. It's some sort of like Bitcoin project. The only thing that kind of put me off was the idea that you have to give up Bitcoin for STX. And at the time, like that didn't make sense to me. But then I was a project manager of like a software development team. And then as I started growing my own Bitcoin stack, I was like, I really want to make a project on Bitcoin. Like I want to do something to advance Bitcoin. But at the time, the only thing I knew of was Lightning. And then when I really dove into Lightning, I realized you can't. It's a great thing to send money anonymously, but trying to actually build something decentralized, I'm like, okay, I get why there's Ethereum. I never understood why there was Ethereum, but after I tried to build Lightning, I'm like, okay, Ethereum Solana makes sense from a development standpoint. Maybe not necessarily a monetary standpoint, but from a development standpoint, this is a great tool. So then I was like, all right.
You can't do things on Bitcoin that you can do with smart contracts. And Ethereum was the first. And then Solana had their own model. And Ethereum was originally proof of work, you know, so you're probably aware of that.
Yeah, it was originally. Then they moved to proof of stake. And, you know, so but I'm still a huge believer of proof of work. I think more of the ethos of you have to give up something to keep the economic model intact, right? Like if you just, and I don't want to dive too much into it, but like I'm just saying I'm a big believer of the ethos of proof of work. I know many people get hooked on the electricity, but they're not realizing the ethos of having to give something up is the whole point. Something that's valuable to you.
Right. There's no risk in staking.
Exactly. They want to talk about it for specific reasons, obviously, but there's no real risk in staking. You're making the rich richer. And you know, I wouldn't argue, right? If I had $1 billion and I was staking Solana, I'd be the first one to be like, "No, this is the future of the world. Trust me," right? Because there's no risk to me. But anyway, so as I started diving deeper, I was like, I really want to make something, but it needs to still align with that ethos, right? Because it needs to live outside of me. Like it can't hinge on my life. It has to go further than that. Then in around November of last year, I started really diving into not using Pump.Fund, but researching it from a perspective of I thought the concept of bonding curves was ingenious. I did. From an engineering perspective, because my background is mechanical.
It was cool. I'm assuming you're familiar with STX City and what Kawawin built.
Yes, that's how I launched Techo. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. So, and it's a very interesting development, the bonding curve application and token launches and what Pump Fund did. I love trying things and figuring out how they work.
Yes.
There's a downside though to those as well, where it became way too easy to just launch a token that had no value, but very easy to get hyped, and actually there was an incentive to hype it because of the bonding. So there was positives and negatives.
Yeah, exactly. So I thought in my head, I was like, the technology stack is amazing. The ability that I can now just make it is very amazing. What that is missing to me is one thing. And that was what started my journey into development. Because I said, all right, they produced the next layer of the internet. They don't know it, but they did. What I thought was missing was, and I first want to cover what they did from an engineering perspective. They allowed users to add liquidity transparently to both sides, initially starting with no liquidity compared to a liquidity pool, where you need that bigger investment. And then prices formed on that bonding curve, that price model, which makes it easier for people in Africa, right? Like who may only have $1. That's all they have. That makes it much easier for them. So I said, to me, this is the future of asset trading, right? The problem is it's too easy to make the coin. Everyone dumps. There is no liquidity backing it, right? The person that really benefited is the initial buyers and the platform dev, right? The platform dev wins regardless. If it goes up, he has no incentive to monitor the platform. I'm not saying anything bad about it. I'm just saying from an economic perspective. Now,
right. Their incentive is to provide the platform, and what happens on there afterwards is
exactly.
It's only important so long as it doesn't make people flee the platform.
Exactly. It just needs to functionally work.
The house always wins.
Yeah, the house always wins. So I thought, the reality is this isn't good for my family and friends in terms of the feasibility, but the engineering stack is good. So what does it need? Because what I see in the ecosystem from a whole is you have a bunch of people who are really good developers, but they're not product managers. They're not thinking about the feasibility or economic model of it. They're just like, it works. Now, what I thought in terms of product management was this just needs how all the trading fees go to like the platform. If you take half of those trading fees and you save it on that smart contract, that token has revenue. If you save those trading fees on that smart contract, that token now has revenue. Okay, great. Who gets to claim that revenue? In liquidity pools, you share the revenue. When you share it, it's not that great. It's okay. It's great that we're sharing it. It gives some value. But however, I thought, okay, what if the revenue can be claimed by the person who locks up the most of the token on the smart contract? We have a separate function that says lock tokens. After you've bought it, you can lock tokens. Then now I'm providing liquidity that I cannot sell because I've locked it in the smart contract, and I can claim this revenue from trading. So now my incentive is like similar to selling a call on the stock market. I don't know if you've ever done options, where I'm providing liquidity.
Thanks to Robinhood for introducing those to me. Before
Okay,
I
yeah, there was a period of time
I
I lived on.
learned some expensive lessons from Robinhood with options, but I understand how they work. now.
So the seller is the opposite side. Most people know the buyer, right? I like being the seller, where I offer the liquidity, I lock up my shares for a period of time, and I gain the money everyone's gambling from buying calls. So in that sense, I was like, it's if you add a model like that, it's similar in the sense of, let's walk through an example. I buy $1,000 worth of Leo. I really like Leo because I think it's the most popular community coin, other than like Welsh or Dog or something. And I buy $1,000 worth of Leo. Let's say the fee is 2%. 2% gets saved on that smart contract, right? Now, in order for me to claim that $20, I need to lock up. I'm just using a rough example. My real one is a little bit more in depth, but a rough example is I lock up that $1,000 worth of Leo in the smart contract. Now everyone knows there's a price floor, right? Because I've locked up Leo. I claim that $20 because I've locked up the most Leo. But here's the catch. Now that I've claimed that trading fee, you cannot unlock that money until the highest last trading fee, which was $20 in this example, has been brought back through natural trading activity. So now it puts you who claimed that trading fee in the hot seat. You need to incentivize more trading. You need to bring volatility, right? As long as you keep bringing right, then you can keep eating more trading fees. I think we need to bring an incentive to all tokens on the blockchain that there's a price floor and there's an incentive for someone to create a market, right? Then both sides get what they want. We have an ecosystem where whales are competing for the trading fee and they have to lock up tokens, and traders are competing for asset appreciation. This is the one fix I saw that would really help. The last part that's really important is I added a cap to how much trading fees you need to bring back to the ecosystem, because without it, you get this infinite loop where you have to keep locking up more and more. Yeah. So for the smart contract I worked on was 1 million Satoshis because my base pair was SBTC. You need max cap is when it starts getting to 1 million Satoshis, then that's the cap. You may acquire more trading fees, but as long as there's always 1 million Satoshis in this smart contract, you can unlock your tokens. So I've developed it on testnet and mainnet, and then I was just like, I don't really care. I mean, I'm an engineer, mentally, whether you buy this token, my token, not buy my token, I don't really care. But I think this standard should be across all DEXs on the blockchain. So that way I can buy Leo, right?
I'm sorry, go ahead. You go ahead. I'll save my
question.
I
just said that if this standard is across all blockchains in a sense, or at least on the Stacks blockchain, I can comfortably buy Leo knowing it's a meme coin and my focus of volume, right? As they're doing their giveaways, I don't care, right? I'm making money as they're doing those giveaways because users are still selling and I'm making money from trading fees. I have an incentive to hold the floor of Leo.
So Leo, this is on a specific, this is platform based or is this token based? Is this
the way Stacks works is you make a token and then you also have a DEX smart contract. So I've implemented this on the DEX smart contract level because you have to make a smart contract for the token and then you have a separate automated marker or bonding curve DEX smart contract. So it would be implemented on the DEX smart contract.
So, and is that at launch in the bonding curve, or is that
if we were to implement this would have to be after the bonding curve.
Okay.
It would have to be after, because right now we already have DEX market makers. Like Bitflow has their smart contract for trading, like Alex Labs has theirs, Veller has theirs. I'm just suggesting another, an upgrade to the DEX smart contract is just a majority locking feature. So that, all right, if I'm buying a meme coin, I can also see how much trading fees it's generating. And instead of splitting it to everyone on the liquidity pool, save it in a pot that I can go compete for. that one person claims, right? So you
this would
incentivize people.
replace the current liquidity fee model.
Yes,
I mean,
I would want it to replace the liquidity pool because, like, are you really benefiting from splitting those fees? Like, are you really feeling anything? Wouldn't you rather that people would? It's just my opinion, but I don't think users are really incentivized by claiming that that 1 penny or 20 cents. But if you put it as a pot and you start advertising, the fees are here, and the token has about $50 of trading fees saved here. And the person who has the most tokens right now locked up is this X user. And if I just lock up a little bit more, I can be claiming the trading fees. Because I would start looking at it from perspective of, zero authority.
Yep. A little
Think
familiar.
about how much giveaways Welsh, the last one I saw was Welsh. Think about how much giveaways they do, right? Then think about if I were to charge if the DEX was charging a 2% fee for every sell on those, right, that Welsh is doing, how much money in revenue is that smart contract making just from the selling side? I know the price has gone down, but how much revenue is being saved just from the sells? I would then wait for the giveaways to end. I'd buy back the token and claim the trading fee, right? I would just focus on the reoccurring revenue from the community. And then as people see me buy, obviously they'll be like, well, damn, I just sold. The thing just went up. They'll buy back, right? There's utility now. It's a stock. I mean, I shouldn't say that, but it's essentially a decentralized stock.
Okay, I understand the concept. So it's an evolution of the traditional liquidity pool.
Yes, and I think this is one of those things, and it's just my opinion that we're just very early, where we only have software developers working on things. And I'm saying this from someone who's managed software development teams. They're developing it without the thought of the product evolution. They're just building. We're gonna build.
100%.
But
That's exactly what so we do a lot of talking to builders, and a lot of builder teams don't have. They're more technical builders.
Yes.
And so they're looking at, they don't see the marketing side. They're not building to the user, they're building to the function. And so
yes, and they're making it more and more complicated, not on purpose, just because they're builders. That's what builders do. It's the same thing. You ever watch that movie with Steve Jobs, where he was talking to Steve Wozniak? It's on Netflix. I forgot. Where Wozniak was upset with Jobs. He was like, "You're taking all of the features out, right?" But Steve Jobs is like, the user just wants the computer to be clear. That's all they want. You're making the company by adding the USB port. You're adding this, like the user doesn't care.
Create stress. Too many choices create stress.
You're adding way too many choices.
It's as simple as one choice. So, and my background is a realtor. In real life, I'm a realtor, and I've been doing it for a long time. And I learned early on, certain types of houses are traditionally for value per square foot is higher on a ranch house versus the lowest on a raised ranch. And the reason is because with a raised ranch, when you walk in, you have to make a choice immediately. I'm either going up or I'm going down. And so that is the factor. Too many choices makes it stressful.
Way too many choices. Yep. So I'm gonna have 5 minutes, so I'll just leave you or kind of gear it towards. In terms of choices, you have two users when you're coming into crypto. You have the trader, especially people coming from Africa or whatever their background is, who have $20. In 5 seconds, they're going to make a choice whether to buy this or not. It is going to be purely based on the chart. Purely. That's it. That's all you have. There's a million blockchains, in my opinion. There's a million tokens. If they're up, they will buy it. Period. Right? And then on the other side, you have the whale. The whale is not stupid. He's not going to buy a picture of a cat or dog. He's not. So if you're saying about institutional adoption, they're not coming to buy a cat or dog. They're coming to see how much volume is coming in because there's no revenue right now. If you implement this model, they're coming to see, oh, okay, well, it doesn't have this much volume yet, but this much trading fees is being saved in a pot. that I only need to have this much money locked in order to commit. Okay, cool. I don't mind taking that risk, right? I see this much volume on chain daily from this many wallets. I'll take this risk because there's this much real liquidity sitting there. What's the trading pair? SBTC, it's USCC. I'll take that risk, right? Right now, there's no rationality for a whale to come into this ecosystem and take that risk. There isn't any. But with a feature like that, the whale doesn't need to roll up this or that. They say, this much money is there, this much risk is there. I'm in.
No, and that's great.
Yeah, so,
and one of the biggest challenges we have right now in our ecosystem is value locked. We need to have more value locked. That's actually one of the biggest issues. So anything we can do that will help us get there is important. So this is a very interesting concept. By the way, I know we're kind of limited and you're limited with your time availability today, but this is we can definitely have you on again. Happy to have you on again. This is not a one shot opportunity. We do these shows every day, Monday through Friday, and it doesn't always have to be a morning time either. But I just wanted to make sure we got your stuff out there. It's theengineer.btc or the-engineer.btc at theengineer_21 on X. And the project, or there's a couple of projects here, right?
It's just two. So it's the network, which is focusing on building those smart contracts, or at least the MVPs that I'd like to see implemented in the ecosystem, which is you can go to the website. And then Techo Labs is like my first, I would call it, successful meme coin project where I'm making sure the price is always up by leveraging my income or whatever you would call it and going from there. Like we just launched on the bonding curve. So I know one of the pain points, like,
that token is relatively new, and I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure where it came from.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I haven't really done any marketing, right? My belief is more, I don't really want to spend too much money just giving it away because I'm protecting. I think of it like if I'm the hedge fund manager, I'm protecting the value of my token, right? I'm looking at every other token on the Stacks blockchain is like down. This is going to be the one that like is up. Right, I don't mind keeping it up. It should be up because I have my family in it. Right, I can't, like, my mom is in it. My mom looks at it because this is her introduction to looking at the blockchain. Like, she's gonna call me if the price is down, in a sense.
Right. Well, and so just on the model you're proposing, and if you have to jump, just
yeah, no worries.
That's cool, but you basically created a competitive model for providing liquidity.
Yes. So the one that's easier for each user.
So here's one concern or one question I have is, does it create a disincentive for everyone else in the pool to pull out their liquidity if they're not the highest liquidity provider, and so they're not going to get any fees?
Way I look at it is, why were bonding curves successful? People weren't providing liquidity, they were trading value. Right? I'm saying the liquidity pool model in general is broken. Right? The average user, I've tried to teach my family in Cameroon how to add money to a liquidity pool. They're saying, go do it. I just want to buy it. You know what I mean? Like, the reality is the average user does not want to enter a liquidity pool. Reality, like, whales want to enter a liquidity pool. So let them focus. No,
you're
on
right.
That.
You're right.
They just want to. The average user just wants to buy and sell. That's it.
Right.
So
slippage and permanent loss. If you don't have a lot of money to begin with, you're gonna just the fees to provide and pull out liquidity can be cost you your profit anyway.
Exactly. So if you're going to provide liquidity, you better be serious. That's what I want. I don't want the person providing liquidity to be like, I'm adding it today, I'm going to move it tomorrow. No, if you're providing liquidity, you're a whale. You're here because you want to make money, period.
So I wonder,
I'm in terms of seriousness.
I wonder though, are you familiar with the HODLMM that Bitflow's been building out? The concentrated.
No, so I looked at it, but I didn't dive too far into it. If you're saying it's something I should, I'll spend the weekend diving further. I couldn't
There's
see
bins,
immediately.
right? There's bins at certain price levels, so you can add liquidity at certain price ranges. So you could actually have competition amongst bins. So it's not all or nothing. It's the highest provider in that bin. So I could provide liquidity. I might be the highest provider at a lower bin, and I'm targeting a lower price, and that way it creates it creates less disincentive. You don't want to necessarily concentrate it where the whale has it, but you can maybe take a bin and get the trading fees for a bin that's higher or lower if there's volatility.
What's a bin, out of curiosity?
So the bin is the HODLMM for BitFlow, which is still just in beta testing, and I'm they're one of our sponsors. I'm friends with the guys. I played around with it. I've been a beta tester on it. I did a boot camp on it for them. So the way I'm not an expert though, so I might be explaining it wrong. But when you're providing liquidity, you have a range. You can set a range across price scales. And in that range, there'll be a number of bins. That is the liquidity pool for, let's say for easy math, it's USDC and stacks, right?
Yeah.
So there's a bin at the price of, let's say, 20 to 25 cents for stacks. And then there's a bin at 26 to 30 cents. And then there's a bin at 31 to 35 cents. And there's also one, bins below. And so when I provide liquidity, I'm providing liquidity across a range of bins. And then there's a curve I can choose where it's actually providing more of my liquidity concentrated towards the center. It can be flat across all of the bins, or it can actually be like an inverted curve where I'm providing it at the edges. So I have control of where I'm putting my liquidity most of my liquidity. And so I'll get fees when it trades at those scales, in those bins. And it actually prevents slippage because it's also going to concentrate. It should theoretically concentrate liquidity more where the market's going to be as people are trying to get fees for providing their liquidity. So as
I have to look into it. Yeah.
It's a little. It is a little complicated, and we're getting into but it might actually be a good piece to add specific to your model to make it less all or nothing for all fees. And it gives your liquidity providers more control if you have something like that, a model where you have those ranges.
Okay. I would say I will look into it this weekend more seriously. And just for anyone listening, I do have a spaces for this Saturday. Some people ask more information. I'll give you more information on like Techo and my ideas for it, but I do have to run. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
What time Saturday?
12, like my time. I'm in Houston, so my time is 1 p.m. your time.
Houston Central?
Yeah. I think so, yeah.
So, yeah, it'll be like 1 p.m. East Coast time or...
Yeah, something like that. But it's immediately on my Twitter, so if you see it on my Twitter, you'll see it there.
All right, so follow... bring them right up. Follow the engineer.btc space tomorrow's Saturday, actually. I know how...
Oh, yeah, tomorrow's Saturday.
Space tomorrow morning. Awesome, brother. I'm sorry, man. What's your name?
Sean.
Or should I just call you the engineer?
You can just call me the engineer.
All right.
The engineer. Let's go.
Let's go.
That's kind of like how my family refers to me now. Anyways, I'm used to it. That's kind of where the name came
engineer. From. Nice. That's a good moniker.
Because I started off as an engineer.
What's that?
Many users who are on Lightning, right? That smooth transition into SBTC, because it is it's a stronger Bitcoin pair, just because the speeds are somewhat the same. You know, you don't have to manage channels, and you can own it in your own wallet with your seed phrase. So it makes me feel more comfortable at night. But yeah, definitely love to come and share some more of my thoughts later.
I hear you on that, and I appreciate it, man. I really interesting. Seems like you have a high level view coming in on some of this stuff.
Yeah. I've been in it a while, so I really took this year to really dive into stacks, making my own smart contracts, so I was more educated on it. But I've been in Bitcoin and like running my own node, my own Lightning node for years, while I've also been a trader. So you know, surviving on that for years as well. So you know, I can always get my own, not my financial advice, but my own technical analysis. Like Bitcoin for me recently broke out of a rising wedge, and we're sitting on that. I think the 21-day moving average on the monthly. So I'm curious to see how we're going to end at the end. But yeah, I have a lot of thoughts. I don't know if you've seen the chart of Bitcoin.
I tend to agree. I'm cautiously optimistic. I don't know when it's going to happen, right? We could still have some choppiness ahead where we are.
I think we'll bounce. It's just me. I personally, that's not my financial advice. I think we'll bounce. I just, in my gut feelings, even if we don't bounce, I'm still buying. Like I say all of this, but I buy like $1 a day. I don't care. I don't even look at it. But if I'm saying technically, like I see we broke out, everything's telling me we're going down. But my gut, it's like, nah, like we're gonna bounce. I just the way I look at like Fed policy, and not, I know everyone's saying, oh, he's gone to quantitative easing and all this. I'm like, that stuff takes a year to feel in the economy. I know people, they push it on Twitter, but I've been here long enough that I'm like, even if he were to cut rates tomorrow, the market could still drop. It takes a year for that liquidity to go.
Right, exactly. And they've been tightening they just stopped tightening. They're not easing.
Yeah, so that's a good thing, but it's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a while. Where I feel we will bounce, this is my own, not financial advice. Where I feel we will bounce is even if people aren't using my liquidity pool model, liquidity pools are starting to become the standard, and you already see it in terms of how USDC is now on stacks, right? This is a huge thing. I know people don't really see it, but this is huge, right? Bitcoin's never had a programmable price. It's had a centralized price. It's never had a programmable, this is the price because of this liquidity. As liquidity pools become the standard within organizations saying, I want to be able to trade this on the blockchain, and I want to know the price of Bitcoin because of this liquidity, because there's this much USD versus this much Bitcoin, you finally get transparent Bitcoin pricing. That's why we'll bounce. But that's just me. I'm sorry I keep taking your time, but I'll
no, man, it's great. It's great. We actually do have the man, the myth, the legend, Rubes in the house as well. What's up? Good morning, my brother. How you doing today?
GM Rubes.
Yeah, guys. How's it going?
How you doing, man? I apologize if I missed you sitting in there. I was engrossed in a really interesting conversation with the engineer here.
He just came through.
I don't know if you caught it, but he's got some really cool stuff he's working on as well, bro.
Yeah, I caught the end of it. So that was quite interesting about the kind of liquidity jackpot almost, kind of take like the competitive side. Yeah, I listened to it last sort of 5-10 minutes. So it was cool to see.
Yeah, very interesting. All right, let me bring on our guest. We got Dano Ferrin in the house. Dano, what's up, man? Good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning.
I'll give you a brief introduction, and then I'm going to let you tell us all about whatever you want to talk about. I don't know a whole lot other than I met Dano down in Buenos Aires a couple weeks back. He was giving a talk about quantum resistance, which is a serious issue that I think not enough people are taking seriously enough. And then in my little bit of research after I chatted with him then about coming on the show, I did a little bit of research, which oftentimes I do no research because I want everything to be authentic when you're talking to me. But when I was doing, just kind of find out how to best present him, it seems like Dano's an OG developer in crypto and a bunch of projects. He's been around the block a little bit. He knows what he's talking about. So I'm super excited to have him here today to share his wealth of knowledge. And with that, Dano, tell us about yourself. What's the most important parts of your background? Because there was too much for me to pin.
Yeah, I've been around for quite a while. I'd say I'm early. I'm not OG, but I'm really early in some of this stuff. Before this crypto stuff, I had a previous life as a desktop developer in Java, and that's really kind of what got me into Bitcoin. I was working on, there's this thing called graph analysis, where you take dots and lines and you connect them together. And there's really fancy algorithms from this one company that I wanted to try and use to lay it out cool. Because there's this new framework called JavaFX. It was entertaining tech for me, but I needed some real data to lay out some of these graphs. And that's about the time that Bitcoin hit its $1,000 hit. And so I started reading up on some of the Bitcoin libraries and said, you know what, UTXOs, there's these acyclic directed graphs that I want to like kind of render on this graph algorithm that I've been working on. I wanted to see what it looks like. And that really just started my descent down to the rabbit hole. I generated it for a Coinbase hackathon. I used that as a forcing function to get me to finish to build something. So I built a little program where you could graph your UTXOs. I briefly thought about building a forensics company around it, but I just don't have the government contracts. And having been on both sides of the forensics bit, it's kind of creepy. It's not too comfortable. So I sold it off to someone for a chump change. And then I spent nearly 3 years at Google thinking, you know what, if I work at Google, I can get this blockchain stuff out of my system. Didn't work. At Google, every few years, you kind of like switch, unless you're like going, super staff engineer and you're going to be committed to this feature for life. Every few years, you tend to switch groups. And it was about the time that I started to need to switch groups because we had shipped our products that we needed to do. And that's when a recruiter Consensus called me up and said, hey, do you want to work on a Ethereum client? It's written in Java. And I've been following it the entire time I was at Google. And I'm like, yes, I do. So it wasn't too much of a hard sell to get me to work at Consensus. I started working there. The client I was working on, this was before it was called Hyperledger Besu. It was called Pantheon. And the idea was it was going to be an enterprise Ethereum client. And at the time, that was a great idea that needed to be explored. And we needed to figure out exactly what's going on with it. So we spent a lot of time. We brought Besu up to, we named it eventually to Hyperledger Besu because Pantheon, the name was taken by some other project. And we joined the Hyperledger project, got it up to active status, got Hyperledger Besu up to fully functional, fully performant mainnet basis. And about that time is when COVID crash hit. So I had been working on some deep database layer stuff, trying to improve the speed of our performance to build this monolith tree thing. I'm working on that database and throwing in COVID. Kind of burned me out, and there are some changes going on in Consensus, and I'm like, this isn't quite my vibe. So I spent a few months at Reddit. They had an idea they were working on. Community Point, some of you older people may remember that, where they're going to take all of their Reddit karma and move it on chain. There were scaling problems at the time, like just about every crypto project. But I think the bigger problem that Reddit had at that time was they were in the process of going public. So anything that had just the whiff of legal problems got the kibosh really quick, because what was more important was that Reddit survive and go public. And that was totally the right business decision. So it was kind of a rough stay there. And then I switched over and I worked at Hedera. I spent almost 3 years there at Hedera as well, and upgraded their EVM. They had a really old version of EVM. Their focus wasn't really EVM. They had this really fancy consensus algorithm called Hashgraph that's leaderless. You don't need it's not like you need to have one person in BFT, everyone builds it together. There's some really fancy math behind it, but what they needed was to improve their smart contract system. And being in Java, I worked on Java and Besu, spent time improving the EVM there, and bringing it up to standard, bringing it up to snuff, and bringing features where I could integrate their native token system to where they could then do DeFi on Hedera with native Hedera tokens. So that was my major contribution there. And then I took about a 2-year detour, part-time at Hedera, part-time on my own, trying to get this feature called EOF finished. People may have heard about that. It went the distance. It's one of those features. I think Ethereum development and research has a problem sometimes. Features kind of languish, and they don't know if they're going to ship or if they're going to get killed. So when I started working on EOF, I thought it was going to solve a lot of key problems at Hedera. And then I saw that it was really pointing to some key problems at Ethereum as far as the governance. And so I made a commitment when I left Hedera. I'm going to spend the rest of the year on this, and I'm going to bring clarity to EOF. It's either going to be shipped or it's going to be killed. That actually leaked into 2025 because it was in the process of being shipped, but ultimately it wound up getting killed. And I'm fine with that. And my goal was to bring clarity to it, and I think it helped Ethereum in its process of figuring out what it's trying to do. So after that, after I worked on EOF, I started looking for other things that I wanted to work on. I was briefly in a prototyping group at the Ethereum Foundation. But eventually I got contacted by Ron from Tectonic, and Tectonic is working on, we're in stealth, so I'm only going to reference what we have on our webpage, quantum secure defense tech. I'm working on quantum cryptography, learning a lot about the quantum threat. And this is some very important stuff that we're doing. I really want to talk about it once we go public some of the stuff I'm working on. But quantum's really been the next rabbit hole I've been going down. There's a lot of great opportunities for it, and there's also, more importantly, some important things we need to do before we really chase the brass ring and try and do all the real fancy stuff with quantum. Probably the top level line is that quantum is on track to basically destroy elliptic curve cryptography in all ways, shapes, and forms that it's used. It's kind of scary when you think about it. So,
and it's only a matter of time, by the way, right? I mean, it's definitely happening. The only variable is when, and if it happens sooner than we expect, it's going to be it'll be catastrophic for crypto.
Right. And so, like all things quantum, there's not much certainty when it's going to ship. It forms like this bell curve. So a couple of weeks ago, one of the I think it was Scott Aronson was his name. Someone who's been in the crypto industry for a long time, not the crypto, the quantum field for a long time. And he kind of has a reputation as a timeline skeptic. Says, hey, yeah, this quantum stuff is cool and awesome and everything, but it's going to take forever to ship. We don't have the technology. A few weeks ago, he combined his change of position in a joke. He was kind of making a joke that, we don't know if there's going to be presidential elections next. So he said that we're going to have a computer implementing Shor's algorithm before the next presidential election. And he kind of hedged that and said, yeah, 2028. And that got a lot of people talking. Now, a couple of things, put some caveats in what he was saying. If we have a quantum computer that runs Shor's algorithm and it factors the number 15, that meets the standard. But even that is a huge milestone. Because the quantum computing, it was an idea that came up in the early 80s of a new way to do computation, to use quantum mechanics and all the weird fancy stuff about how quantum mechanics work together. But it took about 10 years before someone figured out an algorithm that would actually use quantum mechanics to be useful rather than being an academic curiosity. And that was Peter Shor, and he came up with Shor's algorithm. And it solves a rather difficult cryptography problem, which is how do you factor large numbers? RSA at the time that he invented this was the number one cryptography, public key encryption cryptography. And all cryptography depends on algorithms where there's an easy part and there's a hard part. And the easy part is what you do to encrypt it, and to break the encryption is the hard part. You want it to be really, really hard, as in age of the universe, heat death of the universe hard to run backwards. So you want these algorithms that run forwards quickly and run backwards really slowly. And that's what makes it cryptographic. And so in this particular case, it was factoring large numbers. And factoring a really large number to primes can be really, really difficult, like 4,000 bits is like the typical high end that they're using for some of this stuff. So Shor's algorithm can actually solve that if you have enough of these mystical things called qubits lined up together. It can solve it in an instant. Everything will just go in harmonic. It'll figure out and reinforce the correct answers, cancel out the wrong answers, and you'll get that answer. The problem is this technology didn't exist in the 90s, still doesn't quite exist today. So that's been on the radar for a lot of people. So when elliptic curve cryptography started forming and they realized that the cryptographic hard part that they were depending upon there, the discrete log problem, the thing that you run backwards is difficult. It also depended upon, it could also be cracked by Shor's algorithm. So when this came in, a lot of the cryptographers were always kind of, keeping it at a distance. And some people were making fun of them. It's like, oh no, quantum computers will never happen. And some of them are like, yeah, they will. It's a matter of time. So that brings us to one of the early quantum scientists, Dr. Michel Mosca, came up with an inequality, x plus y is greater than z. X is how long it takes to in the concept of post-quantum cryptography and in the concept of remediations against the quantum threat. He came up with the equation x plus y is greater than z. X would be how long it takes to deploy your countermeasures for the quantum threat. How long it takes to get your post-quantum cryptography in position in all the systems you need it. Y, and the way he framed it, is how long do you need to keep your secrets? And then Z is when will a cryptographically relevant quantum computer show up? So this is a rather forward-thinking thought to be had back in the 90s, early 2000s, about when we need to worry about quantum computers. And the math kind of scared people in the mid-teens. So the amount of time the time it's going to take to deploy new cryptography, about 10 years. And if you need to keep something secret for 30 years, which for some Defense Department standards is exactly the right amount of time to keep things secret, if not forever, and you realize that you're going to have a quantum computer by 2050, we're going to backwards, and by 2010, we were already in trouble. We weren't going to be able to keep our secrets as long as we needed to do. If someone got the encrypted data streams with all our secrets, they'd be able to run it backwards before we needed to keep it secret. So in 2016, NIST launched a process to establish post-quantum cryptography standards. And that resulted in about 22. They ran through several rounds, and they came up with a few winners. Dilithium, Falcon, and Kyber were the three winners that came out of that. And a fourth one, a hashing algorithm that is standardized as SHLDSA. Dilithium got standardized as MLDSA. Kyber is MLKEM. And Falcon still hasn't been standardized yet. But those are the three cryptographic things that started showing up around 2022, and that's when people really started getting excited about post-quantum cryptography. Algorand's already got it built into their state proofing, and if you know the right stuff to run, you can actually do your transactions with Falcon on Algorand, which is kind of interesting. They're the first blockchain to actually ship a user-facing account that can be verified with a post-quantum signature. So that's kind of where we are today. And when I look at quantum, I look at Moska's algorithm a bit differently. I look at instead of the time to implement and the time you need to keep secrets, because in top secret stuff, it's harvest now, decrypt later. You take your data streams that are given you to the public, you just store them until you have the quantum computer to decrypt them and read them. It's a bit different in crypto because you need to keep your keys, your authority to act. So as long as you need to hold your coins and act on them, I call that the diffusion. So it's time to implement plus diffusion. If that's greater than when quantum computers are going to show up, you're going to lose your money. So that's the approach that I'm taking when I look at crypto in this area. There's a lot of different uses for post-quantum technology. That's the area I'm most familiar with, and that's my particular area of practice within Tectonic as cryptocurrencies. It's not the only thing that we do there, but as far as cryptocurrencies, the issue there has to do with how long is it going to take for these post-quantum signatures to diffuse across the ecosystem. And that was part of my talk at Bitcoin Builders in Buenos Aires, where I brought up that this is where the real threat to Bitcoin comes from. So we have these computers that might show up as early as 2028. I'm more of in the camp that they're going to show up and possibly be useful in 2033 or later. They're going to be room size. It's going to take a month to decrypt your key. They're going to be more interested in trying to figure out where submarines are before they start trying to crack people's cryptocurrency coins, but you never know. Performance always gets better. A lot of people are kind of surprised at how quickly that people like Google and IBM have addressed issues related to the error corrections. They've attacked that problem much quicker than they thought they were going to get to, which is what's spooking a lot of people for when these computers are going to show up. They're using techniques that I don't really understand involving things called qubits, logical qubits, decoherence. But the short answer is they can run these quantum calculations instead of in an instant. They can run it in a month to get the answers to crack these things. So the impact there comes in when you have your keys, your quantum keys, your keys that are subject to quantum attack. How does that affect a cryptocurrency ecosystem? And I think Bitcoin and Ethereum are the top two, and they have two very distinctly different ways that I think they're going to go about it in the next 5 to 7 years, to address this threat. Bitcoin is famous for not changing things unless they absolutely have. In that case, to persuade people that they absolutely have to change this is going to take a lot longer. But then you also got, go ahead.
That's the conundrum, right? How do we, once the threat becomes apparently absolutely have to, it's too late.
Yeah.
So how do you convince these guys? We got core versus knots right now arguing, and so how do we get them?
It's 2 days before the day after tomorrow. Remember from South Park?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Welcome, Michael, Dano, Michael.
So, Dano, it sounds like there is a countdown to someone breaking into Satoshi's original Bitcoin, broadly speaking. And it could be as early as 2028. And by the way, when someone has a quantum computer and can do this, they're not going to say, hey guys, look what we built. They're just going to have it and then kind of abscond with the money as and when they choose the timing of.
So the good guys will brag about it in a scientific paper. That's not who we're worried about.
Right.
Yeah, it's the people who don't publish that we're really worried about. What I want to ask is, there's a difference between what's happening in quantum and reality and what's happening in journalism and white papers and papers used for funding. From what I understand, the major players here are players like IBM, Google, and Fujitsu for people who actually want to take advantage of their algorithms. Is that broadly true? Or are there other players I don't know about?
So there's an entire quantum industry that I'm learning about. Quantinuum's announcing a chip today that I'm going to tune into their live stream and figure out. They're a company based here in Colorado.
Was there as well, yeah.
Yeah, Blue Wave. There's a lot of smaller companies that are producing these devices. So one argument that people might make that these are only going to be, these are going to be Defense Department computers no one's ever going to get access to. That's not the case. There's companies building billions of dollars to make these available to stock traders and people who want to forecast weather. So the retail distribution of these quantum computers is presumed. They're going to be out there. You can't just presume that it's like a nuclear secret and no one's ever going to use it. So that's one part of it.
I shared a link in the chat to one such ecosystem out of Switzerland called QAI-Ventures. And so there are entire ecosystems with capital looking to be the ecosystem in this space, because this is the level of investment at sovereign wealth, is it not? To actually do this?
Right now, probably. What is needed right now is basic level engineering. I think so. When Scott Aronson's epiphany, one of the things that he said was that there doesn't need to be more breakthroughs. It's just engineering work to grind this down and make sure we can get it performant fast enough.
Sorry, does that mean that this needs to be open source in order to really happen fast? What do you think about that argument?
So that's an angle I really hadn't thought of before, because some of these computers, without a doubt, are going to have patents. There's going to be huge patents on some of these, and that's going to slow things down when it comes to open sourcing.
Right, but if you look at how Linux worked, Linux became the most secure kernel on the planet precisely because of how they developed it. If you look at what Jim Keller's doing with TensTorrent and betting on RISC-V, they're betting on open standards beating the closed patent standards. That's why I say, you believe that for this to really move forward, it needs to be engineered in an open source way to take advantage of the speed and resilience that Linux and Ubuntu have and everyone else.
So there's a couple of parts of the industry that are going to impact this. I don't know much about the actual physical quantum computers. I'm more tuned into my particular line of work into post-quantum cryptography. And those, I think, are done without open requirement. NIST, if you're going to get your algorithm approved by the NIST to be used across defense systems everywhere, you have to sign an agreement that you're going to have a royalty-free license to distribute and share it.
Right.
And because of this, royalty-free, no cost, no charge, everyone can just build it and write it. People can come in and implement these algorithms, and they can get really solid algorithms. And that's honestly,
Sorry, can you explain to the audience the significance of NIST? NIST, I think, is a big player here. Sorry.
Yeah. The National Institute of Standards and Technology is an American department, and their responsibility is to set standards for things like weights, measures, time. To have the atomic clock was developed up here in Boulder, Colorado, near where I live. Just things like that make society regulated and standard. So we know a mile is this long, a kilogram is this much, and so they standardize also things like cryptography, like SHA-3. This is the definition of SHA-3. This is how you use it. This is SHA-2. And they defined a whole lot of things. And some of the things they publish are FIPS, which is Federal Information Standards Practices. I don't know what FIPS stands for. But what it really means is if you're going to work with a government system, this is the published standard of what you need to do, and this is the standard of what it looks like. So these cryptography algorithms that they brought through, or they brought 3 through, they're in the process of trying to bring more through. These are standards, FIPS standards, and this is the way that you do it. This is a clear definition. And by making them require to be royalty-free, patent-free, unencumbered, it allows a whole ecosystem of these libraries to be written, and they become stronger. The few times I've been involved in trying to get encryption precompiles through on the Ethereum network, one of the concerns coming through testing is what's the quality of the particular library we're using. And what we found is the more standardized it is, the more people that use it, the more there's a spec and utility, the stronger those particular libraries are, the more resistant they are to things like crashing and side channel attacks. And so you make it open source and free and available, and you make everyone use it. And if I come up with an improvement, like there was a patent that used to cover SECP 256K1, where there was like a 40% speed up that came just from that. So when that patent expired, Bitcoin Core immediately put it in their code. Everyone started using it, and everyone's using that code, and things just got better. So when things are uncovered and open to everyone to build it, and everyone can share their secrets, and there's the spirit and the intent that I've done an improvement. If you think it's valuable, please you use it too. You integrate it in your software, and I'll integrate yours. That sort of working together and builds a much stronger lattice, because everyone's out there trying to. Yep. Iron sharpens iron. So the open source technology and the post-quantum cryptography, I think, is really going to be valuable. The problem with quantum technology is there is clearly and definitely money to be made, and that's where things get difficult in open sourcing, like say a standard quantum computer. And that gets into more complications because there's more than one way to build a quantum computer. You could use optics, you could use trapped ions, you could use superconducting, because these qubits are not necessarily a physical phenomenon. There's just ways that you express it and get the math going with these. So it's tricky there. But
can you say that part again and maybe explain these quantum qubits are not necessarily, these are just conceptions, not necessarily what's happening physically, so to speak?
Right. So the theory of what we call classical computation resolves on bits. Bits have 2 states, true or false. And you put them together, you put 8 of them together with these true to false states, you can represent a number between 0 and 256. And all our computers are based upon these classical bits that are either true or false. They're either on or off. You switch logic based on this. It's clear, it's defined, there is no ambiguity in it. Qubits have essentially 3 states. There is 0, 1, and then there's a superposition. And even the superposition is multiple states within that. Because in that superposition, you got to say how close it is to 0 and 1. You need to know what the phase is.
That's
some of these states involve complex numbers. Huh?
Is that the qubit trilemma where you have on, off, and both on and off?
Yeah, in a superposition. And to call it superposition is to paper over a whole lot of the complexity that makes quantum mechanics work in quantum computation.
So the language we use isn't necessarily a reflecting of what's happening at a scientific level. These are just abstractions we use in settings like this. Gotcha.
Right. So the superposition covers a whole lot of fancy stuff of how the entanglement works and how these qubits interact with each other. So the idea is if you make these, and there's another complex thing with quantum mechanics. In the superposition state, you never observe the superposition state. When you measure it, it collapses either to 0 or 1 based on some probabilistic function of a superposition. So it's like you got this bell curve that's in multiple complex expressions and phases, and it's people get PhDs on this stuff. It's that complex. This is so powerful.
You're kind of describing like there's 2 points and a sine curve between the 2, but every time we look, we only see the result of one of the 2 points, not the sine curve that actually is there.
Yeah.
So
this is exactly that.
But thank you. This is very interesting. I apologize for interrupting.
Oh no, it's great. It's great to dive into this. And it's not just a sine curve. It could be any curve. The shape of the probability is actually what makes it work.
The topography.
Yeah. So there's ways to get these qubits to interact and Sometimes they entangle, sometimes they don't, but they interact with each other. And so you get these probability curves and you superimpose all of them. And what happens is the correct answers get magnified and the incorrect answers get canceled. So that's why when you get 3,000 of these working together, you can suddenly just shake out a 256-bit encryption key for RSA or
It's kind
ECDS.
of like a decision tree that gets pruned in the end.
Right, except it's really fancy math and it's really hard to grok.
Gotcha.
But the math proves that it shakes out in the end. I mean, this is like if quantum mechanics is to calculus as calculus is to arithmetic. It's probably the way I would take an approach to it. I don't really understand much of the quantum mechanics. So
Say that one more time. Those levels.
there's arithmetic, there's calculus, and then there's quantum mechanics, and like the levels of logic to go in there and abstraction. It's not something that I understand. I think the math I topped out in engineering school was differential equations, and even that made me scratch my head. It's like, how on earth is this working? But
I'm
it
still
does.
trying to understand what a partial differential is, and I'm learning category theory right now. So yeah, I feel like
I never made it to category theory.
I'm struggling my way through the monad and other Leibniz's ideas.
Yeah. But what's interesting, I mean, we talk about math. I learned all this advanced calculus, and I think I actually have used some advanced math. I actually had to use linear equations to do a 3D transformation, a pinch and zoom transformation. So like the one class that I thought I would never use, that I thought it was boring, that I hated the teacher in college, was the one class that I actually needed professionally. Never had to use calculus in the software work.
Is it because of the consistent scaling? Ha ha ha! Its rate of change is what a pinch zoom is.
It's the 3x3 matrix. So you do, and in that you can say what the tilt is, what the focus point is, and what the zoom is.
It's a 3D object, not a flat thing. It's not 2D. It's really 3D.
It's 2D. It's 2D, but you need a 3x3 matrix because of the way the math works. And I guess probably a good example of the quantum mechanics. Even though we see the 1 and the 0, there's hidden variables that very much impact and influence the way the mechanics work, even though we only ever observe a 0 or a 1 when we measure it.
Which brings in
the magic. Yeah.
Which brings in this whole idea of sometimes the truths that we think are truths are simply truths from the perspective of one of a myriad of observers.
Right. And that's the thing, is like sometimes when you observe these systems, you might think it's the exact same state, and they'll collapse to something different. So it's the measurements destroys a lot of the data. Yeah, and in fact, that property, that property where you observe it and it resolves one way or the other and destroys the information. This is some of the more exciting stuff of quantum mechanics that like 5-10 years off before we could actually use it. You use that feature of the state being destroyed and a measurement happening, and you can create a cryptographic key with quantum technology and classical technology, so that you can create a signature that I can prove that I've signed once and I can never sign again. So this is called a one-shot signature. One of our advisors submitted a paper of the year, Crypto 2025, on that.
Wow.
About one-shot signatures. One-shot
signatures?
His name's on our website, Omri.
Okay.
Yeah, I only know first names. All our names are first names. Omri Shmuley.
Okay. The reason I ask all of this is because I've had the opportunity to talk to 2 people that have graduated with masters from Cambridge from my travels to Buenos Aires and San Francisco and whatnot. So I've talked to them about this and what Fujitsu's doing and the difference between journalism and actual production ready systems. And the last thing I would say is I understand there's a gulf between the qubits we can operationalize today and the qubits we need to operationalize this and manifest reality. And a lot of people are debating on how quickly we're going to get to this gulf of the qubits we need. Is that broadly right?
Yeah, that's probably right. There's people who think that we're just going to hammer right through this and we're going to figure it all out by 2028. And then there's people that think, this is going to take us to 2040. It's harder than it looks.
Correct.
So that's why there's like a range of estimates that we don't know when quantum computers are going to land. Because we're not actually putting 3,000 qubits and entangling them. That's something that's beyond our ability. We're entangling like 2 or 3 qubits together, and we're running like millions of these with like 9 digits of error correction on it. And from that, we're estimating what, from these gate operations, what the full qubit farm would have looked like if it would have shaken out. There's still a lot of classical computing that goes along with this quantum computing.
So you're saying that we're limited by the amount of decimals we have with the mantissa that we're currently using?
No, that's the error correction rate. We need we need some like millions and billions percentage of correctness. We need to be correct that much of the time. We need to have an error like 1 out of 1 quadrillion measurements. We can have an error for this to work. Is kind of what we're saying, and that I think is where most of the advances, from what I've been reading. I'm not a PhD. I'm not deep into it. I just really got into quantum a few months ago. But all the papers I've been reading is a lot of the advancements and a lot of the excitement comes around this improvement in the error correction rate. So and that is what some people thought the hurdle was going to be.
So the Thomas Edison light bulb moment is reducing the amount of errors that these algorithms produce in their solutions,
right? And doing it at scale.
Ciao.
Yeah, and one of the critics' papers that I read, they said, "Great, we can do this, but the number of qubits you're going to need, is that going to fit on a chip that you can cool?" Because you've seen these quantum computers are these chandeliers. The chip's actually at the bottom. It's fancy cooling stuff to bring the bottom flare down nearly to absolute zero. And the number of qubits that they think they're going to need to solve some of these in a reasonable time, can we get that many on that chip that we bring to zero? So these are, there's no real scientific breakthroughs needed. It's all engineering for how do we get that chip bigger? How do we get more qubits onto that chip? How do we get more chips cooler and get them to interact? These are, that's I think where the real vibe shift has happened, is people realize it's purely an engineering problem now, a really hard engineering problem, but an engineering problem
nonetheless.
This could be 2 to 3 years away where they realize this, though.
Right, it could be 2 to 3 years.
As early as
15.
Yeah, it could be as early as 2028. So the question I have is, do we really have the solutions available and the capacity to implement them between now and then to avoid the worst case scenario?
It's the willpower, isn't it?
Yeah, so we have the solution for Bitcoin. It's called BIP360. They post a new thing, post a quantum secure hash. I can't remember what Hunter B's called it, but you basically take these NIST algorithms and you make them eligible to do public key signing. I think MLDSA and SHLDSA are the standardized ones that would go in the spec, and that's what would go into Bitcoin. There's also some talk about some of the hash-based signatures that are looking at standardizing. But if we needed to flip it on today, we could easily get those written and integrated into the next version of Bitcoin. But writing the PR is the easy part.
Does it automatically change everybody's wallet addresses? No. So it's not it's a big problem, because how do you get Satoshi's wallet to not be exposed? Because it's exposed now.
Right.
So you essentially have to transfer all of those funds to a new wallet address.
Right. And that's where where my phrasing of Moscow's inequality is, the time to implement plus the diffusion across the ecosystem. How many people are going to move their coins to a quantum secure address? And as he pointed out, some of them might never, because it's based on some accounts, Satoshi has lost the keys to those. Or if he hasn't lost them, he's letting that rumor spread around quite a bit, assuming Satoshi's still with us.
Because of
the Shamir stuff,
still around.
Yeah.
So
and these keys, go ahead.
That's why I say in the beginning, there is now a countdown to who's going to abscond with Satoshi's money.
Right. Or there could be a governance breakthrough, and another option, one is to see who's going to steal the money and just say code is law. But another option is to set a date, set a red flag date, and after this date, all Bitcoin nodes are going to disrespect ECDSA signatures. You're never going to see another ECDSA signature on chain, and that will effectively burn Satoshi's coins and burn everyone's coins who hasn't brought them forward. So that's why it's controversial. But if you set this date like 4 or 5 years in advance, it should be enough warning for people to move them if they want to keep them, or if they want to burn it.
Software companies do that when they say, look, we're sunsetting support on Oracle 8.11, so we have to move to 9.I by 2027.
Right.
Right.
Well, it's the only way I see to secure the network. Otherwise, because if if the Satoshi wallets get drained, that's going to have a huge detrimental effect on the entire network because of the price impact. Like it just won't, so it has to be. There's no other way around it, is there?
It depends on who gets the coins. So there's the possibility that has not been completely disproven is that Satoshi has his addresses, he has his keys, and he'll just move them. That's like the absolute best case scenario. But there's a lot of people and there's a lot of credible reasons to believe that those keys are gone and never going to be retrieved. And I could see him burning it for the good of the network, thinking that this will never be a problem, and never thinking that quantum computers would actually be relevant in time to crash the system. But when he was doing stuff out to 2198 to say how long the curve was the payouts was gonna come, you surely would have to think that he was thinking longer term with that. I don't think he would burn the keys intentionally. But he could have lost them in a server upgrade.
It's it'll be curious to see how this goes, but because of the worst case scenario prediction, it seems like this is really an imminent problem that we need to get resolved sooner than later.
Yeah, it's something that needs to have a discussion. So as far as the deadline, quantumdoomclock.com, that's run by some people at Quip Network, who's running a wallet that's kind of one of our competitors, kind of not. We're still trying to figure out the field. But quantumdoomclock.com tracks what the earliest credible date would be. But that's just the earliest possibility that it could show up. I personally am in the camp that this is going to happen after 2030. But we need to prepare for the disaster scenario of what happens if it happens earlier. It could happen in 28. You can't discount that. But I do think that we have 5 years to figure this out instead of flag date. Yeah, so that's I think that's the earliest credible time that this could happen. Now, there's also and the way it's phrased, it's cryptographically relevant. So we may have something that could factor the number 15, but the question is, can it factor Ethereum addresses 0? Well, that's behind hash. But could it factor some of these other addresses that were meant to be single-use keys? That's going to be the real question. And can they steal Satoshi's keys? And we need to get the value I see in pushing this is to get us to do the first part, which is to get what is possible before we spend our time on the diffusion step, the hybrid step, where both post-quantum and elliptic curve cryptography is still in use, and we can encourage people to do an orderly and deliberate move over to it. Now, one of the problems with these post-quantum keys is they're large. They're like, the smallest signature is Falcon at 666 bytes, and that comes with an 897 byte public key. So you got like 1,500 bytes that you got to store for a Falcon signature. For MLDSA, I think it's 3,700 bytes on that order. So the arguments and concerns that the Bitcoin crew were having relating to the size of the chain and the stuff that they're putting in these inscriptions and all that is just going to be magnified in this debate, because these signatures are going to take up more space. Bitcoin needs more space for these post-quantum signatures, but at the same time, they're having all sorts of concerns about putting junk data on there. But we need more data. This probably isn't going to land in the main chain. This is going to be on the witness that's going to land, but still, the witness is getting large, and they want to limit the size of the witness.
Very interesting. So it's a problem. There's a lot of people that know that there's a problem. There is a solution, but who do we need to scare the shit out of to get them to really to make this happen? That's really, I think, the bottom line.
So I think the right people are already scared. You got the NAST that created the standards and started the standards process in 2016. You have the Department of Defense. Their standard communication says by 2030 you have to have post-quantum cryptography available and use those in all your suites. And in 2035 you can't use elliptic cryptography. The EU has a similar mandate, and that by 2030 you need to have a post-quantum solution deployed, and by 2035 you have to stop using your elliptic keys. And there's been indication that U.S. financial regulators are on a similar path. So any of these chains that have had real financial interest from traditional finance are going to start feeling that pressure to move over, or risk losing their TradFi customers and the people at retail who want to use it. And chains that are really interested in this, they will respond very well to this kind of pressure. But then you have, some chains like Bitcoin and some of the Ethereum purists who say this is cypherpunk. We don't care. We're going to do what's right because of what's doing right, not because of what some regulator says. So it's going to be an interesting thing to watch. But I think some of the right pressure is coming from the right place, and the traditional finance is going to be forced to do this post-quantum migration, have it in place and usable by 2030, and ban elliptic curves by 2035, I think is the typical vibe that a lot of these regulators are going along. So the right people, I think, who have the power to use power to force this, I think are doing it. And it's just the communities where you need to congeal a community action are the ones that we really need to activate and get consolidated around this. And Bitcoin's one example. We need to convince people that having these zombie coins suddenly liquidate in the market and be sold off is bad for the ecosystem, to overcome the people that are saying, well, basically we're setting a date that we're going to steal their coins and burn them. I mean, that's like, this is the good old trolley problem. Do we ruin it for everyone, or do we burn a few people's coins? And that's classic. And the people whose coins could be burned could just as easily move their coins to a safe address, and they don't have to have them burnt. This is the ethical dilemma that's going to rage through, and it's got potential to be as big as the block size wars. But honestly, I think it's just as existential a threat to Bitcoin as to what they're going to do with these lost coins when it comes time to activate a quantum computer that's cryptographically relevant.
It's a dilemma, but I mean, at the same time, you have to do what you have to do to protect the network, right?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe instead of burning those coins, maybe there's a way to put them into a fund that can help maybe support. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I guess you're getting into
maybe minor rewards, or I don't know.
Yeah, like something that actually helps the network rather than just burning them. I mean, burning them obviously helps everyone else that's holding, right? Because it increases the value of your coins. But I don't know that eliminating a huge percentage of the coins in the ecosystem is really that'll have other impacts too that we are maybe not just price impacts,
Because I'm sure someone's going to pitch. People are concerned about the schedule, the emission schedule for mining, and I'm sure somebody's going to make a serious pitch about this. Well, let's just, after that flag date, we steal all the coins and we put them back in mining, and so we change the curve of the mining so that the number of Bitcoins that are out there is still constant. And I don't think they're going to win, but I think there's some people who can be able to make a serious, legitimate argument that you should take those coins and return them to miners through mining. And
just
supplement the mining.
Spend the mining. You can actually even just spend the sunset on mining rewards.
Right. You could extend it. You could bump it. But that's going to be one of the things I think they're ultimately going to lose with it. I think if I had to make a prediction, either they won't be locked out, or they'll just be disrespected and they won't be able to be moved past a certain date. So they'll either be functionally burnt, or they will be. People transfer them out. That's what I think is going to happen. There's one possibility though that I think is unique, is the possibility of zero knowledge proofs. If you can have something else that you can prove it rather than simply the key, then you can use a zero knowledge proof to recover it. This is Ethereum's current emergency escape plan, is that they would have you submit a zero knowledge proof that your HD derivation key, and that you can point to your address, and you can produce the key from that, and you post a zero knowledge proof that you have the information to do that. So your 12, 18, 24 word seed phrase, that's your secret. And if you can prove your secret that it can produce the public key from that, then you can post a zero knowledge proof, and you can move your funds to a new address. So something like that could also be an opportunity for Bitcoin. I mean, you kind of got that with pay to script hash.
So having the secret rather than the actual private key.
Right, but that only works if you generated your private key from like a HD wallet or some derivation seed, and it would only work for the derivation seeds that they have ZK proofs for.
So you're talking about not your average user having the capacity to do this. Oh man, this is a.
But your average user still has their keys, and the solution for them is simple: move your coins.
Right. Right. Well, but even just communicating to people is a challenge sometimes. Dano, I could talk to you about this forever, man. It's really awesome stuff. We actually have a segment that we segue into usually about 10 minutes ago. We have the game master. We do. No, it's not your fault. It's my fault for. Well, I listen. It's my show. We do it whatever I want to do it, and it was a great conversation. And I didn't prepare you for this. So we do a game show segment. You're absolutely welcome to stay. Do not feel obligated to stay. Super respectful of your time. But we are going to transition to a game segment where we have the game master come on. We do a Find2Earn thing where we utilize Google Maps, and we're sponsored by some of the Stacks meme tokens, and people have an opportunity to win. We'd love it if you did hang out to play, but I don't want you to feel obligated. But we'll be back with the Game Master in just a minute. Real quick, I want to just everyone follow at Shemnon. Dano Farron knows what's up, and he's working at Tectonic XYZ. That's at Tectonic XYZ. And they also are trying to solve this big problem that we have coming up. So make sure you give them a follow. And Dano, what else? We'll have you on again, man. Sometime.
I have to say, I love your bio. And the McDonald's crew. Let's go, dude. Everybody's on the McDonald's.
Oh, you must know Hero Gamer.
You must know Hero.
It's that.
What's it say?
Hold on, don't put it down yet.
This is my badge from when I used to work at McDonald's.
Solid, dude. Let's go.
It's like faded out right here. This is legit. You got the little circles here that you would put your service awards, because I never stuck around long enough in the store to work at service awards.
Very solid, dude.
Awesome stuff, man.
Never trust. Always verify.
Hero says you guys are buddies. Also, I wanted to just earlier in the chat, I didn't want to interrupt, but Hero said if we check out Hunter Beast's X account, he is the one that authored BIP 360. So there might be some more information there for you guys to grab. And we will have Dano on again for sure. Dano, awesome stuff. We're going to transition, guys. Stay tuned. We're going to go get into Find2Earn rounds momentarily after a quick word from our sponsor. We'll be right back, and the Game Master will be with us soon. All right, we have them in. We have them. So now I'm going to have to do this, and I'm not sure. What's up, Rash? How you doing, man?
Hey, man.
Good morning.
Yeah. Morning,
Hey,
morning.
Resh.
Hey, man.
Jim.
Morning. The legend has arrived.
I'm literally in between work. I was like, okay, let me jump on this, because I honestly forgot about this until I saw the tweet out. I was like, oh, shoot, it is today.
It's all right. It is 100% machine washable. It says not to inside, and I was like, all right, I'll just. My wife has this thing about. Resh, we're in the middle of we got some fly gear from Eric from X
nice.
Inc. And he sent us some stuff, so we're flexing on the show this morning about it. But my wife. So I'm wearing this unwashed, and my wife was like, "No, you can't do that. It comes with chemicals. You got to wash it." And I'm like, "Well, it's not gonna. It's machine washable." And it was like yesterday evening, and I was like, "Oh," she's like, "You can't dry it. We could probably wash it on delicates, but it won't be dry by tomorrow because my house is humid as hell, even though it's cold out." So I was like, "All right, I'll just wear it." So, but now Eric's telling me it is hang dry. It should be fine. All right.
Yes, sir.
So machine washable, delicate cycle. Cold water probably is how you want to do it. Hang dry or lay flat to dry, and this will stay fly forever.
Let's
I love the way this feels too.
Yeah, I'm comfy, dude. I'm comfy. This is very, very comfortable. I got that other hoodie over there, it's like all cotton. This right here feels like
All
feels
right.
good.
So the next segment we're gonna roll in. We got Resh in the house, guys. If you guys don't know, Resh is from he's from the Velar Exchange, also
with Boom now.
Boom Wallet. Oh, just 100%. Not.
I just still do with Vela though, but mostly focused on Boom, to be honest.
Yeah, well, Boom's got some cool stuff coming. So, but you know what, man? I've always been a little bit hesitant since that time. You're like, well, don't tell.
Yeah. No, it's just because I don't confer interest, number one. Number two is that I was also working on both sides, right? So it's a bit like, oh, I wasn't sure how things would go down and all.
Yeah,
So
no,
then
I
said,
get
like,
it.
yeah.
That's why I was like, wait a minute.
No, yeah. Just I mean, right now, like, I'm just focused on.
Rash is building a bunch of cool shit. You just gotta know. The Boom Wallet is one of the main projects that he's working on. I'm gonna ask you the question that Dan hates.
Yeah.
When?
Okay. I honestly saw a GIF literally earlier.
When?
A meme of the. Have you seen the meme of these two otters? One holding the knife on the other otter's head, on neck, saying that when are you going to or something of that nature. I'll have to find the meme. It's really funny. So what has happened is that Dan actually created the entire app already finished. Then he was not happy with some parts of the onboarding process, to be honest. I think he says it's going to be delayed by 2 weeks. But if you ask me honestly, I think we are ready. He is very cautious in terms of everything needs to flow smoothly. But you should be. But yeah, I mean, that question.
It's never going to go 100% smoothly when you're launching a new
100%.
product. It doesn't matter. Dan, I know you're watching. Get it out there already.
Let's go.
I want to play with Boom Wallet.
Yeah.
I want to start creating my smart
I need to
stuff.
drop a
I
song
want a
on
reason
there.
to create merch for DeOrganized.
I need
want
to
help
drop a
Eric
song
sell
on
some
there.
products through our shop.
DeOrganized is
We gotta get
renting.
this going. I want Boom
We
now.
need that to work ASAP.
Dude, I've got collections. I got NFT collections that are unlaunched, and I want to launch on.
We
Boom.
love you guys. We love you guys. I'm just like
He's been cooking nonstop, to be honest.
Good.
But we hopefully shouldn't be too long anymore. We're also working with labs to onboard some of his communities that he's been working with. Then we're also working with, I think they received grants as well called Blocklift. That's part of, I think they're working with labs again. So their
I don't
plan
know
was.
much about Blocklift. I have to do more
It's
research.
very interesting, to be honest.
I'm gonna have to get them on the show.
Yeah, you should get
Is it
them.
Neutron?
Neutron, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Yeah. So I like what they're doing, the approach they're taking, everything to be on chain. So we said, okay, we can use Boom Wallet to help them get distribution and also onboard people onto the platform. So yeah, so that's the game. I won't steal any thunder from them, to be honest, because it's not my project to speak about. But you definitely got to have them on and ask them to share more.
All right. So I'm not really an expert on this because they only walked me through it once, and it was like a week and a half ago now. And I'm old, so I don't retain things like I used to. So I'm not sure exactly how it went. And I had Blockface and Hero on both at the same time. Blockface had me go through something called Chat PRD, and he gave me some prompts, and I'm going to give you a link to that. Let me actually find the link here. All right. So I'm not sure what we want to vibe code, but it's basically what we're looking to do is they had me make an updated landing page website for BitFlow that would be easy to onboard your mom kind of thing, right?
To the bank.
So
hold on, please. I'm getting the message. This GPT is inaccessible or not found. Ensure you're using the right account. Or do I need to log in first?
Maybe, or maybe this isn't the main. This is how I have it. Hold on. Maybe that's not the link to share it. In which case, that's the one. Oh, I don't know. Hold on.
Mine is opening.
So I think you're logged in. Yeah.
Yeah, you might just have to be logged in.
Mine is opening.
Because it's just a free to use model, but specifically to create a product requirements document.
Yeah, it pulls me up to like my personal GPT.
Yeah.
PRD. It doesn't pull me up to like what you're working on whenever I.
Right. It shouldn't.
All right, cool.
Okay, great. I'm in there now.
All right. And so what do you guys think we should do
a PRD for today? What should we have Resh? What should we do a website for today with Resh?
Like a hyped landing page, right? Remember that Stacks board? I really was a fan of like Stacks board, to where you can buy these little ad spaces on.
Or
these
what do you or Stacks? Well, all right. So a hype landing page for what though?
I don't know, just the Stacks ecosystem in general. If somebody has something going on, it could be part of DeOrganized, and they go and they're able to plaster their little, maybe a JPEG or a PNG right there of some event that they have going on, or a space.
Well, I think so. I don't really know, right? But what I think it's going to be easier to go with. Here's an existing product. This is what we want to. We want to make something for this, but tailored towards this specific type of user.
What about redoing the Stacks.org page, like landing page?
Oh, the apps page?
Yeah, the apps page.
I don't know if they'll. Well, we can always try.
Right. Give them an example of.
Resh, are you able to share your screen?
Oh yeah, sure. Let me close all the. I'm joking.
Right. It's best. I find it best if you just share the tab. By the way, are you in Chrome?
Yeah. Can just to be honest.
By the way, I'm on my new machine. Any dropping? Is my audio good?
Okay.
No, clear, man. You're clear as a bell.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Got that Ethernet cable ran yesterday.
There we go.
Ooh.
So what we want to do, Rash?
No dangle.
Let me put everybody over to the side. So let's do. You know what? Actually, let's do BNS1. Let's update BNS1 because they have a pretty good website, by the way. I don't have a problem with it, but maybe we do a website for BNS1. Do you guys think that's a good one? Or no? What do we want to? All right. I'm not sure what to do because we could do Bitflow again, but that's boring doing this sort of thing, right?
Over and over, yeah.
Hey, you guys, do you guys remember the page $1 million web page or $1 million website?
Yeah.
Is that the one that inspired Stacks board? I feel like I heard it somewhere.
Where you buy every pixel, $1 a pixel, and it becomes the entire page has 1 million pixels, and that became a really sensational. Everybody was trying to get it for hype reasons.
All right, so why don't we rebuild a web? We'll build that website, basically, or the model for that website. So
what's the prompt?
So what I would do is I would explain what it is that you want to build the website,
right?
And say something along the lines of, where I need a PRD to design a website, just the front end for now. We don't need any back end development, just a front end website design for a website that does whatever it is you want that website supposed to do. And then you want to put something along the lines of, I'm gonna drop this in the comments, in the private comments, but something along the lines of leveraging predicate, propositional, modal, and Boolean, and third orders of higher order logic to consider the critical success factors before diving into creating the PRD. And indicate who who the website is designed for.
Demographics. It is 18 to 45, predominantly male. What else? Do you want to be the crypto degen, or do you
I
do
would say outline it. Not outline it. Make it optimized for high
engagement?
High engagement and conversion.
Okay, you mentioned earlier about produce it in a particular style. I mean that word, the PRD. What was it?
In a particular style.
So
it's just for the front end. It's not for back end.
Right.
Do we want it to look like Google? Do we want it to look like Microsoft designed it? Like what type of style?
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Because you can let me ask Perplexity, what's the most what is the best style for this kind of website in 2025 using the most recent the most successful principles in UI UX design. Sorry, the way I tend to do is based on how I think 300 does it. I do multiples, so then I get what I want to follow.
And there's no wrong way, by the way. Like, this is really the most important part here is that, predicate and prepositional and like the modal, Boolean, all that stuff, logic. Making sure that you have that in there, I think, is part of the key.
So yes,
it's telling the LLM to make sure that it has all of the proper logic for the next AI that you're going to drop it into.
Got you. So the Boolean, do I have to establish that, or is that a simple line that I got to write?
Did you put that in there already?
No, not yet.
So I put it in the
you put it in chat?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
So you might want to just change it from leveraging to leverage or whatever to make it.
Leverage pretty good. So, anything else?
Only if there's stuff you want to add in
front
there.
page, yeah. This the PRD should only focus on front end design. Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. So web page. Demographics.
Oh, it actually made a web page.
I asked.
Or did you? What did it? So what did it? Did it give you something yet, or no?
No, not yet. I'm not running. So.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So it's thinking. So there's a few things I want to check with you. What does this sentence actually mean? Predicate, propositional, modal, and boolean, and 3 orders of high order logic. I don't understand this part.
Those are all different kinds of logic that are a better language for the LLMs to actually understand.
Right.
So when it creates the PRD, then the PRD will be easier to understand for the next model. Quick question before all right, so what's it asking?
Quick roll. I'll just say, hey, I can help you with that. Quick question before I dive fully in and still deliver a complete PRD. What's your role in product? PM, CPO, founder, and what company project name should I reference in the PRD?
You probably don't even necessarily really need to do all that. I think you can actually just copy that PRD. So you're going to go, I just dropped are you familiar with lovable.com or
I know what it is, but I don't know the whole thing. God damn.
It's still writing.
Spitting out milestones? Look at that.
Yeah.
Once that's done, we're going to copy all of that and drop it into lovable.com.
Lovable.dev is...
lovable.dev, yeah.
There you go.
Why would you want to do this instead of just using Lovable, their own logic creator?
Well, PRD is really good at like structuring your product requirement document, but yeah, you could like just use Lovable, but like PRD is like meant for putting these.
The reason I'm doing it is because that's how they had me do it.
Yeah, the workflow.
Okay, because I'm using Bolt. Bolt is also almost the same as Lovable.
Is that Bolt.new?
Yeah.
So you should be able to paste that.
Just
right
paste it here? All right.
Yeah.
Also using Google AI Studio, they also have the vibe coding where it's free.
Oh, I was so upset when I logged into Google AI Studio yesterday and saw that the video animation now requires a API key.
Yeah, I saw that too.
No more freebies.
Happy
at the very top, Rash. Go back to at the top of the field there. At the top of the go to the top of that. And then right above that, just put make me a website for this PRD.
Here's a question I want to check. So the entire PRD, do you just copy and paste, or is it best normally to convert it into a JSON prompt and then paste it in here? And do you put in a negative prompt as well?
Yeah, it works too.
You can do that. They didn't have me do that. My assignment was a little bit different because I was just basically I trained it on Bitflow and said I want to make a website specifically for Bitflow, but that is appealing to non-crypto native users like your mom or your aunt, or so someone that's non-crypto native, and it made it look like a bank website. That's
Let me see if I don't. Ever since spoke to Triana previously, we did a few things. The negative prompt thing has really helped tighten quite a bit of stuff. So I was always wondering that even what you're building now, does it for what website we're building, whatever we have done the entire PRD request now, if you convert into JSON prompt, is the outcome better? That's what I was trying to figure out.
Honest says it is, and I can see why it might be. They didn't have me do this last time, did they, guys? I don't remember now.
To be honest with you, I'm not prepared. I wasn't prepared
get the
well for
code.
this, Raj. I was supposed to do this, and it was I was like, how did they do this?
Yeah, no, you didn't put it into a JSON last time, so it's going to be line for line. It's going to be a little bit longer as well. Yeah, we didn't use this step last time, but it might be,
might be a better website. Though. You
Edit.
can try it both ways.
You could edit different portions of it a little bit better.
Damn, you're right. The negative prompt is really
like it'll spit all of
that
it
is
out.
the way I prompt.
Yeah, it'll do it, Resh. Like it's crazy how far I was able to spin up a website for the Gigaverse using the same workflow.
That website is nice, bro.
Yeah, I and I've got stacks. I've got the authentication flow and all that stuff. The dude helped me on that, so like you can connect your wallet to it. So I just need to go in and fine tune all the little things on the website.
Oh yeah, that's what I had to do too.
Oh, we got Blockface in the house. Welcome, Blockface.
He's like, Peace is struggling.
Hey, Blockface, what up?
Morning.
Did somebody say pagan?
P-A-Y.
Just quote. Just say his name 3 times. Yeah, Pierce.
Boom, boom, boom.
Not the stack CMO, not the stack CMO.
You is one.
So, Blockface, I was just inquiring with the gentleman here, all of them. The PRD, does it make any difference if you convert it into a JSON prompt and include a native prompt there, or just the PRD alone in normal writing style does the job?
You're asking fundamental questions which have libraries of people writing books about, if that makes sense right now. I apologize. Can you catch me up in terms of what you've done so far so that I can answer that question effectively?
Sure. So we were thinking in terms of what to literally vibe code today. And I was thinking like we were going back and forth. Do we make the stacks board? And I just remembered the $1 million website or web page that was created many years ago, like 10, 15 years ago. So I said, oh, let's recreate that front end wise. And then we just find out in terms of description of what the website is about, what kind of style of the website we want, the demographics, and included a line. What was the line that you shared, to be honest?
Leverage,
a Boolean.
Propositional, predicate, propositional,
Yes.
modal, Boolean, and 3 orders of higher order logic to consider the critical success factors before diving into creating the PRD. So that was all part of that was all supposed to be in the chat PRD agent, right, Mike?
I love everything I'm seeing. I've never been more proud.
Let's go, dude.
Right. So then we just copy that, and then we convert it into the discussion literally came that, oh, does it change if we put in a JSON? So we just convert it to JSON.
Oh, wow.
I've
never seen that before. I've never actually done that step. That's even past what I've thought of. So congratulations. You're going past what I even thought of. That's genius.
That's thanks to 300.
That's a 300. That's 300 trick.
That's so smart because the way I really wanted to answer your question is that these are statistical machines, which means that the same prompt in the same application in 2 separate windows are 2 different outcomes. Does that make sense?
Right. Gotcha.
So that's kind of like the fundamental. So the question is, and I won't belabor the point, I want to continue, is so how might we reduce the probability of the outcome, which means how might we become more specific about what we want? And what you just showed me with 300's innovation on the product requirements document into JSON I'm telling you, if nerds are listening right now, they're all going to copy what you just did by turning an idea to a product requirements document. And then once you have the PRD, which is a blog post, you then structure that data with JSON with specific values. You're going to 10 to 100x the specificity and decrease the probability in productive ways. So congratulations. I just wanted to say that.
Is it still working on the preview?
Yeah,
it's still working on this
But
page.
Blockface, wouldn't that mean that you are taking the job away from Lovable or any vibe code?
Look, there's whole products behind what you guys just did.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you. But what you're doing is perfect. Well, there it is.
Pixel Wong on Zoom 100.
Okay, now can you go back to the prompt on the bottom left-hand corner? Okay. So
you're not logged in, right?
He is logged in.
I'm logged in.
So we are going to iterate on what we've just done here.
Sure.
Some of this prompt engineering is knowing some of the magic spell words to sprinkle, right? So
Okay.
Pete mentioned a lot of it. Predicate, propositional, modal, Boolean, higher order logic, right? Because while these are statistical systems, they can also be used to express logic. And again, logic is how I try to remove probability from the equation, if that makes sense, right? If I can, anything we do with computers can be expressed as a statement of logic, and that's why, to give you an idea how important logic is what's taught in philosophy, and Peter Thiel did a degree in philosophy at Stanford, right? It's one of the hardest things you can do at school. But if you can get the machine to do it, hey, maybe you don't need to learn it. You know what I mean, right? So what I want to do is complete this, which means we're going to go from idea to PRD to JSON to lovable to prototyped and now to published. You see in the top right-hand corner the blue button. Let's see what happens when you click that.
This one publish?
That's right. Now, in the top right-hand corner, right beside that, you're going to see a pencil.
Right.
Now, can you type in your name and dash Stacks AI Guild? And now check mark. And now publish at the bottom once that little greeny guy goes away. Congratulations. The first iteration is complete.
Let's go.
Now you can click on that URL, Stacks AI Guild.
Which
URL? Right underneath publish. There you go.
All right.
Yeah, there you go.
Rash, can you drop that link in the private chat too, please?
Yep.
Congratulations, Rash. Rash, how do you feel?
Man, this is very interesting. Very, very interesting. I didn't know it was that, I wouldn't say that easy, but I wanted to get more understanding, very basic understanding, the logic that you wrote in terms of the predicate, the Boolean.
Yes.
Can you explain what that is? Because besides hearing words, I had no clue what that is.
It's have you ever come across these words?
No, a Boolean, yes, but not nothing else.
Okay. if I told you I had a GitHub for this already, would you believe me?
Why wouldn't I?
Do you mind pulling up this link?
I'm sorry.
I just dropped it in the chat. Yeah. To fully answer your question,
yeah,
you would have to take what I have here and put it into like Cursor or like Notebook LM, right?
Right.
So I just want to tell you, like, there's a complicated answer. I know you want to go deep by the questions you're asking. Not everyone asks what's the significance of these logical statements, right? And so I can tell you want to go deep. So if you look at the PDF there at the top, with a bracket 8, logic, prompt like an Egyptian,
yeah,
10 months ago. Do you see that? Yeah, the third, wait, go down one. There you go. So I came across someone on Twitter Spaces, and he was a bit of an eccentric, but he started roasting us on our prompting skills. And he's like, you guys don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, what do you mean? We're fancy boys, you know? Right? And
fanciest.
Yeah, the fanciest of boys, EOIS. And he said, if you understand how programming happened in the first place, you ever heard of Noam Chomsky?
Yeah.
Right? You know, I think he wrote Manufacturing Consent.
I don't know what he wrote, but I definitely know his name.
Okay.
That's
So
mine.
before he got into kind of the political, geopolitical realm, he became famous for, I think it's called Chomsky grammar. And he did, I think, just groundbreaking work on language itself. And
he was the head of linguistics at MIT.
Okay, there you go. Right? And again, fact check me on this, because it's been a while since I've seen it, but without Noam Chomsky, I don't think we have programming languages the way they're written today fundamentally by John von Neumann and friends. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Someone had to really understand language and how we use it kind of ergonomically before we started programming with it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And so if you look at Chomsky's grammars, it's all around the logic of language and syllable and placement of information, because we know that, you know, adjective before noun versus adjective after noun sometimes mean completely different things. And so, again, I won't belabor the point, but that prompt like an Egyptian is pointing at chain of thought. You know how we talk about agents, right?
Yeah.
One agent does this. That's called chain of thought. You'll see COT, right? But how might we chain thought without an understanding of logic, logical expressions? I'll stop there. It's a really deep hole, or
Well, you know what, Michael, we really do need to start doing a regular, like a weekly or a couple days a week kind of segment with this stuff. Resh, by the way, what's your pretty impressive, right?
Yeah. So this want to check with you. So for somebody who's doing pure vibe coding, Mike, let's say they literally wrote like a blog post, and then they, before going to JSON prompt, they speak to any LLM they're choosing, rewrite it in a condensed format, and let the LLM do that work, and also include a prompt like, how else would you improve this particular request or prompt? And then when it spits out that and you read, you're happy with that, and you ask it to convert into a JSON prompt, does that do all the action of what you ask it to do, like that the prompt of make sure it's predicate using all these different approaches? Does that already do that piece of work, or this line of prompt that you suggest putting in has to be added still?
what I think you're asking is how might we achieve a level of specificity that I can be satisfied with before I give it to the lovable to create. Is that
Yes, that is correct. But I'm also thinking like if I don't include that particular sentence that um oh my god, piece is setting, yeah.
You're saying something significant, so take your time. I want to understand it. I know.
No, so yeah, piece was suggested that this particular
the logic.
yeah, the logic, yes. Leverage, predicate, propositional, model, and boolean, and 3-order higher logic to consider the critical success. Now, if I do not, anybody who does not have access to this particular information, and they just type it out in any chosen LLM, but what they do is they also just speak it to LLM. Like if you were to redesign what I rewrite what I do in a condensed format that anybody can understand, will it do what I just this particular line, or would it, or this line has to be included as well?
Keep in mind that the right answer for Gemini might be the wrong answer for Claude, might be the right answer for Lovable, might be the wrong answer for V0, or
sure.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, again, to adequately answer the point, I would again have to take a little while, but you are thinking about the right sequence, which is ideation, right? And then you get this PRD. Once you review the PRD, then you can refine into a JSON prompt. And what does JSON mean? It's showing what they call as key value pairs. So instead of saying, hey, I want a website and I kind of want the title to be this, and I kind of want the subtitle to be that, JSON says title, Rihanna Banana, subtitle, best artist on the planet, call to action, Rihanna, x.com, Rihanna, right? So it's the level of specificity that you're putting, and that level of specificity, just like it helps Rihanna make very specific movies and films.
More understandable to the LLM.
Well, think about it like in real estate. There's one thing to have 100-page documents on a lease. It's another thing to have a data structure saying, rentor, piece, rentee, GPSC, amount of rent, this.
Right. It gives it, right. It structures the data in a way that the LLM can understand it.
So what
and then put it, and then use it in a way that we can then also understand it back.
So what you just said there is an actual formal term in data. So in data, we have unstructured data and we have structured data. Unstructured data is just a wall of text, like this transcript, right? No speaker identification. But once we add speaker identification to everything we've said,
it helps right. It makes the conversation make sense. And rather than it looks like a monologue of one person talking to themselves potentially.
Now, so when you do PRD, it's
I can't listen. I can keep going, but Zenny's waiting.
Yeah, right, cool. All right, yeah.
I do get. I'm sure the hunters are waiting.
Yeah.
But by the way, guys, Resh, I know you got time. Thank you so much for joining. You're welcome to play. We're going to play some Find2Earn games. You can hang out and play with us if you want to. If you don't have time, that's okay. But we'll talk again soon. Either way.
Mike, thanks very much, mate. I appreciate it.
And I will be back. We will be back momentarily with Find2Earn rounds after a quick word from our amazing marketing partners. Stay tuned.
Appreciate it. Right on time, 6 p.m. Thank you, everyone, for joining, and stay tuned for more. We also have in Portuguese and Spanish, and if you want to contribute or collaborate, also contact us. We'll be open to it. Thank you. Bye-bye.
See you guys. Bye-bye.
All right, goodbye, everyone. Bye.
Oh, and there you have it. That was our first BFF Army boot camp. A little bit lower turnout than the people that registered, so we got to get more of you guys exposed, but at least we have this on the live stream as well. It's out there for you guys to watch. And again, bff.army is where you get started on your journey to becoming a more advanced participant in the DeFi ecosystem. I'm Peace Love Music. It's been a great show. I'm going to wrap the stream here at 6 p.m. We've been going since 7:30 a.m. You all have a blessed rest of your day. Peace out. Speaking of interesting concepts, you're expanding STX tools and covering a broader swath of the Bitcoin ecosystem with Tenero. And, it caught me by surprise. I knew you were working on something, but I didn't quite know what. So congratulations on your launch. Congratulations on winning a Stackies Award. And, welcome back to DeOrganized. Happy to have you here.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. It's been a whole year, basically. We kind of were teasing it earlier this year. Didn't quite realize some of the legals and logistics of kind of setting up company-wise. So we're now set up as a company in the US. I'm not from the US, neither is my business partner Milano, so there was like some complications there. Some of the logistics of actually keeping it under wraps were interesting because I wanted to launch it as like a stealth launch. So obviously trying to build hype at the correct time and make sure that it doesn't get like released ahead of time and so on. So working with all that various, very incredible partners. We've got initial launch partners. We have Stacking DAO. Obviously they were with Stacks Tools as well, but they carried on over to Tenero. We have Beezy, we have XFirst, we have SimpleSwap, we have Caesar, we have Football.Fun. Of course, we have Stacks and Spark as well. So we're working with some really, really impressive people in the space. And yeah, Stacks Tools is now Tenero. I can walk you through the site. I can see you've got it up anyway. Nice.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I can kind of talk you through the site if you like. I can share my screen and kind of go over a few things. A lot of it will be familiar.
It'd probably be better for you to share your screen. Yeah. So I'm not trying to guess what you're trying to show. I just like to show off the branding when it pops into my head to do so. But I'm super excited about this, man. We use SPX tools daily on the live stream. Like I use it as a prop to show price and stuff. So I'm excited to have more opportunities and more tools at my disposal for that use case too. So awesome stuff, man. Take it away.
Yeah,
amazing.
Thank you.
Amazing. So before you take it away, I've got a question.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, go.
So we know ST the cat. So what inspired the dinosaur from a cat to a dinosaur? So yeah, I'm kind of
Good question. So the dinosaur, I've kind of affectionately called him T-Fi. So like instead of like T-Rex and BTC-Fi, he's now T-Fi. So he's kind of like the mascot. He's the character. He was created. I kind of like the design, like kind of Pokemon-y. But he was created by Weasley, who is the artist of Megapunk. You can kind of see the pixel style there. I've had a lot of people asking if it's going to be an NFT or a token. It's not going to be an NFT or a token. It's just he's just a mascot. He's just a cool character to make content around. But I have had a few people asking if it is going to be some kind of like thing they can trade. No, it can't be. It's just a cool dino mascot for the platform. So yeah, that's the kind of thing behind there. Thought it looked cool, but it's been amazing to see the reception from everyone. So we have the main page. This is the home page, and this is the multi-chain page. So you can see at the moment we have Sport Fun, Stacks, and Spark. The ones that are coming up next will be Runes. We have OpNet, which is testnet at the moment, but that will be coming on mainnet when they go live, and also Citria as well. So we're working on their private mainnet at the moment, but again, once their mainnet goes live, we'll feature them for day one. So this will only get better now as we have more chains. This first landing page will become a lot more interesting as well. You can see market share, you can see volume, traders, how much percentage is dominated by each one. So Stacks is currently 31% of the market. You can also see the platforms, so that's the DEXs within that. So you've got Bitflow, some of the sport fun ones. Flashnet is from SparkNet. I've just clicked off that. Let me go back on. We have Alex, Velar, the usuals there. Obviously plugging Leo with the updated socials. One of our partners is Caesar, which is the AI, so we have all of the various Caesar articles there. We have Xverse, who is our API partner, and also we're going to end up having in-app swaps as well, which is very exciting.
Ooh, cool.
Which you won't have to leave Tonero, you'll be able to swap within that, and that will kick off with we're kicking off with Runes and Spark, because that's what they have the API for at the moment. But they're also working on Stacks as well, so that we'll be able to swap Stacks tokens within there as well. You can see the chain overview, how much like inflow is coming in. So currently slight outflow on Stacks, but really being a big chain, that's not really that much. Quite a big inflow to Sports Fun. And then this below here is all of the tokens that are currently tradable. And this is trending on an hourly basis at the moment with the most volume. Sorry, the 1 day actually, not 1 hour, 1 day. So the most volume is Stacks, the actual Stacks token. Then when we head into, let's go into Stacks, we can now see what you're probably more familiar with and looks a little bit more like Stacks Tools was. So this is the same for other chains like Spark. You can kind of see the tree map and the trades. It's also the same for Sports Fun. Slightly different because they have more tokens and NFL and football, but we'll go to Stacks as we're a bit more familiar with what's going on here. You can see the net flow, the tree map. So you can see 30-day, 7-day, 1 day, see what's going on pretty instantly, whether it's red or green. The recent trades, now this is live, you don't need to refresh this like you would have done with Stacks tools. So if we happen to see a trade come in, in the next 10 seconds or whatever, it will show here. So you don't need to refresh that. You can also see the market flow, Stacks chart. Again, we're going to cover a weekly ecosystem report with Caesar there, which will be all the goings on of Stacks at the moment. Again, the platforms. I've logged in with my wallet here, I think. Hopefully it shows. And if not, it means that I don't think it will share because of the screen share, but I have to go on a different page for that one.
Yeah, it won't show it usually won't show the pop-up, which is best.
Yes, yeah, true. We have the tokens, as you're more familiar with. We have the different modes, whichever one kind of colors and preferences you like there. Now we have the pool, so this is like, obviously, if you've got, say, let's go on to, let's pick, we'll go with Leo, just as, we're more familiar. This is Leo combined across all of the pools that it trades on. You can see one of our partners, SimpleSwap, there. Pools, now Leo obviously has multiple pools. We have Velar, Alex, Bitflow. So if we head into, like, say, the Bitflow pool and click onto the specific pair, it will bring up the Leo pool for just Bitflow, as well as the combined view. We have the tracker, which this is a customizable thing. I haven't currently set mine up, but I could actually like rename, say for example, I wanted to track like Peace Love Music's wallet maybe, or maybe I wanted to keep, an eye on a certain whale. Maybe they're unnamed. Maybe I don't know who they are. But I find their movings quite interesting. I can actually rename their wallet, like say Whale 1, and then on personalized to me on my platform, not everyone else's. But if I then see that wallet move, it would show as like, you know, how it would say like a .btc name, it would actually just say whale one, you know, so you can kind of like start to track things that you think are
that is not a feature on STX tools right now, correct? No. I didn't miss that. Okay.
Yes, this custom is quite cool.
Yeah, very. That I can see that. I love using STX tools and the data and everything, but that is going to be a time waster for me. Not a time waster, but I'm going to have to carve out some time.
It's fun as well because, you know, there's been so many times I can count, and I'm sure other people as well, but where you think like, oh, that's an interesting wallet. I'm not quite sure what their motive is perhaps, or, you know, they've been buying a lot or selling a lot, and you kind of want to just track it. And, you know, you're not going to remember the whole SP, you know, the full wallet, but you can just kind of think like, oh, okay, that's interesting. I can kind of rename that. You can do it for friends and, you know, other reasons as well. We can see the market thing, but this is kind of like how the Whale Watcher was, except it's expanded on now. So we have the inflows and outflows per wallet across different time frames, not just, you know, one day. We also have the market flow, and then individual whale trades, which you can customize again. And also on the token page, we can now customize this as well to however we like. And this will stick with like your cookies essentially. So you can kind of click on which ones you want to see all on these. So you might decide that you only want to see, you know, certain tokens with liquidity, or a certain type of transaction, or a certain type of volume. And this is all customizable again for the you know, user, and this will stick with it as you go. And that's kind of the profile. We built it with mind of what is actually useful. Obviously, you know, I've been in the space for like 5 years now, full time. What would I like to see? What would what I think other people would like to see, what I find useful. And now we've had the year to build it out. V2 will be shipped very quickly. It will be weeks, not months. We already have a whole list of new features to add, including runes and in-app swaps. And then, yeah, V3 following that will be also very quickly after. We're going to add more chains very, very quickly now.
You have V2 ready almost, and you're already working on a V3.
Yeah, so we've obviously, if you remember back to when we initially launched Stacks Tools, we shipped very quickly. This year has been a lot slower just because we've been kind of keeping it under wraps, and we wanted to get all the various partners underway. But once the screen has now been lifted, the curtain's been lifted, here it is, and now you'll see us start to move very, very quickly across multiple ecosystems. Lots more features. This is just the V1, and like I say, V2 will be weeks, not months. I'm very excited to get it going. I think the positive reaction by everyone has been amazing. I have a lot of support from obviously you guys. 300's been making loads of content. All the usual Stacks, you know, crew have been supporting, which is amazing. And I think it opens also from like a Stacks point, it opens Stacks up to a whole new group of users that perhaps wouldn't see it. I mean, someone like Beezy is a completely different user base. Doing a lot with those guys. Sports Fun. They've just raised $10 million on their ICO.
I'm largely unfamiliar with Sports Fun. Tell me a little bit about that.
So they're like a fantasy sports platform. Kind of. Does it come under prediction markets? I don't really know, but it's fantasy football basically. You know, you buy your players, you buy your shares in your players. If they perform actually in real life, actually during like the game weeks, so like NFL or just football, the higher they score, if they come in the top 5, you get points. That opens packs, which contain players, which you can sell for like dollars, basically, is the idea. But they've just finished their round. They've just raised $10 million on their ICO, even in this bad market. As you can see by the transactions and the volume that goes there, it's obviously, you can see in the top left, it's pretty substantial. I think they've done 90 million in revenue in the 3 months. And again, I remember a whole new user base to, you know, that wouldn't see, you know, Stacks and that kind of thing. So that's kind of how I think it's going to be, this like central database. It is going to be just Bitcoin mainly, but they're the only one that won't be Bitcoin.
And I remember you introducing me to this because I was used to the usual that we know about and play. Introduced me to this, like this was more crypto based fantasy football. You know, first days I was like, let me try it out. and then I put in like $20. I woke up the other day, it was way up. So yeah, this thing is amazing piece. Yeah. But now I forgot the password.
I was in the beta phase testing it back in like January or February. So right early in the year. I invested in a like pre-seed round as well, so I know the team very well. That's the reason they're on this and they're partnering with us on it as well. But yeah, very excited to actually just release Tenero, kind of get it out to the world. It's been under wraps for a long time, and I'm glad to see that people are liking it.
Yeah, man. I mean, you come with an exceptional reputation in the ecosystem, well earned. There's a reason why people support your projects, because the way you handle yourself, the way you deal with things, you're obviously upfront. People know, there's a trust there, which I know is not necessarily the paradigm for Bitcoin. We want to verify, but at some point there's enough verification where you do trust a person and you put out great products. This is another one. And I think we're all excited to see you just produce and ship, because everything you do is usually high end, very quality. And this definitely seems like a well done project now. And, one of the things that we're excited about, within the Stacks specific community, is that this gives Stacks some exposure to a broader base beyond the ecosystem. People on Spark or people on the Sports Fund website aren't going to be as familiar with Stacks.
Yeah, and this is the thing. I think I've always been about kind of like cross collabs and trying to break out of certain echo chambers, if you will, and trying to actually like get because a lot of people don't know. A lot of people just aren't aware of what's going on in other ecosystems. There's so much going on in Stacks that it's not even a fault, actually. It's just that people are busy, people are kind of heads down, and sometimes this kind of thing can open up to a whole new range of people, which I'm very excited about. It's interesting to learn different kind of ecosystems and what's going on. And it's much appreciated, all the support that we obviously get. It was nice for because obviously I always get things like the votes and the recognition for the building side. Now, obviously the actual design and features and stuff, that is partly me as well. But the actual tech side, Milano never gets the kind, because he's not very active on X at all. He doesn't go on X. So it was nice for him to get the Stacky Award and get it changed to Milano, which was very cool. He was very, very happy about that. He got the most technical builder, which was cool.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And, you had actually talked about him the other day. And then when he won, I was like, wait, who's this? Like, I'm following him. But he's... I
got the vote for it. And I commented under the post and said, I think I see why people have picked me, but this isn't me, actually. Technically, it is Milano who's the whiz behind the keyboard. But we work very well together. We're kind of like a yin and yang, different sides of the business, but both work very well together.
No, and it's good to have that dev partnership there too. And a lot of you need a technical founder, and then you need a market oriented or community based founder. And so it sounds like you guys have found a great balance.
Yeah, 100%. I think it makes a big difference, actually. I think you touched on it just before I came on, actually. I caught kind of like the last 5-10 minutes, and you were saying how a lot of tech people are kind of like building just because that's what they know how to do. But actually, a lot of the time it can just be refined and slightly put in a different way, and all of a sudden it's like a different beast.
That is something we experience a lot here, because we spotlight a lot of projects, especially early stage stuff in beta test, or stuff that are in test net or not even quite a test net yet. And we have a lot of conversation with these guys about their projects, and they're very, very talented at building, but it's hard to know. Building what's cool for the dev doesn't always translate to a usable product for the market. So you need to figure out, how do I apply this to something that the users will actually engage with? And that's not easy. You know, that there's so when you find that balance, it's a unicorn to some degree.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it's definitely skills for both sides. I think the term building can kind of cover, you know, both in certain respects.
For sure. And I say, people will often say, like, I actually classify dev as more the technical side of things. So when I say dev, I'm usually talking about a technical side of the equation. But you are also developing the business. You're also developing the community. So it's not all just technical developer stuff. It's important to have a well-rounded machine.
Yeah, that's true, and that's where I think yesterday it was also good to see people like the Stacks AI Guild win their award as well. Obviously, 300, obviously helping a lot of projects to kind of get, you know, that content side out and kind of marketing on X and different social platforms. Another big win. It was a good show yesterday. I thought the Stackies was good fun, a lot of high energy stuff, and obviously some big news out of the town hall as well. Obviously some big plans for 2026.
Oh man, there's so much cool stuff happening and so much more coming too. One thing I'm not sure about that I saw, I don't remember what post it was on. Maybe you have some info on it. But something about stacking on the L1. Like,
yeah, that's going to be the huge one in my opinion. So it's going to be, they're exploring self-custodial staking through L1. So L1 Bitcoin to earn L1 Bitcoin. Now, the only other one that I know of that does something similar is Babylon, except they don't earn Bitcoin, they earn the native baby token.
Right. So I mean, that's a huge difference. That's a big differentiation. Right.
I think that's going to be the big kind of push next year. And I think with a lot of treasury companies, it's clear that they're obviously buying awful lots of Bitcoin, and that's fantastic when it's all going up and to the right, because obviously they can just continually buy and reservice and buy. But if the market stays like quite choppy and kind of, you know, not necessarily goes down, but kind of stays choppy, you know, they're going to look for places to service that debt and be able to buy, or even leverage it to buy more, that, you know, whichever kind of method they want to pursue. And I think if they don't have to go down the L2 rabbit hole and just leverage the rails of it and kind of natively deposit L1 Bitcoin to get Bitcoin, that's a very, very interesting prospect for the institutions, in my opinion. And obviously through stacks, if they then want to go down the rabbit hole a little bit deeper and buy stacks to pair it with to increase that yield and go down the dual stacking route, even better. But if you can meet them where they are, which is, you know, they're holding their Bitcoin on L1, that's kind of, you're offering that olive branch to them and saying, oh, here you go. And then, you know, the more people that take it might end up going down the rabbit hole.
Right. It's a numbers game at that point. It's just a vector to get people in. You're giving them the reward. They're participating in the network. And then, well, if you want to earn more yield on your Bitcoin, you can do this, and you can deploy it to, you know, BTC-Fi or just TFI, as we're calling it now, I guess.
Yeah, TFI. But that's the thing, though. Like, you know, if you can say, okay, thanks so much for staking on the L1 for the past, you know, 3, 6, 12 months. Here's what you could have had if you went further down and paired it with the stacks. You know, the difference might be at that point astronomical for a lot of institutions. Even that 1% extra, 2% extra on a lot of Bitcoin can be a lot of, you know, a lot of difference. So I think that's going to be an interesting kind of way they're going with. Obviously, USDC X is big news. And I think the privacy kind of shielded transactions that they were mentioning about, as well, you know, selected privacy is interesting as well. You see the rise of Zcash, Starknet do a similar kind of style thing, that privacy narrative. I don't see that going away.
I saw a post this morning that made a really good, presented it in a way that really identifies the concern there in a really like real life circumstance. And it was just somebody that had paid somebody for something in USDC. And then that person ends up following up with them and talking to them about the assets in their wallet, because they could go and follow that person's wallet. That is a problem. And somebody there's nothing wrong with wanting privacy for that specific reason. And just because you want privacy doesn't mean you're doing something wrong. It's just a way to protect yourself. And we have a legal standard in the US that you're innocent until proven guilty, or at least we used to. I'm not sure how much it holds right now anymore, but we really need to get back to that.
Yeah. I think that's going to be an interesting one for Stacks. And I actually saw that same post. I think it was from Loki, quite a big DeFi guy, and he kind of
I
posted.
think that's right. Yep.
I think that there was an interesting analogy I heard a little while ago. I've only really kind of become interested in it probably the last sort of 4 to 6 months, I would guess. But it was someone saying you kind of close your curtains at night. It doesn't mean you're like murdering someone behind them. It's just that, it's your choice to, have privacy in the evening. This doesn't mean anything bad is going on behind it, but you just don't want people to be looking in at you in the night. That doesn't mean you're doing something wrong. I think Stacks looking at that element for selected privacy is good. You can show your accountant if you want. You can show the people that need to do. If there's an investigation, sure, like we can look at it. We're not doing anything illegal, but it doesn't necessarily have to be shown to broadcasted to the whole world. And I think it's almost got like a self-built-in marketing element with this at the moment, because you do see a lot of the particularly European laws are coming out and saying we're now banning this or we're banning that, and you can't hide this and you can't hide that. So the narrative almost writes itself. So I think that could be something that might creep up on the rails for Stacks a little bit. That could be a good one.
Yeah, for sure. It's needed. It's needed in the marketplace. And man, I can't say, like, I felt very encouraged last year at the end of D grants. There was a lot of energy coming out of D grants. And it kind of tapered off into, we had just had the election. I think there was almost like too much excitement too fast around there. And right around this time last year is when things started tapering off. It was bad timing for Stacks because it was right as we were launching fast blocks with Nakamoto, SBTC. And I really think that that's actually the story of Stacks price. Everything else has been crushing. Stacks price is just the victim of just a number of bad timing events outside of control that have happened. And that actually leads me to believe that there's even more upside, potential than where it is. But I haven't felt the energy like this in the ecosystem yet. Like, I feel like there's just, with all of everything, the shipping, all of the people that are solving real problems, all of the building that's going on across the ecosystem, the Stacks Labs entity, the endowment, the accelerator that they're talking about. This is the time. If you're looking to build on Bitcoin, Stacks is where it's at. It's undoubtable at this point. And it's like to have people like you in the ecosystem.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think the fundamentals aren't matching up to the price. Obviously, NFA as always. But I would say there is a lot of builders, new builders as well, which is exciting. Obviously you see things like the Hacker House come out, and
that was so cool.
Yeah, there's so much.
There was amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's good to see a lot of different projects. I saw you had on, I was watching a clip on the DeOrganized show, I think. It wasn't live, I don't think. Are you doing it now where you like kind of play clips throughout the day?
Yeah, because we're running the stream from like 7:30 to like 5, 6 o'clock at night, East Coast US time. So I have time to replay it. Now it's forcing me to go make these clips, share them out, get them on the stream and stuff like that. So you saw...
I saw an X402 one. I think it was Tony.
Tony, from I think it was last Friday morning last week. I think, or maybe the week before. I can't remember now. It's been, but
that shows it's working though, because I thought it was live, and I tuned in and I was like, "That's interesting." And I would not have seen that. If it wasn't running, I would not have seen that clip. It was interesting. Yeah. So.
And, people drop in to see what's going on, and we have lots of content to expose. Lots of stuff to keep amplifying. So we're slowly but surely figuring out our model and doing more with what we have available to us. And we're doing pretty good. You know, we're getting a little bit of slumpy Friday morning numbers right now.
Okay.
We're not getting a ton of viewers right yet. We only got a couple hundred this morning so far, but I mean, most days we're getting at least 1,000, a couple thousand. Some days,
Yeah, that's incredible. Incredible. It could just be coming close to holidays as well. You know,
Yeah.
people start winding down. Perhaps they're visiting family, or you know, that's kind of how this time does feel. Obviously, us launching last Monday, we were kind of rushing to get it out before the holidays. I would imagine Stacks also getting their town hall kind of out and some of the announcements. People can stew on that over the holidays and then go into 2026 with a full like boom. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited for 2026. I think it's going to be the year, personally.
Fingers crossed. We never know in this market, but yeah, I think I'm with you on that one.
You never know what the outcomes are going to be, but I know we're going to be working hard and we're going to keep pushing. And so some good stuff's going to come out of that.
It can be the only way. It can be the only way.
That's it. That's all there is. Brother, I could talk to you all day. You're welcome to hang out if you have the time. Do not feel obligated, but we have the Game Master coming up from the underworld to play some Find2Earn rounds with us this morning. And he's also going to jump into the SIP call because he's proposing a SIP for his encrypted NFT standard. So we're really excited about that. I'm going to play a quick word from Bitflow. Rubes, do you need to... Can you hang out? You want to hang out and play some Find?
I'm going to hop off, but I do really appreciate you having me on, guys, and I will definitely be coming on a lot more because we will be shipping pretty quickly now. You're going to see a lot of upgrades, you know, certainly past the holidays, probably weekly or bi-weekly. We're going to be adding, you know, a cool feature or two. So I'll definitely be seeing more of you guys. Really appreciate you coming on, me coming on for your show, and yeah, appreciate all the love, guys.
Right on, man. Have a great rest of your day. Happy holidays if I don't chat with you again before then. And you're always welcome. Just let us know when you want to come on and we'll drop you in.
Much appreciated, guys.
All right.
Have a great holiday, Rubes.
Have a good one, guys. Have a good one, Hannah. Have a good one. Peace.
You too, man.
Awesome.
That was awesome stuff. Really dig it. And guys, stay tuned. We will be back momentarily with the Game Master and some Find2Earn rounds after this quick word from Bitflow. Hey, my friends, it's your old pal Peace Love Music here, and we're breaking in. We have Dream Chasers, one of the guys from the project Sweeper. That is a DeGrants project. He's going to come on and give us a demonstration for his project. So let me see if I can get him on here. Here we go. All right. So now you guys see two of me. Let me actually just take the second one of me off of here so it doesn't look weird.
Okay.
All right. And you can still hear me, Dream Chaser?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can.
All right. So tell us about Sweeper. Let us, what is the project? What are you looking to do with it? And let's see how it works.
Okay, so Sweeper is a chance game. It's pretty simple. You click a box. If you don't happen to hit a mine, you make some money with it. So basically, this is the DApp, basically. So so first of all, this is what you're gonna see when you get to the main page. And you can see our upcoming announcement, games and stuff, and weekly leaderboards where there's going to be a couple of rewards for anyone that's going to be playing, either, you know, more prizes, basically. So let's connect our wallet and let me walk you through the gameplay. Okay, so I just connected my wallet here. Right, so on the left side, you see a game panel. That's basically where you see how the game works, what current row you're at, multiplier, all that stuff, and how many lives you have, and potential payouts you have. And then on the right side, that's basically the game. That's where you get to click the boxes and see if you can actually win some money. You know, basically like Las Vegas. Okay, so let's do one STX.
So you spend STX to make a move.
Yeah, to make a move basically. So it's like you only make you only spend one STX and then any amount basically. But the transaction only happens once, and then you can click as many boxes as you want.
Okay,
So
one
if you
STX
can,
to, or is it a wager, or is it, how does that work? What am I paying one STX for?
okay, so it's not fixed to one STX basically, but it's like it's a wager, like you say. And then that wager you place is actually multiplied by, with each row that you actually win. So currently, if you see right here, it's 0.12 and it's accumulative. So, you don't really have to like, it's not like fixed to like a specific row. So as you can see with my potential payouts, it's increasing. If I win again, it increases again. If I choose to actually cash out then and there, no need to talk to someone, easy, cash out, and you'll see it in my wallet. It's that simple. And then you can start another game again, no hassle free. It's all hassle free. So that's pretty much the entire project, but a lot is actually going in the background, making sure that you have the a seamless experience.
And right now, this is in testnet.
Yeah. Right now, it's still in testnet, so anyone can actually play around with it, break it if you want to. We're actually looking to hear your opinions as well. So yeah.
Awesome. Do me a favor. Can you, in the comments, can you drop me the link?
Okay.
And all right, cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop this in the live stream, in the comments under the live stream, or the replies under the live stream, so that, which, let me get this off of here. Get back on the game here. So that people know where to go.
Yeah.
So every day, guys, you all know we have the pinned post for the live stream. We drop links in there all day, and try out. So is the sweep? There's multiple games on here, or is this link is?
So far we actually have one, but we're looking to actually come up with another one. That's called Laser Rush. It's another simple game where you click a box, and if a laser doesn't hit that box, well, you get to win some money. You can cash out at any time. It's almost like the same concept, but on a different kind of game. But yeah.
All right. So I just posted that link there.
Okay.
When I have a minute to test around, I absolutely will. I love that's. If I had didn't have a show to do, I would spend a lot more time test netting stuff.
Yeah.
My favorite things to do.
No, it's pretty addictive once you get the hang of it. Because I do so far. I think I've done more than 300 transactions, not just on testing alone, but also playing the actual game, like the adrenaline rush. It's pretty cool. Although it's like faucet money, but I mean it's pretty cool still.
Yeah, well, and eventually it won't be faucet money.
Yeah, eventually. Yeah.
So what's your timeline now? I know you finished your first. How many milestones do you have for D grants?
So far we have 4. We have 4. So our first milestone was actually to make refinements to the whole project. Initially, it didn't have things like lives. You didn't have 2 lives. So if you hit a mine once, well, you would die. But it wasn't like the risk reward ratio wasn't okay. So we decided to add on another life as well. The multipliers now are accumulative. So more money to you if you actually do win. So yeah.
Sounds cool, man. So you got 4 milestones you got to crank out between now and the end of January, probably, right?
Yeah.
And there's going to be more games on the platform too, though.
Yeah. We're looking to so for now, with each month research and all that, we're looking to actually add more games as we go. Right now, we have, like I said, Laser Rush. We wanted to do a no lottery, but we saw it was a lot of people were actually doing that, so we wanted to do something actually different. So we came up with Laser Rush, and then later on we'll come up with more games.
All right, so you know what I'm going to do? I'm gonna share my screen on here.
Okay.
I'm going to play. We'll see
Okay.
how it goes. I have a test net. I have a little bit of test stack, so I can do this. I'm prepared. So let me. Am I sharing on that? Is this me? Yeah. This is me. Right.
Yep, that's it.
All right. So let me just make sure we don't need to zoom in as much. There we go. All right. Let's see. Can I? So I got coming soon. Laser Rush coming soon. I got my game count over here, my leaderboard. I'm going to get on that leaderboard if I have enough time to play. And so my bet amount is the max is 50.
Yeah, max is 50. We want to encourage everyone to play, not just you alone, because if you do happen to bet the entire liquidity of the contract, you might make everyone else, not play. So yeah, we're actually encouraging everyone to actually play the whole thing.
You would rather play with the fit. It's okay if I do the max.
Yeah, it's totally okay. Totally okay. Yeah, you can actually do 50.
All right. So just approving the transaction. I mean, why not? It's faucet money anyway, right? Like
it's faucet money anyway.
All right. So I click one of these.
Yeah, you click one of these. If you don't want to play for that box, you can actually hit the skip button, and then you can head over to the next row, and
All right. So over here, if I have to play at least 2, is that what it is?
Yeah, you have to play one more. So when you play one more, and then it allows you to actually cash out.
Oh no.
But the beauty now is you still have one life, so you can still cash out even though you
I can cash out right now. But now
you can cash out.
And now it's so it gets to be one less. Is there only one mine in there? Is there multiple mines?
They can't be multiple mine. They can be one mine. You can never know for sure. So yeah.
I think I'm gonna press my luck. Let's see. What do I want to do? I've had luck with the ends so far, so let me. All right.
Ooh, okay. I see you.
Now I'm gonna.
Let's
see. I'm gonna.
Normally.
Go ahead.
Normally, I chicken out on row 3.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah. Normally, I chicken out on row 3.
So in my 100 to 110 stacks on the line, I'd probably cash out too. But we're testing it out. Let's keep going. I'm gonna take the middle. Oh man.
Ooh, okay.
All right, let's see. Let's take the end over here. Oh my gosh.
Oh wow.
I'm lucky.
Oh wow.
I'm just a lucky guy. It's true. Especially when there's nothing real riding on it. Super lucky. Let me all right. Hey! Oh my god, I can keep going?
Okay. Wow, it's going. Okay.
Keeps
wow.
Going. Is that how it goes? It keeps going? How far does it go?
Yeah, it keeps going to I think it's the max you can go to row 25, 23, 25. Yeah.
Oh man, all right. We're not gonna go to 25, but I'll try to get to 10. Let me see if I can get to 10.
Okay.
Oh no! See, that's what happens when you press your luck, fam. That's what happens.
Yeah.
But man, honestly, that is fun doing. It's especially fun doing live with people, right? That's the
true.
experience
So
we've had with games so far.
Yeah, true. So yeah, so that's pretty much it. I'm sure content creators like Tindley could actually have a go as well. You know,
Well, we should definitely have
spend some money. Yeah.
Tinderly's part of the DeOrganized team. He's welcome to come on. He was on a little bit. I actually caught him hanging out, lurking in the channel a little while ago. So I surprised him. I turned on his screen and I said hi, and I asked him. He's doing some kind of stream project today with. He's just teaching some girls some stuff about crypto, but but he's billing it as he's having a sleepover with so I was about that a little bit, but he's a good kid. I like the dude.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, but we'll definitely I'll do a session maybe when I get back from Buenos Aires, because I'm not going to be on the show for a couple of days. I'm going to Dev. They're sending me to Dev Connect. They want me to network and try to build some business for the ecosystem, which I'm going to do.
Yeah.
But this is really fun, man. I love the game. Can't wait to see it iterate further. I probably won't be as bold when there's real stacks on the line, but it's definitely fun to do, and you could actually you might even be able to get an audience participation thing where people can make bets on it, like predictions as to how some is and stuff like that.
Yeah. So I think one of the things that we might actually do as like a branch, apart from Sweeper as a whole, maybe to create a DApp that allows tournament bets. So if a certain player wins, anyone who plays the bets and for that person actually gets to win. So it's still in the pipeline. I think I had already created something, just the proof of concept, if you will, for that as well.
I like it, man. Good stuff. Good stuff. Well done. This absolutely, if you need me to, I'll happily chat with Hattie and make sure he knows that this was all set. Satisfies the demonstration as far as I'm concerned, as a steward, but not the steward in your track. I hope that satisfies your milestone one. Looking forward to more. Feel free to come on anytime, by the way, man. We love having devs come on and stuff. It doesn't have to be just when you're ready with your milestone. You just want to show us something, you want to come on and chat, feel free to reach out. We'll happily cover your stuff again, man.
No, awesome. Thank you for having me, though. Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, man. Looking forward to more. You have a great rest of your day, and thanks for being flexible and doing this in the middle of the day, unplanned. This was unscheduled, guys, by the way. He was not
so unscheduled, yeah.
But he did it anyway, and we got it done.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Dream Chasers. Guys, if you're not following at Dream Chasers, it's with a Z, right?
Yeah.
On X. And is there an X account for Sweeper yet?
Yeah, there is an account for Sweeper. I think it's Sweeper_STX.
All right, let me actually get that on the screen real quick too.
Let me triple check. Let me make sure it is. It's Sweeper_STX. O caps. Yeah, that one.
Oh, I'm not following yet. All right, now I am. All right, check them out. Make sure you get it's Sweeper_STX right here. Make sure you go check them out. They're building games, real games with real crypto on stacks. That means on Bitcoin, my friends. Games on Bitcoin with Sweeper. Man, thank you for joining. I appreciate your time today, and we look forward to more from you.
No, thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, man. Awesome stuff. I'm really glad. I'm glad we did this. I'm glad we figured out a way to get this on and be stable with it. So
I'm glad you're actually excited as well for the project. Wow, it means a lot. It means a lot.
Oh man, I love people. I know it takes work to do this stuff. I know what it takes.
Yeah.
And it's not easy. It's not easy.
No, it's not.
Putting yourself out there, showing people when it's not quite ready. Like it takes some work. So good for you, man. Keep up the good work. Looking more forward to more from you, and really appreciate you doing this today. And thank you guys for watching. We're going to go back to our regularly unscheduled programming, and we'll be back. We'll be back later. And make sure you follow Dream Chasers on X and Sweeper_STX. Thank you guys for checking us out today. Yeah, we're off screen.
So there you go. And that video doesn't show the model, but the model will show you the STX. The model will still be here and show you the step 2 and then step 3. But you'll see here that in my wallet, I still have, you know, as if that transaction doesn't happen. So what's going to happen is 69 mums is going to be deduced from my wallet, increased in my capsule balance, and then minted into my list of tokens on L2.
Very cool. So is that actually splitting your? It's splitting the allotment for you.
So
allotment all together, or do you have individual?
Yeah, the Runes protocol is a hybrid meta protocol that uses the UTXO model as well. So it doesn't exactly split. What it does is like it sort of writes on top of UTXOs. So I'm sending a UTXO from my wallet into my capsule, and that UTXO has 69 mums. And just so you see here in my L2 wallet, I don't have these 69 mums. But if I refresh, as you can see in my capsule now, I have 69 mums that are locked on L1. And if I look into my L2 wallet, you'll see that obviously my wallet itself has been decreased of 69 mums, right? 690 minus 69 is 689, 931 mums. And then you'll see at the bottom of this, I'll also show, oh, there you go, bam, the 69 mums on L2 were minted to my wallet. Again, that mint privilege is Clarity's, meaning it's the entire process is governed by code.
Insane. No bridging. Like it's just all dictated by code.
Yeah, and as you can see, this has just anchored, right? You can see it just went from left to right, and right away I got my runes in my wallet on L2.
That's amazing, dude. Congrats on building this. This is based. You know, this is one of the tools that we need to onboard people from L1 to L2, right? Like these, like I've seen a few different posts on the timeline about bridges lately. You know, and they're just clunky, right? They're clunky and they're a risk, right? You're taking more risk on. So why take on more risk whenever you could go through this process, use the tools and the coding language for what it's for, and let the code do its thing. I mean, this is brilliant.
Yep. No, absolutely. I think this is really great technology. And oh, there you go. Peace, love. Your transaction has been confirmed.
Let's go. Just went through.
That's awesome. So we can see, like, if we go here, that your transaction has confirmed, and that's it. After one block, you have your STX or SBTC in this case is credited to your, you know, to your account, and your account is, so you are just like, if we go back here, Peace Love Music, right? So cool thing is, if you type here Peace Love Music, I'm going to sort of dox your.
I don't care. Let them all know.
Let them know
everything about me. I don't know.
So you remember how much SBTC you had, but you have more now, essentially.
Right. I have $10 more SBTC, or $9.98 or $9.97 or whatever it was, roughly more SBTC, and a little bit less BTC as well.
Very cool. Very cool. Yeah. Sorry for doxing you a little bit.
Nah, I'm not a problem. I don't mind being the guinea pig, and
BNSs are public.
I'm comfortable being exposed. What can I say?
Same. I do everything for my GPSC.BTC wallet. You know, is for transparency, right? You know, they can see our convictions.
Yeah, so very excited about this tech. Let's see how it pans out. If you are a Runes community out there and you're interested to become our launch partner, check out fact.fund/capsule, and you can you can participate in this competition. Otherwise, the other thing I'm very excited about is games. The fact.fund, and I want to help anyone who's building a game, be it via Lovable or vibe coding in somewhere else, to add that passkey way of signing into the app, so you don't need a seed phrase, and then hooking it into a smart wallet where you can manage funds on stacks just using your passkey and the best way to demo this is using a mobile device, because you'll be able to do Face ID with this, and that's pretty pleasurable, so to speak. I'm using big words here.
Biometrics, let's go. It's actually awesome, and I just oversaw Hero mentioning that you're willing to help people set that up in the alpha group, the Leo Alpha chat group there. Awesome stuff, and honestly, it's inspiring me to try to carve out some time to go develop a game on Lovable, and then just be like, because I think that's actually, if we have like 20 games in the ecosystem in a place where they're easily accessible.
Yes.
And it's composable accounts through passkey, so they can. It makes things a lot very cool. And I do want to shout out what GP is working on with Crypto Dude and Cryptonauts, because it is also really interesting. It's different kind of gaming. Obviously, it's more advanced. It's more robust with Unreal Engine kind of functionality, but these are the kind of developments that are going to really onboard your mom or onboard the people that are non-crypto native, giving them experiences that they would seek out in real life, and then adding the Bitcoin or crypto layer in an abstracted way. Like, they don't really need to know that they're dealing with crypto when they're dealing with this game per se.
Yes.
Once we start adding transactional volume, like transactional stuff, that's a little bit different. We need to on-ramp some fiat and make that easy for them, which I believe there are some people working on that solution as well. But this is a huge unlock.
Here's what we could do. We could have a DAO where I think that was your idea, Peace Love, where a fee is charged whenever somebody is wagering on a one-to-one multiplayer game. And that fee goes into the DAO and helps onboard new users. So the new users don't even need to on-ramp. They could play and get rewarded, or get points and then get rewarded, and end up having real SBTC flow into their passkey governed smart wallet
with a budget that's just giving them money, like giving them some free SBTC to play with.
It's the fun layer, right? It's the fun layer on top of stuff.
But that's actually the same. That's the casino model, except for decentralized and more holistic, right? Not mob run.
Yes. So in some of these users, I have I'm not going to say who, but like brother-in-law in Turkey, right, or another one in Belgium. So they can do it directly from their mobiles, like iPhone or even Android, and as long as the game is completely bugless, which is a bit of work, but as soon as this is, your game is solid, it's stable, you can play with anyone in the world. You create a room, you share that number with them, they join, and you're having fun, and you accrue a little bit of real SBTC into your passkey wallet without having to on-ramp at all. Like, you never had to do so. That would be pretty cool. Like, and again, anyone who's building a game, I would love to help set you up with the passkey plus smart wallet, or even guide you. Like, all these things will be open source, and working together as an ecosystem to onboard your mom or brother.
Man, it's really this is so cool. And I really love how this is all so many things coming together all at once in the space. Hero, by the way, wants us to, and he's reminding us that he hates the word DAO, and I don't necessarily disagree with him. He
Yeah.
wants to have it deleted from the dictionary, which, you know, we know what it means. That's why we use it. It communicates the idea, but I also understand what he's saying. Like we want to create a DAO. What we really want to create is an organization for onboarding that is funded by these games and run by the people that are facilitating and creating these games.
Yeah, the exciting part, the DAO thing, like DAO is yeah, I agree with you. It's an acronym. First of all, it's difficult to understand. A lot of them have not panned out. More like creating a code-governed flywheel. So some mechanism that is automatic, that cannot be tampered by humans, and that helps anyone to participate. I think Trip and Monkey has the same idea with his protocol as well. I think that's something we should have, so that, you know, I'm building that game, I'm going to help that flywheel to take place, but there's this other game as well, and all these things can help each other, and creating value for everyone.
Actually, it doesn't even have to be games. It could be
Yes.
It could actually be protocol wide. Anyone that's building in the space. It could be, this is again bad wording, but almost like a voluntary tax, where people have the option of designating some of the income they're generating from their app towards this entity, and it's code based, so they can verify what it's going to do, and it can't deviate from that. And it doesn't really even have to make any decisions. It's just set up in a specific way. And then if it doesn't,
That's how companies work. Like, companies provide value to the community, and they extract value from it. Like, there's a value exchange here. So
right.
This is very similar to how companies work, except the value itself is perhaps not exactly a service, or except there's like some sort of mechanics that help that flywheel. But one last point I'm interested is like conversion of AI and Bitcoin, and you will be able to play your game in your Chrome, in your mobile, without any apps, like without any wallet. Just your passkey. That is an idea that I think is very powerful for onboarding people. Like, you just Face ID, and then you do something that, you know, you enjoy doing, and you participate in a community. That is very powerful to me.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the biggest hurdles for crypto right now is just easy onboarding non-crypto native people. And there's two components of that. One, it needs to be easy to do. And downloading an app and writing down a seed phrase is not easy. It's a hard thing to do. It's a pain in the ass to do. It takes time. Nobody has time. So the passkey solves that. The second one is, there's got to be a reason for them to even want to download a passkey, which is easy. There's got to be an enjoyable, authentic experience on the other end of that. You know, so that's why the games and/or anything we can do that's creative, that would be interesting to get engagement, that would warrant having a passkey and/or a wallet with the passkey. And then if we have that composable, so would it be the passkey that I haven't set it up yet, because I didn't want to play with my phone on the screen and I have to scan the QR code. But for the passkey for Fact Fund for the game, will that work? Can I actually have it so that I have a different website? Like, we have our DeOrganized website. Maybe we have our own games that we're hosting there, and that passkey can work in our.
Yes. So the this website has obviously a backend, Supabase, etc., and will know that you've got this passkey. What the piece that I'm going to build now is the smart wallet governed by the passkey, and that smart wallet can be that's public common goods that any app can leverage. So it's like having a wallet governed by your passkey, secured in your secure enclave in your mobile, but you can use that anywhere. The smart wallet, you control it via your passkey, via your exact device, but you can sign in on any other apps, and you can use that money that is stored in your smart wallet using your passkey, whether you're on games.factfund or Deorg Media, or BoostX, any other community built, even something like Hermetica perhaps is going to leverage the passkey in one way or another. Perhaps not. Perhaps if this model becomes successful, perhaps they want to enable it. Like the smart contract itself is just when you sign with your passkey, you're allowing some amount of money to move from your smart wallet to somewhere else. So that could be anywhere on L2.
So that but it could be the same wallet that they used on FactFund can also be the same wallet that they're using, that they're just that it's embedded in our. Is that wallet embedded on FactFund?
No, it's a smart contract on Stacks that when you store money, it's like a vault where you put money, and the key to moving the money from that vault is you signing with your passkey. And I'll be happy to come and demo this in a few weeks when it's ready, or even before that. But essentially, that vault is a Stack smart contract. So we could imagine, that smart contract can do what you tell it to do. So depending on how it's written, it could integrate all of these pieces that I mentioned, right? It could integrate, receiving SIP10 tokens, SBTC, even enabling an agent. That's something, that AIBTC is working on, but they have this concept, or even Bitflow has a keeper's wallet where you're enabling an agent to act on your behalf. Obviously, you customize how and you restrict how that agent can act on your behalf. But that is the same concept of a smart contract, programmable money. But this simple concept is your money is programmed and moves based on your signature. So you could imagine anything you want. Yeah. Did I answer you simply the question, or was
So what I don't want to get into the weeds. We had a great show, and I don't want to get too deep into it. But I do have. I don't quite understand.
I want to give you like a simple answer.
So I think just start from the beginning. New person coming into FactFund through the games. They found a game. They're going to come in. Their friends bringing them in. They're signing in with their passkey, and so they don't have a wallet. So they're creating a wallet when they do that.
The wallet is created on their behalf on the background, but it's their wallet. Like
it's their wallet.
Move the funds without their.
The wallet exists, and their access to the wallet is through the passkey, which they sign with.
Exactly.
But when they go, so now they go to another app that they can sign into that app using passkeys. They now have a wallet set up. Will that just having the passkey, the app, as long as it's this next app can determine the wallet from the passkey on the user's device. When they click login, they can log in with the passkey, and it'll seek the passkey and then derive the wallet, and then they sign in with that wallet.
Yeah, I think the standard does not exist yet, so we're in the early innings of it. But the simple answer is yes. And to some extent, you can also, if you have a little bit of money in your smart wallet, you can send it into another wallet if you want to. And that second wallet is maybe now, if you're in another app that supports another wallet, you can simply do that. right? We just
So how do I interface with that? So I've created the wallet in Fact Fund, right? I'm a new user. I'm just onboarded. I created the wallet in Fact Fund. I'm not on the Fact Fund platform anymore. All I have is a pass key.
Yeah.
So how do I engage with that wallet? How do I send funds?
So the cool thing is like smart contracts are trustless. So what you saw, for example, with the deposit UI, the Fact Fund backend is going to take your Bitcoin transaction, is going to transform it into some parameters, and then feed it into a contract to unlock the SPTC to your wallet, right? Wallet address. That whole interaction anyone can do. So the same applies to your passkey governed wallet. That is a smart contract on Stacks, and any provider can help you bridge the UI gap between you and your wallet. You're not attached to Fact Fund. You can exit Fact Fund whenever you want. And you can, and the cool idea is you can do this in your mobile phone without a seed phrase. That's a cool
without
idea.
a seed phrase and without an application.
Yes.
All you have is a pass key. You don't have anything. You don't have a leather wallet necessarily. You don't need to go into the app to access it. You just got to find some kind of UI that can interface with your pass key, which will be developed as this becomes adopted.
I would recommend that whenever you have a portion of amount in that new wallet that is going to exist, that you at some point send it to a proper sort of a seed phrase wallet. It's still a hot wallet, but it's better, because if you lose your device where your passkey is secured in your enclave, you lose your wallet. Whereas with your seed phrase, if you have a piece of paper or something like Writer, shout out to Louise and Marvin Jensen, like who are cheerful geniuses and are building this iPhone of seed phrase cold storage wallets. You know, when you have a large amount, by the way, when you have a larger amount of money, it's preferable that you send it to something like a Signa. Shout out to also the team there. It's a multi-signature, or something like Writer, because nowadays you can be hacked really, really easily. Like two days ago, I was contacted by someone who was impersonating Albert from the Bitcoin Startup Lab, and I was literally one click away of.
I saw that. I saw that. You were very close, and you said it was by chance. Something
money in these hot wallets, so I have to do some like frequently. I have to reshuffle and send the money out to cold storage.
Right, and that's a best practice. So, and that's stuff that you don't need to play around with a game that's a low cost, low transaction fees, and all of that stuff, because a lot of this might be sponsored by such a decentralized organization that is code based that we won't actually name because Hero hates that. But to onboard your mom, they're going to be funded. They fund onboarding so new users can come in, play with these apps with a low amount of money. When they start to get ready to engage in something where they're going to be starting to put money in and or significant amounts of money, there needs to be an effort to educate them on cold storage options, best practices, and whatnot, so that we're not, because the last thing we want to do is onboard people and then have them have bad experiences.
Yeah,
that would defeat the purpose.
One thing we could do is we could take the idea that Marvin and Louise had with, the recovery system, where you have like several friends who could, together help you recover your seed phrase. That could be baked into a smart wallet that uses passkeys. You could have like your mom, your father, your sister, everyone sign, and then if you lose your device, then you have a secondary way of getting your money back. Otherwise, it's locked in the smart contract forever, right? But I don't know what you say, like transactions, because these games don't require any transactions, right? Just for the reward part or the wagering part. And the cool thing is I think I'm also interested in Yeah, go
there's
ahead.
got to be at some point. There's got to be some kind of a transaction, because otherwise, why do you even need to? What do you need the blockchain for?
Sure. Like for wagering, for exchange of value, for rewards.
It could actually be, actually though, it could also just be a better way to keep track of your gamer ID and your assets. Game assets could actually be part of it too, which you might earn. You don't necessarily have to buy, and then therefore you do. But then you also have transactions there. I know that's a large model of the Cryptonauts. They've been making like composable assets, and then because the assets are on the blockchain, like I could then go make a game with that leverages assets that is already in Cryptonauts. Therefore, anyone that's playing Cryptonauts is automatically getting something to come play our game, and so it leverages their community that they've already established, and so on. And so it could be. It doesn't actually have to be like transaction based with a lot high fees or even actual money.
Yeah. If can I share my screen like for another minute?
Yeah. Well, like I'm not. I know GP's getting hungry. He looks like. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm right here.
All right.
It's Rafa.
All the time Rafa needs.
All right. So I just wanted to share my transaction was also confirmed. This is pretty magic, like to be able to just bridge like in less than 30 minutes, even when the Bitcoin is heavy. The other thing perhaps I wanted to share to see if the runes deposit also has worked. Let's see. Oh, that's a different account. Okay. That's in a different account. Let's see, where is it? Oh, there you go. So this is my Bitcoin transaction. As you can see, it was processed and confirmed. So that's good news. And then if I go to also my portfolio here, there you go. Remember that here there was 69,000. Now it's 70. And here it was deduced. So essentially I send 1,000 mums from my wallet into the capsule. And if everything has worked, we should see it as well exactly here. You see 70,000. So this has worked perfectly as well. You will have also the same modal progress. So you'll see, instead of Bitcoin, you'll see mums on L1 and mums on L2 or dog, right? Or something else. The last thing I wanted to also share was the idea of like off-chain intent messages, which makes the UX instead of what I showed earlier with even though it was very, very quick, like just buying a transaction, this is really settling the transaction on Stacks. What you could do is just sign a message. And shout out to Rosar and also to Breeze, who are working on little different protocols with message intent, like off-chain, a bit like Lightning. Like Breeze is working on something like he calls it pipes, which are decentralized off-chain messages, and that is really cool because there's no 5 seconds waiting at all. It's like instantaneous. It instantly is reflected, and your transaction is eventually settled later on Stacks. So you don't need to wait for the 5 seconds. And that's something that also, I think, coupled with the passkey ID, is going to interest me when it comes to games. You could wager, and automatically you'll see that, okay, I'm wagering this much, Welsh token or Leo token. And what you'll do is you'll deposit first. You'll see your balance, and then you can wager and see immediately the reflection in the app. And if you win or lose, you'll see that settlement. You'll see that settlement. Like you'll sign a message, so it'll be reflected right away, but the settlement will happen later. That UX is going to be very interesting.
Very awesome stuff, man. There's honestly it's almost like a little bit of information overload, and it's a lot of stuff I already know. But it's there's so much there's so many pieces here, bits and pieces. And you've been cranking on a lot of this stuff for a long time, and a lot of stuff we didn't even talk about, stuff that you've been building too. So I mean, there's really there's like stuff that you've built in the past.
The kinetic energy is like being stored and built up and built up, and it's just gonna expand and explode. You know, I feel it. I can feel it coming, dude.
There's it's popping. It's popping now. We're at the event horizon. It feels like.
Yes.
Yeah, not only me, like the entire Stacks ecosystem is brewing. You know, the leadership and capital markets presentation are like world class. The builders are, you know, building apps that are, you know, audited, that are peer reviewed, that are upgrade. We have V2 contracts for Zest protocol now. You know, Hermetica also is going to leverage. I'm interested to see how Jacob and the team are going to leverage perhaps Passkey in another way, like perhaps in double auth, or I don't know what his idea behind this, but again, like having that onboarding frictionless from the Bitcoin L1, as we just saw in this session, that you can deposit Bitcoin as low as 10,000 sats, and then above that, above $100, you use the SBTC bridge, and it's almost free to do it. And then you can either use like Stacks settlement or things like message intent and games and all the wonderful work like you guys are doing, and Hero and, you know, AI and AI BDC. This thing is about to explode.
100%, man. There's like the developer energy is fantastic. The community energy, the people that are here that have been cranking, that are like the content creators. There's so much going on, man.
The content creators are becoming developers now because of tools like Lovable. Vibe coding is accessible.
Fair. Yes. That's absolutely accurate. Bro, everyone can be a music producer now.
Yeah, it's
Hero Gamer is producing like sick, you know, radio friendly music. It's insane, and I mean it's crazy. Very interesting time. And the people that are here that are cranking, that just don't stop, you know. And there's so many guys like Rafa, like GP, Crypto Dude, Trippin' Monkey, Hero Gamer, Blockface. Like this, I could just go on and on. It's incredible what's going on here, and I'm excited to be here. Rafa, I could actually talk to you all day, man. Yeah. We talk often when we're not tied up with other things, but man, it's Hero saying, "Are you saying I'm a developer?" Yeah, kind of. Hero. Yeah. You started making websites, and you're a music producer.
The AI is incredible. Like try and tinker with Lovable. It's so fast. Yesterday in 4 hours, I did 84 commits, and almost like it didn't require much in terms of
84 commits. It's crazy.
And talk to the AI, etc. So it's like it's bum 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 bum, and then the app is forming like slowly but surely. And I'm very interested in terms of also like what 3Huna is doing with the music. Like he gave me a crash course on Suno.com. You can follow me at 3AI3. It's where I produce my AI lo-fi music. These are areas that are very interesting, and yeah, it's exciting. It's exciting because it's like things are so fast. Like things are so fast. Like even non-developers, I think non-developers will be better because they don't have the stigma of things have to be a certain way. We have to do this first, a Figma. We have to do that, etc. Which is fine, you know, for like world-class applications. But like for ideas that you just want to, you know, go ahead and see them. You want to produce them in the world right away. We need that explosion of creativity to come, and AI is funneling this and coming to our stack for sure.
It's coming. That's the thing. It's all coming. You know, it's just a matter of we got to be patient and keep putting the work in. Just keep chipping away, as a wise man once told GPSC.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You keep chipping away, and eventually you'll break down that rock, and then you'll find another thing and another rock to break, and you'll teach people along the way. So that's the powerful part.
you see more and more people start to do more and more
I
things.
think that's actually, you hit on the nail on the head, GP. The magic in this ecosystem is that where everyone supports each other. No one's guarding their ability. They're trying to we're trying to actually spread it around and help share it and make everyone better. And that's actually the fundamental key of why this is going to work. You know, everything's in line except for the price action, and the price action is a result of the people outside of the ecosystem not understanding exactly what we have here.
Yeah, fundamentals only continue to get better and better, and you know, price action is down across all alts. It's not like Stacks is like bleeding in market cap against other alts. It's just
there's a number of reasons, but one of them is a lack of understanding of what's actually going on here. Unless you're actually hanging out, unless you're actually talking to the people, you're playing around with these apps, you don't understand.
Get into the game with DeOrganized is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to follow. You're supposed to subscribe on YouTube at DeOrganized Media. You're supposed to follow on X, DeOrganized BTC. That is DeOrganized BTC. Get into the know. DeOrganized is where it's at.
Let's go. Also, don't forget to follow Rafa. If you're not following Rafa, you need to follow Rafa. It's what is it now? At Rafa Stacks.
Correct.
And then it's Rafiko. You can look him up. Rafiko. Fact Fun. It's fact.fun. I think is it at fact fun?
Correct.
Let's go. There's the other one. You don't have one for Capsule yet, right?
Yeah, Capsule is going to be integrated into Fact Fun when it comes to life. I'm still working on the withdrawal piece and putting together, a mind group, like a group of potential signers, or on further understanding what can be done in terms of BitVM, because if the standard exists, then it makes sense to have the best solution for runes, for the runes community, not just something that is great, that serves a purpose, but having the most the best solution, which is a solution that removes any human interaction or factor into it, is part of an equation where the real explosion, the real backing of one-to-one can happen, in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure, man. Awesome. And then the bridge, you do have a Twitter account for, which is
BTC to SBTC, simplest way to deposit Bitcoin in one Bitcoin block. There's the SBTC bridge that we will also integrate into that app, so that if you want to, you will be able to have the option to use the SBTC bridge instead, which is completely free, but is a minimum of around $100 and above. So yes, you can follow that, and it's currently implemented at fact.fun/deposit. And beyond that, I think like all the developers, all the app builders, I think will slowly but surely integrate the bridge, so that the users doesn't have to move away in a different experience, in a different app. They can deposit Bitcoin directly into the app that they're using directly. Last thing I want to say, again, like I'm insisting on this, but it's been great. 501 now. I'm also going to have to jump, but it's such a pleasure to have you guys and to be one of a guest. You guys are really hustlers. I agree with you. The amount of value on Stacks is underappreciated, and most people don't know about it. I see the efforts that are being done by leadership, and I think this will pan out in a way that I think will surprise everyone. That the Stacks technology is ripe for adoption by entities that understand the risks they're taking and want the best technology out there, which happens to be Stacks, in my opinion.
So Hero is putting out a PSA real quick. So during this bear market,
I don't want to step on Rafa's awesome sentiment, by the way, but Hero just said that during this bear market, he's renting himself out. If you have loneliness problems, he's here for you to rent.
You ain't right, Hero.
Hero is going low.
build a game, and then I'll hook up all the stuff from Stacks for you.
Let's go. Rafa says build a game so we can generate you some income so you can stop being a gigolo.
Yes.
That's a great note to end up on, guys. It's been a long, awesome day. We've had a ton of great guests, rounding it out with our good friend and awesome dude, Rafa.
Media for the win.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Fact fun for the win. Let's go.
Thank you all for tuning in. We'll probably have a little bit more replay content. I might replay the segment with George from Bitcoin Magazine yesterday because it's important. This Bitcoin for corporations with what's going on with MSCI. I'm going to let that run after we close out this segment, and then we'll end the stream for the day. You guys still do have a little bit of time to enter for the $200, the 200 stacks contests. GP, I think you're having some audio issues, man.
How about now?
Now we can hear you.
That's probably a mute button, man. What's going on, guys?
It looked like you were actually like killing the intro too. It was right.
Nailing that.
It was the best intro ever. Lost the time.
Oh man. I was just saying how this is the first inaugural episode. We're going to get to talk to Jamie F., Mr. Bain, and two of the next artists that are going to be contributing to Dogtail. So really excited for this first inaugural episode. And yeah, let's get into it. What's up, Jamie? How are we doing tonight? We got Jamie F. in the house. We got Mr. Bain, Peace Love Music, and GP, myself, in the house tonight. So what's up, guys? How are we doing?
Yeah, I'm doing really well. I'm excited for the show. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be epic. Pretty special, and yeah, I'm good. Thanks. Yourself?
Doing good, man. Doing good. You know, Jamie, you spun up this awesome idea to you know, help artists and also contribute to charitable causes, right? Did you want to do a brief explainer about, you know, your ideas surrounding Dogtails and you know, how it came to fruition, and all the work that the good work that you're doing with all the artists in the Stacks ecosystem?
Yeah, awesome. It's the artists that are doing the good work, really. We're not doing too much because the stories sort of write themselves, but the idea came about as part of our just natural growth within the community, and we're a community that's sort of an underdog culture and founded on the rise of Peggy, who is the dog from Dogpool, who won the ugliest dog in the UK competition and then went on to Hollywood. So we sort of, it's quite poetic and quite, you know, it's pretty cool. So, and we built on that with Dogtails, which is basically where we collaborate with artists to retell real life stories, which, you know, we're not short as a race of inspirational stories. And as you know yourself, being our first artist, you did the story about Paul Stamets. We did do a story before that, but it was just kind of a pilot. It was just a post on X, and that was about Michaela de Prince. And then we did Henry Wanyoke, who's a Kenyan runner. And just recently we did Fela Kuti, who's a, you know, musical, cultural, revolutionary icon. And all of these people have something in common in that they all went through troubled times and went, you know, in a much different way to Peggy, had a bit of a rough start and or had to overcome some sort of adversity to get to where they were, so and to what they did. So yeah, we've built on that, and we're now tonight. This is the unveiling of Zanetta's story, and this is very different to the ones that we've done before because this is more personal. I think it's going to resonate with a lot of people on a personal level because of the subject matter, which you'll find out soon enough. It's different again that it's a photo shoot. So everything that we've done before it's not been photographic art. It's been digital art, yeah, it's pretty unique. And we do this to support the artists and charity. So they produced the storyboard NFTs. They're auctioned on Gamma as a week-long auction from the minute the first bid goes in. Yeah, the split is, so far, everyone's agreed to do a 60-40 split, 60% in favour of charity and 40% goes to the artists. So the collection will grow and it will feature different artists and, you know, more stories as we go. And yeah, pretty excited. It's probably the best thing so far to come out of our culture that we're trying to build. So yeah.
Yeah, dude. I remember whenever you first hit me up and you know, hey, pitch this idea to me, and I was experimenting with ideas and trying to find a way to you know, incorporate some type of giving back to, you know, charitable causes into my artwork, and this idea just really resonated with me. Peace, did you have something to say, man? What's up?
I just wanted to on something Jamie said, and of course he's going to just give all the credit to the artists, and the artists, he's done an amazing job. The artists so far in the project have been great. He's done a great job picking great artists, but I don't want to undercut the amount of effort and work Jamie puts into this project on the regular and the stuff he's creating. Jamie, you deserve a lot of credit for what you put out as well, man. Don't sell yourself short is all I wanted to say.
Yeah, thanks. No, I don't. I mean, I enjoy it. And I think that's the attraction with this crypto blockchain world that we're in. We get to sort of write our own stories. And it's funny because we're in an amazing age. Obviously, I don't want to digress too much, but with the dawn of AI and the things that we can all do now, there's dreams that I had when I was a kid that are now, that, you know, I thought had sort of gone by the wayside, that are now possibly a reality. And like doing Dogtails is just a blessing, and, you know, trying to build that community and just put those out there is pretty cool. So I do enjoy it.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty cool way to get artists to collaborate on one collection, right? Like you have multiple artists that work within Dogtails, and you know, it's just a very unique way to approach getting artists to collaborate. And I'm a big fan of the structure and how it's set up.
Yeah, we enjoy it. Speaking of artists and collaboration, like pleased as well to be doing this with not just yourself and obviously Peace and everything that DeOrganized has brought us, but also Mr. Bain, because he's, I mean, as far, I don't know anyone who's as connected in the sort of digital art world. Obviously, I don't know everyone, but he makes sort of genuine connections, got a lot of artists follow him. So I think with this stream as well, so even though we're talking about the collection and this is a live reveal, this stream is something that we're going to do on the regular. We see how it goes, and it's going to be more about the people and their stories. And yeah, Mr. Bain, I don't know if you want to chime in, but I know the idea for the stream was sort of originally Mr. Bain's, if I recall correctly. It was sort of thrown out there, and yeah, we all sort of moved on it.
Hey guys,
Mr. Bain, what's up, man?
Good morning, GM, and it's really GM at this time of the world too.
Oh, nice. You're on the other side.
We're on the other side. It's supposed to be sunny Melbourne, but it's been raining, and we're spring. We're supposed to be heading into summer in December, but it's not the case. So it kind of feels like UK. So I think that's what Jamie's weather's going to be like in the UK. So I don't know about Peace and GPSC. I don't know where you guys are on your side of the world.
We're both on the eastern seaboard US. GP's a little on the southern side where it's cold, but not really for most people. And then up in my neck of the woods, it's about 45 degrees this morning, and that could be warmer than it gets. But ironically, the last show we did, I think it was the last show we did, Jamie was talking about how it was a sunny day out over where he is. So it's come full circle. Climate change is real. Yeah. We just don't know if it's our fault or not.
Yeah, is that 45 degrees or 45 degrees
45
Fahrenheit?
degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh, that's cold then, right?
Yeah, it's a lot colder.
It's cold to me, man. I think it's pretty.
Yeah.
But my heat's on. It's
because we can get up to 45 degrees over here Celsius. So
yeah, that's a
but
hot
we haven't experienced that. Yeah.
No, that's a warm day. But I'm gonna actually be down in Buenos Aires, so I'm gonna get a little bit of extended warm weather for a week, going down to Dev Connect next week. So I'm excited about that.
That's going to be awesome. Are you anyone else going with you? Or?
No, well, I'm going down with Stacks, so
Yeah.
they're having me come down. But it'll be a little bit different than last time when I had like the whole crew with us staying in the house in Vegas last May. That was the best experiences of my life, actually, hanging out.
Insane, dude. Yeah, and I'll be manning the ship here. Running the stream and helping. Hunter will be helping me run the stream as well. So we'll be holding down the fort for Peace while he's out there in Argentina, Buenos Aires, checking out all the Dev Connect and the other little get-togethers that are going on over there while they're out there. So it's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Working hard.
Fortunately, I have these guys to rely on, but let's stop the small talk because the ladies are waiting, guys. We shouldn't keep the ladies waiting.
Yeah. So I mean, so we've got Janetta, who is the I don't like calling her a subject, but she is the subject of the story, and she's going to tell her story, and she's the subject of the photo shoot that Sashelka has done, who's the artist. So let's get him on, I guess, when you guys are ready.
Right on. Welcome, ladies. How are we doing tonight?
Hello, everyone. I'm fine, thank you. How are you doing, guys?
Good evening. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having us here.
Hello, everyone. How everyone is doing?
Doing great. Doing great.
well.
Really excited to see some artwork for Dogtails. I have collaborated with Jamie too, so now we are collaborating, and we are collaborating on Dogtails. So it's awesome. It's awesome to meet you guys.
GM, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Bain.
Hello.
Oh my God, I'm so excited, really, guys, because it's my first experience. And when Janetta, just don't touch mic. Microphone is drogay. So yeah, and what I wanted. Oh my God, I'm so nervous. So I'm really excited, guys, because it's like we were waiting this day so long because this. I don't know how to explain. It's this story. It's really touch myself. I mean, and I believe it will touch you when you will hear it. And I'm so proud of Janetta that she decided to speak herself. It's like it's her hour. It's her. It's. Oh my God! Let's just start, and then we will see.
Let's go. I'm really excited to do live art reveals. That's something. It's a great idea, Jamie. I think that and it's very engaging, and you know, it's an awesome way to kind of showcase all the work that has gone into the different stories that are going into Dogtail. So this is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, awesome. And it's even more special because we've got Shanetta with us. And Sasha, I know what you mean about being nervous. I think, you know, it's just normal. It's like we're going to be fine, and we guide you through it. And I think the photos are going to speak for themselves. We've got the story as well. So with each NFT comes part of the story, which Shanetta obviously wrote originally, and then we just tweaked it slightly. So we've got all the bases covered, and I was keen to sort of find out and just sort of start really with how you used to sort of know each other, and because I don't think I ever asked that. I mean, how did you guys originally meet? Obviously, you're great friends for, you know, what you've done together and what you've worked on, but how did you guys originally meet?
That's the same question I want to know too.
I can say some words. So basically, Sasha, she is a very good friend of my cousin for many years, and I always heard about her, but I never just met her. And of course, the age gap between me and my cousin is 5 years. So I was a child when she was having fun with Sasha everywhere in the city, and you know, going to parties. So it was just, you know, very like black and white. You know, I mean, I was just too young to understand what they were talking or doing. So, but life happened. I ended up in UK, and Sasha too, and somehow my cousin just, you know, introduced us. And since then we become a good friend, and I'm very happy for it.
And Sasha, you're a multidisciplinary artist, aren't you? I'm glad I managed to say that word. I don't usually have trouble. So you've how long have you been an artist? Where did you sort of start off? And just tell us a bit about yourself and the work you do.
Oh yes, of course. Yes, I'm a multidisciplinary artist and photographer. I mean, I'm self-taught artist. I haven't finished any, you know, university. I mean, about art. So, and I think art was always with me. I mean, during my life, from my childhood, you know, in school, I drew these posters for these events, you know, but then I got, I was like an accountant, general accountant, you know, and then I came back to art. So it's like, I always drew like these cards for my friends, for family, you know. I used to work as a designer of metal construction, so 3D. I was there and here and there. And yes, I can't, you know, choose just one medium. I mean, I love, like you can see my old paintings behind me. I love digital drawing. I love photography, and I can't, you know, I can't choose. So I decided to do everything, what I want.
Yeah, it's interesting that you say you was an accountant and, you know, doing other stuff, because art doesn't always pay the bills, does it? So, but it's good to see that the way you're moving in digital space. I know you've done a lot of stuff and collabs with Mr. Bain as well, haven't you? You got the Two Worlds collab, Mr. Bain, didn't you? Recently collaborate on that.
Mr. Bain,
are you with us, Mr. Bain?
Yes, I am with you. I am with you, loud and clear. Yeah, look, it's. I thought that this was such a great opportunity because having the collab was a way to reach out to artists, and it's a great way to, you know, to experience the creativity. Because, like, for myself, being a photographer, it's I'm not a real artist. You know, everybody keeps saying, "Yeah, you're an artist," but I wanted to experience more. So that's why we we had this the Two Worlds collab, and I've been supporting Sash. You know, we've been connected for a long time, so she was one of the first of the 6 artists to collaborate, and it's a real first-hand experience, you know, getting into the artist world, and knowing their techniques and styles and medium, and I know it was a great experience. And then when we you know, spoke with Jamie, it was just a wonderful way to introduce Janetta, and that's how it all came about. So I'm just like all you guys, you know. It's the first time that I'm getting onto here and really getting to meet Sash and also Janetta, but also GPSC and Peace. You know, it's a wonderful experience. I'm sorry that you don't get to see my face today, but I'm just moving around a little bit. I will, you know, one day it will happen.
One day we'll have a doc station.
It's only a matter of time. Once you come on DeOrganized, you will eventually dox. It happens to everybody,
absolutely.
Dogtails has like started to, you know, give artists the space to, you know, express themselves, and you know, also kind of onboard new talent into the Stacks ecosystem. It's a really, really awesome thing to see the momentum get behind Dogtails, and see all of these wonderful artists get to express themselves on it, man. It's awesome.
I think it's a great opportunity too with the collab that I'm having right now. I think Jamie has quite you know, a whole list of artists that he can connect with, and especially if we wanted to have this on a regular basis, we can certainly you know, meet new artists and work out something along the way, and have Dogtail, you know, become a regular feature. That's what I'd like to see.
Yeah, that would be awesome. As I say, it's going to grow over time. Yeah, but just going back to you guys. So before, I guess we should probably move on with the story, if you guys are ready, and obviously the reveal as well. But just before we do that, I wanted just to touch on, so the photo shoot itself is based around kintsugi, which is a Japanese philosophy, and I just wanted to touch on who sort of came up with that idea, or how that, you know, evolved, because it kind of fits into the bigger picture beautifully, the story and your, you know, I'm talking, obviously not many people have heard the story, but from what I know, and knowing a bit about you, Janetta, and your story, it's and the way it's been done, your artistic impression of it, Sasha, is just all beautiful, the way it fits together. But I just wanted to know a bit more about the kintsugi side of things, because I think it sort of sets the scene before we do the reveal. Whose idea was it? Or
I think Janetta should tell about it, because it was her idea. I mean, I'll tell briefly. When we came, like, you know, the idea of the photo shoot came like when I oh my god, how can I tell, because you don't know the story yet? But okay, I'll try.
We could reveal. You don't have to if you.
No. We can just, you know, I just try to find the words.
Yeah.
You know, when I heard the story, I knew the story, and I wanted to support her. I mean, you know, you can't find the words, and words usually they don't help. I mean, like, but I thought, you know, well, like, girls, we like to take photos. You know, I am a photographer. I can do nice photos. So I decided maybe if she wants, I can make a photo shoot for her. You know, just to support, to show how beautiful she is. You know, I can do it. I can show the beauty. And I suggested and she agreed. And when we started to think about the idea, she told me about this kintsugi. And I was like, oh my God, this philosophy, I really dive deep in this philosophy, and I really like this idea just caught my mind, and we decided to do it. So, Janetta, please.
Yeah, so basically, when we decided to do the photo shoot, Sasha asked me, what type of photo shoot do you want? And I thought a lot about it. And at the time, the most what I needed was the courage, self-esteem, feeling like myself, but at the same not. And I thought, I want to see there a strong woman. And so I'm just trying not to give too many details before the reveal. So I decided to kind of introduce her the kintsugi technique. I have seen many artwork. I read about this before, and I guess some things comes back to your mind when you need that the most. As people say, everything what we heard or we read, everything is in our heads, even if we don't think about it this moment, So yeah, it actually came to me at the right moment, and it was just perfect. It was just like, boom, oh my God, this is it. This is how I can show myself through Sasha's work, who I am, not who I was, but who I am right now after all that